All right. Could be live. Hello, hello. Welcome everybody to the stream. My name is Evan Freiberger, and today we're going to be covering some more severe weather out there. Got a little bit of a line moving through Mississippi right now. As you can see, we got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out here, all for pretty much the same thing, except for this one a little bit further down to the south, near Macomb. We got a ping pong ball size tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds over here near Liberty, Mississippi. That's going to be moving towards Macomb. Also over here near Brookhaven and Weston and Monticello, got 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your way, and then another severe thunderstorm warning here with 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Jackson, Richland, Florence, Terry. All need to be indoors and away from windows. Also wouldn't rule out a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings over here near Granada. We do still have some storms up there trying to organize, but I think our main threat, at least for now, is going to be over here into Mississippi, where we have, believe it or not, a 2% tornado risk. Also a little bit of a slight risk for this portion of the line that is carrying all these severe thunderstorm warnings. And we also have a severe thunderstorm watch out there for Hammond, Slidell, Gulfport, Hattiesburg, Laurel, and Meridian. So if you guys live in this area, I would be indoors, or not indoors, but watching the weather, watching the radar, making sure that you are in the know of what is possible today. Also, we are monitoring a threat that could develop over here near the San Angelo area, where a storm could very well try to do some shenanigans over here. We got a boundary, as you can see, kind of like yesterday, draped over here near Mertzon and Cristobal. And we got a storm over here south at San Angelo that's already starting to get its act together. Eventually, we will have some storm chasers live out here, hopefully. This will be kind of our biggest tornado threat of the day again. And we could have multiple cells that try to do the same thing. We'll have to watch to see if this one's going to be the main one or if we're going to have another one. It's kind of hard to see just how tall these cloud tops are, but it does seem like this storm is getting pretty close to being severe there south of San Angelo. So got to keep an eye on that storm that is trying to develop right now. If we come over here to our outlooks over here, you can see that we do have an enhanced risk for San Angelo, Brady, Kerrville, Medina, Bourne, San Marcos, Austin, Killeen, Gatesville. That's a 3 to 5 for severe weather. And then we also have a slight risk around that near Big Lake, Abilene, San Antonio, the Woodlands, College Station, Waco, Cleburne, Corsicana, Palestine, Tyler, Nacogdoches, and Lufkin as well that are also in that slight risk. So if you guys live in this area, just be watching out. Severe weather is definitely possible. Our tornado risk out here is for most of the folks out there is a 2%. So we're not really talking about, overly dangerous day for most folks. But you can't rule out a couple of tornadoes. We've already had a few tornado warnings over here in the Mississippi area. But it doesn't seem like to me many of them, or any of them, at least at this point, have produced. But I could be wrong. I've been a little bit busy this morning, as you can see, reworking the overlay because I figured 20% people getting sick over an overlay is enough for me to pay attention and just to make sure that I don't want anybody getting sick while trying to get or trying to get motion sick while we're trying to do severe weather coverage. So we've decided to go back to the unholy rectangle square. Oh no. Actually, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning out over here near San Angelo on this storm now. Now warned for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be for Wall, Vancourt, Marietta, Verabest. Guys don't need to be indoors and away from windows. In terms of velocities, not really seeing too much yet on this storm, but we got to watch out for this little boundary that's kind of snaking in this area. The storm will potentially be going through some mergers, maybe a little bit more mergers than we had yesterday with the storm that was further up to the north. So this one could pack a punch if it can stay near the boundary. Again, if it rises north of that boundary, it's mainly going to be an elevated hail threat. So we'll see what ends up happening. The good news, at least for this storm, is that it's forming to the east of San Angelo. So I would imagine this thing stays pretty stationary as it has until it gets enough mergers to sling out a rear flank downdraft. And then that's when the storm's going to start to move a little bit, but it should eventually move away from San Angelo. But I wouldn't rule out some other storms kind of firing over here, bringing a hail threat into San Angelo, Texas. But yeah, that's kind of what we're dealing with for today. If we come over here to our models, you can see that we do have we are expecting a couple of severe storms out there. I feel like we should have already more models in this. Hold on, or at least more recent runs. Texas is dangerous. Yeah, there could be some big old storms down there in southern or central southern Texas, kind of western Texas. That is for sure. And if we come over to our models, you can see what I'm talking about. So as I put this forward, you can see that we are supposed to be getting some storms fire over here near the San Angelo area. Again, the exact placement is going to be off most likely by these models, but you can see we already have a storm out there, and the latest HRRR run really isn't capturing that storm too well. But, you can see we have 1, 2, 3, kind of bigger storms here with a lot of hail. Another one over there near Brady by the time we get to 5 p.m. And then those start to move off to the east with the damaging wind and hail threat as we move into 7 p.m. Got to watch these storms. Any one of these storms that are latched onto that boundary is going to have that potential to produce a strong tornado. Also south of San Antonio by around 5 to 6, 7 p.m. We are also going to be seeing that potential for yet another storm. A little bit further to the south, there is also a boundary draped really from Houston back over here. It kind of stalls and then meanders up to the north from there. So this one could also have a strong tornado potential here near the San Antonio area. I can tell you right now that boundary near San Antonio is kind of stalled right now near San Antonio. So maybe the storm fires a little bit further to the north and brings a little bit more of a threat to San Antonio. But we'll have to see how that actually happens. And then also back over here near the Houston area as we go into about 6, 8 p.m. A couple more storms are going to be possible down there. You guys have already seen quite a few storms today. And then back over here near Dallas, Texas, we're going to have a couple of storms by around 6, 8 p.m. You guys have already have those storms nearby you. The models really aren't capturing those storms very well. You can see we have a severe thunderstorm warning over here just to the west of Fort Worth. And this storm, it kind of shows up way later than that. Further off to the east, over here, we're going to continue to see this line push off to the east. There is around 30 knots of shear out here, so if any of these cells out in front of this line could become mature, we could have a tornado develop out in front of this line, and also QLCS, little brief spin-ups are not going to be impossible with this line. We've already seen a couple attempts. Not sure if any of them have been successful yet, but yeah. A couple of storms out there, eventually going to be moving around 4 or 5 p.m. into Meridian, Laurel, Hattiesburg, down there pretty close to Gulfport as well, pushing off to the east, close to Tuscaloosa, Montgomery by around 6 to 7 p.m. By 8 p.m., we have storms in or near Montgomery. 9 p.m., still some damaging winds possible as this moves off to potentially to the north and east, bringing the potential for some damaging winds to the Atlanta area by around 12 a.m. near Macon as well. So got a couple of storms out there to keep an eye on. And eventually, as these storms kind of cluster into a line, they are also going to kind of spread off to the east, eventually bringing some more damaging winds as we go into around 2 a.m. into Houston, San Antonio, Victoria. And then by 4 a.m., that line's going to be moving into Louisiana. And that's pretty much going to be the story for today. These MCSs are still ruling the day out there, as they have been for the past couple of days, and I don't really see that stopping anytime soon. So that's what we're talking about out there. Also over here near the Fort Worth, Dallas area, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. 1-inch hail has been observed, 60-mile-per-hour winds near Mineral Wells, kind of moving towards the cool area here in Texas, just to the west of Fort Worth. So yeah, a couple of storms to keep an eye on. I don't think these ones up here are going to be too dangerous. More worried about what can happen further down to our south, like with these storms near San Angelo, and then also back over here near the San Antonio area. And then eventually that line of storms will make it down into Houston. We probably won't be live for that. But I'm not thinking they're going to be overly severe, but you never know. We might get some surprises. I still think we're dealing with a surprising kind of atmosphere, where the atmosphere is randomly going to throw out something that's going to catch us off guard. So depending on where that happens, is going to be crucial. But back over here, we're near Jackson and Richland and Florence. Looks like your severe threat is about to move through. Again, we're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds about to go through the area. Just make sure you are indoors and away from windows, and you should be okay with that storm. And then over here near Weston and Monticello, have a couple of kind of a cluster of thunderstorms kind of working its way up into your guys' area there. If we come over here to our velocities, you see we're not really seeing too much rotation in any of these storms right now, as they are really not mature to be tapping into the shear environment that is in this area. But definitely don't rule out that potential for those 60-mile-per-hour winds as that storm comes through. Hello, welcome everybody. New watch coming for Texas soon. Yeah, that's not surprising. Not surprising, given that we already have some storms firing in the area. Let me see if any of our other storm chasers are live. We don't have really many to choose from. Let me see if Paige's live. I know she lost her Starlink yesterday, so I'm not sure if she's going to commit to a live stream today or not. But yeah, we'll have Stormrunner Media, who should be near. New watch. Oh, wait, I already read that. Hey from Nashville. Well, hello. Yeah, up here in Tennessee, not expecting another resurgence of severe weather, although some thunderstorms could be possible as far north as Nashville. But it's not going to be anything crazy. Yeah, we don't use Connor. I know Stormrunner Media is going to be going live in like 40 minutes. So, missed me all week? Really? Been here. You've probably been busy though. Nebraska and Kansas have been so calm this season. I think you guys have had a couple of instances of some wild weather. And in fact, the strongest tornado of the year might have happened in Kansas this year. But yeah, I mean, overall, in comparison to what it can happen in Kansas, it's been a little bit quieter. But I would not rule out, some more severe weather. As we go into the later months of summer, we tend to see, at least our more dangerous risks kind of lift off to the north into the southern or central and northern plains. So I still wouldn't rule out some more severe weather. But yeah, it has been a little bit of quiet. Paige says she's not going to go live today. Okay. Makes sense. They don't got no Starlink no more. Apparently a gustnado or maybe even a tornado knocked it off of their car. Really enjoying this weather watching stream. You're very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, Christine will be back. We've got the square back, folks. And we could, it's for everything. So as you can see, if we get a tornado warning there, things go crazy and okay. Why is that not working? Dang it. My dang MIDI setup has been acting all weird, and I don't know why it's been doing it. MIDI function. That should fix it. Okay, so that just doesn't want to work. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so everything is still the same colors, just no polygon. I don't want to make 20% of you guys sick. I thought it was like 2 to 3% of people were feeling like that. But then when we did the poll and it was 20%, I was like, okay, that's actually too big of a problem to have. Think Hale messed up her car the other day. Yeah, probably a little bit too. Latest scan. Does seem like our hail core might be intensifying a little bit over here near San Angelo. Still not seeing much rotation out there just yet associated with our main area of circulation. You want to see if I can get a view on these storms over in Jackson, just to see what's happening out there. I know we got cameras all out there, so shouldn't be too difficult. Let's bring that over to here. This camera is pretty far up there. My goodness. What is this camera on? This camera is very high in the air. It's supposed to be a traffic cam. They usually put them on like the traffic, poles that are out there, but this thing is quite up there. Almost seems like a drone view almost. Yeah, Christine. You've been with this channel for forever. So that really made me upset that Polygon was making you sick in particular. Thank you, Christine, for being a member for 18 months. An OG, for sure. Yeah, this is the view out there. Nothing too crazy is happening right now. Seems kind of weak. Not going to lie. That's your typical severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. In some areas, they might have some isolated spots of 60-mile-per-hour winds, and in some areas, you just might not get it. It might just not be that strong in some areas. So it happens. 60-mile-per-hour wind warning means maxed wind gusts of up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. That does not mean that everybody's going to see them, but it is possible. All right. I do want to keep monitoring where this outflow boundary is. Yeah, part of this outflow boundary is already in the Gulf of Mexico and south of Houston. So that makes me wonder, like, just how close these San Antonio storms will really get to the Houston area. It'd be interesting to see if the San Antonio storms can even fire. As far as I can tell, our boundary. So if we come over here to the Houston radar, you can see that our boundary is sinking down here. Then when you come back over to the San Antonio radar, you see the boundary is like back up over in here. It seems, as far as I can tell, it's like kind of stalled. So still definitely, it could have a storm like fire somewhere like in this region and then make its way along that outflow boundary close to San Antonio. So definitely got to watch out for that possibility there. Let's make sure they haven't upgraded this yet. No upgrades on it yet. What boundary? The outflow boundary. It's a boundary of cooler air that sinks down. And so to the south of it, what you're going to have is some warm and moist, unstable air that is more favorable for severe weather. And to the north of the boundary, so the boundary is right here, you can see all these storms here are north of it. That's a lot more stable air. So it's really good and helpful to track where these boundaries move and go throughout the day, because if you have a storm, let's say like a storm fires here in San Antonio or near San Antonio, and then moves directly to the north, that's mostly going to be an elevated hailer, very low chance of producing a tornado. But if you have a storm move very close to or fire very close to the boundary and then latch onto it and then say move east along it, definitely some dangerous potential there for a tornado. Because if it can just latch onto that boundary, not only does it get the increased spin that comes from the boundary in the lower levels, but it also can tap into that instability, that unstable air as well. So it gets the best of both worlds, and it usually makes for a pretty dangerous combination, which is why we're keeping an eye on this storm, because as you can see, we have a boundary here, and you can see it's already kind of moving right along where this storm is. Now, this storm is probably not going to produce a tornado right now. I wouldn't rule out some land spouts, though, in the short term, though. But a lot of things need to happen for this storm to really become tornadic here. We need a lot of mergers. So we need more storms to kind of fire nearby and kind of slam into this storm, which eventually will probably happen. Also, looks like there is some convective initiation back over here near Mert San as well. But this could be the storm of the day, or maybe back over here near San Antonio, these guys could maybe be the storm of the day. So those are the ones we are really keeping a close eye on, just to make sure we have all of our ducks in a row and are really paying attention to what is possible there. So let's come back over to here. I do want to see if we can get out ahead of this storm. Maybe. It now looks like it's mainly gone through Jackson, Mississippi now. What? Yeah. Switch to video. I think that's too close. Let's see if we can see a shelf cloud. That is my goal. This is the west. You can kind of see something back in there. A little bit of darkness. Matador this year was a boundary day. Yeah. Yeah. So was that Altus, Oklahoma, like mega tornado. That thing was wild. The gate to gate on that one that was near Altus in Oklahoma was crazy last year. The one that had like the donut hole that went all the way up, that was also a high precipitation boundary NATO. And so you got to watch out. I mean, like just because you're in a 2% or a 5% today doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to get something a little bit more intense. Typically we associate our strongest tornadoes, with the 15% hatched risks and the 30% hatched risks. But you can also still, I mean, it's more conditional, which is why it's a lower percentage. It takes a lot for these storms to mature enough to kind of get that RFD surging and to latch onto that boundary and produce. But if they do, the threat, especially for hail and damaging winds and tornadoes, are about as significant as like a full blown storm in a tornado outbreak environment, just with completely different kinematics around it. Yeah, we don't use the Dominator. Wish we could. And we don't use Brandon Kopic. Wish we could do that as well. The only storm chaser we got is Storm Winter Media because Paige Tornado is her Starlink is down. I don't think she's going to go live today. Maybe she will. I mean, if she sits around San Angelo, service might be good enough for just her phone. Be nice though, but like, talk about storm chasing prices. I can't even imagine. I've never asked Reed what he charges, but I can't even imagine. It's probably like astronomical number. Do you like traffic cams? Me too. Let's get this traffic cam from being in the dark here. There we go. Yeah, let's come back over here towards Mississippi. Give an update. So yeah, our storm has moved through Jackson, Mississippi. Next in line is going to be Brandon, Mississippi. Speaking of Brandon. So Brandon, Mississippi needs to be indoors and away from windows. And then back over here near Monticello, still have a storm, a couple of storms kind of interacting with you. You're getting the kind of the first leading edge of the storms first, the ones that are kind of out in front merging with the line. And then eventually you're going to get the main line after that. So a couple instances there of some damaging winds are possible. Thank you, Take 5 Golf, for the $5. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. What about Vince Welty? Nope, we do not. We used to work with Vince Welty, but not anymore. No, we do not work with the Vince man. He has a really good setup, and he's EMA or EMS trained. He does a lot of good work out there. And it seems like this part of the storm might be like bowing out a little bit and surging a little bit. See that? How like on the latest scans, it kind of speeds up. Not really seeing much of an indication, though, that the winds are increasing too much. You can see we have a couple where our 60-mile-per-hour winds are most likely with this line of storm is in Florence, but I'm not seeing any indications on radar that it's any higher than that. That's funny, Christine. Is it still Memorial? When does Memorial Day actually happen? Oh, wow. We just got an upgrade on one of our storms to golf ball sized hail, guy. That's this one near San Antonio or San Angelo. Sorry. I got some golf ball sized hail on this storm near Cristobal. Still, it is moving a little bit, though. You can see it's moving. So it's not, it doesn't seem to be staying as stationary as the last storm that we were dealing with. It's already starting to, proceed down to the south and east a little bit. So I would imagine we start to see polygons more like in this direction as of our next scans. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can see that hail core is building in there a little bit. We got some blacks here.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
With 70 dBZs. Wow. That's a lot. A new tornado watch has been issued. Let me get the, so that's going to be for Ballinger, Coleman, Eden, Brady, Sonora, Junction, Rock Springs, Campwood, Uvalde, San Antonio, New Braunfels, San Marcos, even Austin, Texas, Burnett, Lano, Brady, as well, are all going to be needing to watch out for tornadoes today. The ingredients are there to support tornadic activity. So make sure that you guys are in the know. Be watching the skies. Be watching some reporting, whatever you want to do.
Has been issued.
Weather Channel app shows about 7:30 in Maxwell, Texas. Two storms could collide. Let me see where Maxwell is. Maxwell, Texas. Technically, I think that's storms collide all the time. We call those mergers. They don't necessarily mean much, but at least on the HRRR, it's saying that we could have some damaging winds come through. Wait, yeah, a lot of storms will collide and form into a line, pretty much. Pretty much all line of thunderstorms is just a bunch of collisions happening. My birthday today? No. People just put birthday emojis because every time I get a super chat, it kind of feels like my birthday. And so people put birthday cakes. It's like a long running joke, kind of.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
All right, let's come back over here near Jackson, Mississippi. Like these storms are still moving off to the east towards Brandon. Yeah, still no major upgrades yet. Let me check our velocities just to make sure no shenanigans are happening. Yeah, still looking good. Maybe a little bit of a rotation trying to happen here south of Pearl, but it's not really that strong. Not strong enough to concern me yet. Aledo, Texas. Let me check. Aledo, Texas. Yeah, you guys are up there. You guys are going to have some thunderstorms throughout the day. Maybe another round as we go into like 5 or 6 p.m. But for the most part, we're not really talking about anything super serious. Just, it's some marginal weather for you. And then after that comes through, that should be the end. Also, we just got a new update on this severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, still 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Brandon. But if you're just now tuning in, we just got a new tornado watch out here near San Antonio, Medina, Kerrville, Fredericksburg, Austin, Ballinger, Brady, San Angelo, and Big Lake. We're watching for storms and boundary interactions. So just make sure you guys are, paying attention out there. That's really all you need to do. Don't need to be freaking out or anything. Yeah, the tornado threat's pretty isolated. It's going to be pretty isolated to a couple of storms. So, yeah. Tyler, Texas. Let me check Tyler, Texas for you. Yeah, it looks like you guys are in a slight risk out there. It looks like your main threat's going to be coming through at around 10 to 11 p.m. It'd mainly just be some damaging winds, nothing too crazy up there. Fort Worth, Texas has some thunderstorms nearby. That should be the main threat for today. There could be a little bit more, but again, we're really not talking about a super elevated threat up here in the Fort Worth and Dallas area. Our biggest severe weather is going to be happening down over here, but you're going to have a round right now and then potentially another one at around 5 to 6 p.m., but not really expecting anything like crazy out there. Marble Falls. Let me see where Marble Falls is. Marble Falls, Texas. Yeah, Marble Falls. Looks like you guys are in the enhanced risk, and it looks like your threat will ramp up at around 8 to 9 p.m. So, some large hail, damaging winds wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado threat. See you later. And it all starts with this guy, this little storm, or bigger storm, I guess, now, as it now has golf ball sized hail. But this storm is going to be the main threat, I think, for today, unless we see another storm try to develop down over here near San Antonio. Where is Storm Runner Media? Where are they located at the moment? Are they going to go live and be close, or are they like far away? I don't see them on the map. I'm hoping they're near. They're usually near Connorcroft.
A
Oh
new
well.
PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. We are already dealing with baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. This storm is already getting started pretty quickly here. Again, this is just south of San Angelo, and it's already a pretty powerful storm. The baseball-sized hail moving at 70-mile-per-hour winds is nothing to scoff at. That can definitely cause a lot of damage. And you can still see that this storm is latched onto that boundary. I'm not seeing too much rotation with it yet, but it does seem like this storm is trying to do something already. You scoff regardless. Oh my goodness. Let me move my Mississippi cam a little bit further to the west if I can. I don't think there's much to look at here. I was hoping we'd see a shelf cloud, but there doesn't seem to be much of one on this storm right now. Also got a severe thunderstorm warning over here with half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Mobeedy and McLean. And over here near Santa Fe, have another storm out here with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's in New Mexico, south of Los Alamos. Let's come check back over on our severe threat over here just to make sure nothing is escalating yet. Yeah, still looking pretty good near the Brandon area. Definitely some, winds about to move in, but it seems like the storm is a little bit weaker up here than it is further down to the south. But overall, still not really seeing anything too crazy out there just yet. Oh wow! Check this out. This is from Paigey Tornado. She is near that San. Oh, I should probably get that set up. She is near San Angelo. You can see we do have a towering cumulonimbus out here, definitely bubbling quite a bit. That is that storm with that baseball-sized hail inside of it. So definitely a storm you guys want to be keeping an eye on. By San Angelo, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It probably already has quite the mesocyclone on it. Wish Storm Runner Media would go live a little bit earlier. They're supposed to go live in 15 minutes. Hopefully they're near the storm. They are the only chaser that we have today. Definitely not going to be a day where we spend $500 on chasers. That's for sure. It's going to be Storm Runner Media or nothing. You can definitely tell, though, our boundary is like already wrapped up in this storm. This thing is kind of doing everything it needs to for now. Still not seeing much organized rotation, but definitely a dangerous storm. Pushing that hail, about to push that hail into Van Court here in Texas. Being out there to chase for us. Yeah, we definitely should. It'd be funny. Imagine if dogs could chase. The chaser traffic would be crazy and much more annoying. Mm. A lot cuter, yeah. Wait, is today really Memorial Day? Like, is today the official Memorial Day? I don't keep track of those kind of holidays. I don't really celebrate many holidays. Okay. Gotcha. Makes sense. Apparently, there's a chance for a cutoff low to enter into the Gulf of Mexico. That'll be interesting. Next week, about 192 hours out. Way too early to really be talking much about it, but there's a chance for it. So might be something we have to keep an eye on. All right. Latest scan here with the storm. It seems a little bit skinny right now. Wee bit skinny, and still not much rotation developing on it yet. Check back over here at Mississippi. They haven't extended these severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm wondering if they're going to, because I mean, I haven't really seen much on our cameras yet. I mean, probably won't extend it on the northern side. Maybe they're thinking about extending it maybe more on the southern side here. They haven't extended it, and it seems like the line has gone to the east. I wonder if they put out a special weather statement instead. Let's see what the chaser convergence is looking like out there. Mm, there already appears to be a Congo line. It doesn't seem as bad as yesterday, but once all these people converge onto one road, it's going to be an issue again. It looks like there's so many chasers around the storm right now. Wow. You're about to be in San Antonio. We'll be driving to Pecos, Texas for work. So you'll be on I-10. I will send pics and videos if I see anything. Yeah, be careful. These storms will have some pretty decent possibility to drop some big hail. Hopefully it'll stay north of I-10 though, but could also be some storms trying to develop near the San Antonio area as well. It's cool and rainy here. Yeah. That's never fun. Like, if you're going to get rain, might as well get some lightning, right? Like, we have a new mesoscale discussion out over here for Canadian, Texas, Childress, Texas, Altus, Hobart, Elk City. Isolated hail and damaging winds are possible. So be watching out for that possibility. What do y'all think the chances that tomorrow's outlook gets randomly upgraded to an enhanced risk as well? What are the probabilities? There's a little tornado risk over there. That's definitely a risk we wouldn't be live for. Even if it got put a 5%, there's just like no one that lives out there. Unless like some storms get close to San Antonio, we might go live. And mainly wind and a slight tornado chance. How's Louisville looking? I have no idea. Which state? You got to tell us the state. I'm assuming Kentucky. Holy. Yeah, see you later, Cowboy Bill. Thank you for tuning in. Well, the front line in Mississippi do. Should just be mainly damaging winds. I think there's small tornado potential still out here, but it's going to be pretty far and few in between. But as of right now, it seems like they haven't decided to extend these severe thunderstorm warnings yet. Let me just make sure we're doing a refresh. Yeah, they haven't decided to extend them, so I'm wondering if that threat is kind of dying down up there, or maybe it could get reinvigorated at some point. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm update on this storm. Looks like it's back down to golf ball sized hail. What do I think about Round Rock, Texas? Isn't that over near like Austin? Yeah, you guys are just outside of the tornado watch right now. Let me see what that looks like on. Yeah, some damaging winds will certainly be possible. Hail threat will be hit or miss. Tornado threat should be a lot lower, but wouldn't rule out like a brief spin up. Definitely worth a day to pay attention to. Also, we have a couple of blips getting a little bit more organized out over here near Garden City, Texas. Be watching out. These storms initially, let me see if these ones are the same. Yeah, they don't start off moving too much, so still some hail possible there in Garden City. And these could eventually get a little bit stronger eventually and, be mainly just a damaging wind and hail threat, depending on where that boundary is. Kind of seems like the boundary should be like up here. So these storms are actually kind of close to the boundary. If they move more to the east, not too big of a deal. If they move directly south, that might be concerning. Same with this storm back over here near San Angelo, also kind of close to that boundary as well. If this rockets off to the north and east, could be mainly a hail threat there for San Angelo. Maggie, Mississippi. Let me check. Maggie, Mississippi. Yeah, you guys got a lot of little storms around you. No dangerous rotations nearby you, but a line of thunderstorms is coming. They haven't issued a severe thunderstorm warning for your area yet, but I definitely wouldn't be outside for this storm. But let me know as the storms come through if you think they have 60-mile-per-hour winds inside of them. Hope you'll be live for the fireworks in Austin. Probably not. Probably not. I really doubt we'll be live all the way until that line of storms gets into Austin. What about Mobile, Alabama? Gotta go. All right. Well, thank you for tuning in. Gaming with Huber. Thank you so much. What'd you say again? What he said? Something. Oh yeah, Mobile. You guys are in a marginal threat, so definitely chances for some severe weather, but it'll be on the lower end. Your most likely scenario is that you get some, wind, a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain, nothing too crazy. That won't come until later. Cooper's Cove. Let me see where Cooper's Cove is. You're just north of the tornado watch, near Kempner there in Colleen. But I wouldn't rule out some damaging winds, maybe some hail being possible over there. Saturday got creepy here. It's super humid here. Yeah. Yeah, you guys did get a little bit Victoria Edwards. Oh, right. Yeah, you guys did get a little line of storms out there. Thankfully, it wasn't too tornadic. There was a chance for some tornadoes yesterday in the Mississippi area, but it wasn't too crazy. I mean, it looks like we have some stronger winds, though, here south of Rankin. A little bit of something there as well. Not really sure what's going on there. Let me just check. That's interesting. They might throw a severe thunderstorm warning on that if that continues. Yeah, it does seem like they are starting to replace some of these severe thunderstorm warnings in Mississippi with special weather statements. All right, unless they push it back, Stormwater Media should be live in 3 minutes. And thank you, DB, for liking the stream. Thank you so much. We got Waco and Rattlesnake Ranch. Let me see. Waco, Texas. Back over here. Yeah. For you guys, you're a little bit north of our main threat. But definitely a line of damaging winds will be possible around like 9 to 10 p.m. Let's see, Rattlesnake Ranches. Texas, I'm assuming? Yeah, that doesn't show up. No. Curio, Texas. Yeah, it looks like you guys are in a slight risk. And like you're not going to get much until about 2 a.m. tonight. You have work around 7? Gotcha. Brother is outside of Austin and Canyon Lake. Hopefully they stay safe. I hope so too. It looks like our storm is struggling at the moment. It's a little bit outflow dominant. You can also see it's also pretty skinny, which is an indication that it doesn't really have much mass. So the storm needs a merger, and it looks like mergers are starting to happen to its south. And that will impact the storm, it does seem. So got to watch these mergers. That will be what the storm needs to really get that severe engine re-revved back up. So it does seem like that is a possibility with this storm. We definitely got to take it seriously. And it does appear to be a wall cloud with this storm as well. All right. No, they pushed it back. All right. Stormwater Media pushed their stream back. Sad. Hey, thank you, Zelina Washington, for the $10. Thank you so much. Do I get future radar? It's just radar Omega. Really want to see this storm. Latest on the storm, by the way. Storm is moving south of Vancourt, heading towards 87. That is the latest. And then back over here into Mississippi, it looks like they did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for Newton and Forest. So they are keeping that on there with those 60-mile-per-hour wind potential. Raleigh, Sylvarnia, Bay Springs, Lewin, Montrose, Newton, Forest here in Mississippi. How will Spring, Texas look tonight? Let me check. Spring, Texas. Yeah, Spring, Texas. Looks like it's going to be around like 1 to 2 a.m. for you guys. You're in a slight risk, so it's not going to be anything too crazy, but definitely some damaging winds possible with some hail. Maybe a small chance for a tornado. Shoot, I did not mean to do that. Fix that really quick. Okay, that should be good. San Antonio. Yeah, San Antonio could get a little dicey. Could get a little dicey. Just depends on where these storms fire. Let's go look at our latest 18Z model run. Oh, wow. On the 18Z model run, it doesn't even show those storms firing like at all anymore. So you guys might not get storms until 12 a.m. Wow, what a big change from our last model run. Very, very interesting. Still wouldn't rule out the potential of a storm firing and then moving down into moving close to the San Antonio area, but big difference. If you look at our 17Z here, you see that a stronger storm fires south of San Antonio by around 5 to 6. So I would still keep that potential in mind. Batesville, Mississippi. Let me see where Batesville is. Yeah, you guys are fine. The worst is past you. Maybe a little bit of misty rain still possible. Anything for Katie? Yeah, probably would be strongest threat for severe weather. Right around 1 to 12 a.m. for you. Damaging winds and some hail is going to be possible, but it's not going to be anything super crazy. But I would definitely, be keeping an eye on it, or have a way to get alerts at night just in case it overperforms. It's always possible we get an overperformer. Jared, that is again. I'm using Radar Mega for the future radar. No problem, Scarred. Thank you for tuning in. We just got to do update on our severe thunderstorm warning out here. Looks like we just got 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind. So they downgraded this storm quite a bit. It is downgraded quite a bit, which is great. But we do have some mass enhancement, some storm steroids moving in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning has been issued back over here into Mississippi. That's going to be for this storm here north of Pelahatchie. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's actually a decently strong area of circulation. That might be on the ground. What the heck? Just double check. I think this is on the ground. Yeah, that's on the ground there. We got a tornado on the ground in Mississippi. That's potentially strong circulation there. Oops, didn't do that. That just kind of came out of nowhere, didn't it? Yeah, right in there. Strong area of circulation. Latest, the Bree ball scan puts it a little bit further to the east now.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, it's been upgraded to confirmed. This is an observed tornado in progress here north and west of Tallahatchie, Mississippi. You can see right in there, there's a strong area of rotation and debris still in progress with this storm north of Tallahatchie. So please continue to be in your safe spots as this storm approaches. Let me see if our Mississippi cameras, we can get a northern facing camera from maybe Brandon. No. What about from like over here, maybe? Yeah, there's like no northern facing cameras. Northern one. I'm not seeing anything back in there. If you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado on the ground here in Mississippi. There's your strong area of circulation and still a debris signature ongoing with this. It's approaching 43. Again, areas like West Leesburg, Branch, Morton, and Clarksburg here in Mississippi need to be in their safe spots. This is a just to the north and east of Jackson, Mississippi. That's not good that these little, a little bit more isolated storms here can become tornadic. As you can see, this is really isn't as much on the line. Maybe you have to watch these storms over here in Mississippi. I didn't mean to zoom in that far. Still waiting on that latest scan to come in. Will it come here? You're in Georgia? Probably not. It should stay mainly in Mississippi today. Okay, latest scan has just come in. Area of rotation is right here and still appears to have a debris signature. So we still have a tornado on the ground here, just to the north and west of 43 here in Mississippi. Again, this tornado is north and east of Jackson, still north of Tallahatchie, moving towards West Leesburg, and Branch. Still need to be sheltered in place. Again, this is a tornado on the ground, confirmed by radar from both the NWS and here. We both see it. So definitely it is pretty interesting. I mean, it had some pretty strong rotation when it got started and still has some pretty decent rotation there. I'm not sure if it's a strong tornado or not. Kind of hard to tell just off of radar, but definitely causing damage, as we could see on our debris ball scan. Still have a debris signature with this storm at the moment. So still waiting on that latest scan. But again, if you live over here near Billsboro Corner, Leesburg, Branch, and Forkville, also parts of Morton, Mississippi, need to be in their safe spots here. Is there a boundary there? No, this is more of an MCS. So like a low pressure system got back over here in Louisiana. So we actually just have some lower level shear here out in front of this storm, about 30 knots, which is enough to cause enough spin to cause tornadoes. But, and yeah, so we're seeing it happen. All right, latest scan here. Still have a decent area of circulation and still an indication of debris on our storm. So this is very well could still be on the ground or maybe even in the process of lifting. It's kind of hard to tell, but there's definitely still a debris signature. Rotation, I would say, is a little bit weaker, but still a tight area of circulation exists in this storm. So very well could still have a tornado on the ground as this moves up to the north and east towards Branch and Leesburg. Yeah, I still need to be continuing to be in your safe spots. Do want to check back in really quick on our San Angelo storm. And that merger is about to come into it. So we'll have to see how much mass it can gain from that merger and if it's enough to kind of surge that RFD. See if there's any news on this storm. Maybe anybody spotted it. Nothing, no videos or photos on Twitter, at least, of this tornado to share yet. We do have the latest debris scan in and our latest reflectivity. Kind of seems like it's lifted, but there still technically is something going on here, but it's a pretty messy signature here. It's messy on everything. Still be in your safe spots out over here near West Leesburg and Branch, but I will say the rotation is definitely a lot weaker than it was. In other places of this storm, I am not seeing much rotation at all. It's kind of only this one little isolated area, which is so interesting. Just got enough. It just got mature enough to tap into that shear environment and pretty much instantly drop the NATO. In Florida, no, these really aren't going to be a problem for Florida, although severe weather will be possible in parts of Florida, but it'll be a pretty low chance. This is mainly just a pretty isolated, kind of a mesoscale accident. Again, these storms really don't have the best tornadic environment. So something has definitely aided this storm's ability to produce a brief tornado here. Does not appear to be on the ground as far as I can tell anymore, but I'm waiting for a little bit more of a cleaner radar scan. Hopefully we can get a better indication by the next one. All right, is Storm Runner Media going live? Oh, it says waiting for Storm Runner Media. So we shall see. Hopefully we can get a view on that storm in Texas. Oh, you heard Leesburg? Yeah, there's a Leesburg over here in Mississippi as well. Can get a little confusing, I do admit, when towns have the same name. We do have the latest correlation coefficient scan. A lot of contamination, though, around this storm. Waiting on the latest velocities to come in. As far as I could tell, it would be like back in here, and there doesn't appear to be a deep debris signature anymore. So it's possible that this is lifted here. And I'm not really seeing too much evidence of a handoff yet, but this storm could eventually try to rewrap back up. So if you live in Leesburg and Branch, I would still continue to be sheltered in place. It looks like they have also dropped this to radar indicated. It looks like everybody's in agreement that this tornado has lifted at this point. So definitely still worth being sheltered in place just until we figure out what this storm's next move is here in Mississippi, just to the north and west of Morton, Mississippi, near I-20. Hey, Oklahoma Scootin', welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully, you guys have been enjoying your Memorial weekend out there. Is there going to be any jalapenos today? That's completely up to you guys. That's completely up to you guys. The offer always stands. Yeah, it looks like the storm is still trying to adjust this merger. Still hasn't quite finished doing it yet, but we have another merger on the way as well. So a couple of mergers are going to help increase the mass of this thunderstorm. Still, probably needs about 20 to 30 minutes. Storm Intermedia is still not gone live. What's going on? What's going on over here? Do I need to do a refresh? Is it frozen? I do not know. I think we'll see another EF5 in our lifetime. Yeah, I do think so. Yep. I think it's very possible. Latest scan on this storm, still a little bit of a couplet here south of West Leesburg, but so I wouldn't rule out, I wouldn't rule out another brief NATO being possible with this storm just yet. So if you live over here near Branch, still continue to be in your safe spots. Think there's any tornado threat for Alabama? Probably not. Maybe maybe a little bit over here in like Western Alabama. Like technically there is, it's just a really low tornado threat, all the way from like Florence down into Birmingham, Tuscaloosa. But so far our storms further up to the north have just been fizzling. So the main area where I'm concerned about is down here in this cluster. But honestly, I'm not super concerned about it. Like in terms of prolific tornadic activity, it's going to be very brief tornadoes possible within this line. And every now and then. So I'd definitely be weather aware for sure, especially since we just had a tornado on the ground. How's Chaz? He's doing well. He just munched on some food not too long ago. He's been enjoying the soft treats you guys got him. He's happy that he gets to eat some treats, even though he's still recovering from his surgery. All right, our tornado warning has been allowed to expire, so everybody can come out of their safe spots. Hey, Storm Runner Media is starting their stream. Let's go. In terms of any other areas in Mississippi, yeah, no other areas of rotation. So it's going to be a very on and off day, most likely. Not only for the tornado threat, but also for the severe thunderstorm threat out here. But if you live in Forest and Newton, Mississippi, you got 0.88 inch hail coming your way. That's around nickel sized, and then some 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. So just make sure you guys are indoors at the very least. But we'll keep coming back over here every now and then and checking in on that rotation. Latest update over here, we're at a $0.50 sized hail, and it does seem like our storm is officially moving to the south and east now, and it is ingesting a merger. So if it's going to try to lash out and latch on to that outflow boundary. It will be here shortly. I got another package for Chazzy. You got a notification it was delivered. Let me check. You were right. There is a package. The doggy bed has arrived. It says, give sweet Chazzy a hug for you from Terry. Aw. Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. You gotta assemble it, apparently. So let's get to doing that. So this is the cushioning here. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. I thought the bed was smaller than I thought, but they got it all smushed up. Gotta use my manly muscles to rip this apart. Or lack thereof. Plastic is no match. There's the cover part. It's a little rankly. Where's the zipper? That's a noodle. This is always the fun. This is always the fun part, trying to put it in on the bottom. Curved. There's a noodle. Come here, mamas. And voila! The Terry Graves doggy bed. Jazzy. Oh my goodness. This is so soft. This is so soft. Wow. Wow. Jazzy Doodle. I wish I could bring him in here. But he's not listening. He's giving the bed a big old sniff. Gonna catch me napping in it? No. It's not. It's too small for me. All right, let's go check and see what where Storm Runner Media is. They're near Strawn, Texas. Where's Strawn? Why couldn't they just called it Straw, Texas? I put an N on the back of it. Oh wow. What the heck? Is that accurate? They're not even like, they're like near Dallas. Who the heck is that? What the hell?
What's up, y'all? How's it going?
Who is that?
What's up, y'all? How's it going?
I am so confused.
Oh, they're over. Everyone else is on the.
Is this still Storm Runner Media?
Target all day. It was the target storm all day. So we're not diverting off of our target. So we are special weather statement it down here. It just started to get going. The other storm is moving southeast.
I don't think they're in Strawn. I don't know where they are. I don't know who that is. But this is Storm Runner Media stream, it says so. I have no idea what has happened. Where's DL? What did they do to DL scales? We've got a mystery on our hands. Where the heck are they? I'm so confused. It's south of Brady, Texas. Okay. Brady, Texas. Oh, they're over here. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, they're out in front of the storm, so we'll eventually get a view of it. DL is out of town, had to catch a flight. Oh, well then who is that? Who is this mystery person that has taken DL's place? They split up yesterday. You're making it sound like they got like a divorce. They remember who Garrett was meeting up with? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know who that is. I've never seen that person in my life. And thank you, Relic, for the €5. Thank you so much. Well, the storms in Mississippi reach Huntsville? Kind of, yeah. I mean, we'll see if they can, get their act back together. We are seeing some storms out over here near Amory and Aberdeen that are trying to get their act together. But as of right now, our main severe threat continues to be down here further to the south. And wow, look at this area here of a little bit more intense winds near Lewin and Montrose. Gotta watch this northern area for some circulation there. Definitely some stronger winds moving into there. Let me see. Yeah, 60, maybe 70 mile per hour winds in that little area. So watch out there in Lewin and Montrose, Mississippi. They might get a little upgrade on their severe thunderstorm warning there. Also, some 60 mile per hour winds are possible near Taylorsburg. I'll head into Heidelberg. Not really seeing any surprises on y'all's portion of your storm, but this one over here is interesting. Sometimes you can get these little pushes of that cold air, and you get a little bit of a rotation on the northern side of that could eventually develop, or it'll just remain a damaging wind threat. We'll see. I'll check my title. Dang it, man. Why am I so bad at typing? I don't understand it. Like in my brain, it shows it types it well. Like I typed it well. But when I actually type, like what I actually type, it does not line up with what my brain sees. I don't know. Don't know. I think that's dyslexia. You'll pray for my power as long as I do the same for you. Yeah, well, I hope your power stays on. But thank you. Yeah, I don't think my power is gonna go out today. I'm pretty confident in that. Hopefully, but who knows? My power just sometimes goes out randomly, even when there's no wind. Yeah, maybe seeing a little bit of a couplet trying to develop here. If that tries to get a little bit more organized, we might see a new tornado warning out over here into Mississippi near Montrose, probably extending off to the east like this. Garrett is with Ben Williams. Okay. I think I know who that is. I think I've heard of that person before. I think I've seen posts. That's dyslexia. Okay. Near Menard, Texas. Let me see. Menard, Texas. Yeah, that's contamination. That's not legitimate. Not a legitimate signal. So I can guarantee you 100% that we don't have 100-mile-per-hour winds out here. Thankfully. Duck Dynasty host died yesterday. Yeah, I saw that. R.I.P. Wasn't a big fan of that show, but I didn't hate it. I didn't watch it religiously, but I saw a couple episodes. They're definitely a bunch of goober heads. Redneck goober heads. Yeah, Huntsville should be fine. I wouldn't rule out a small chance for severe weather, but they should be okay. Make the 3D radar work. We need 2 or 3 of the PCs on my wish list. Really? Let's just focus on one first. I don't even think we can get that. I don't even think it's going to be anytime soon when that PC goal is completed. What is up with people ramming crowds with what? That's not really weather related, but I don't know. It was something crazy. Yeah, like I said, it's contamination. It's not real. Not real. You see, it's way out here in front of the storm. Very blocky. Not a real signature. So, again, not real. Now, latest scan over here, still a little bit of a couplet trying to develop near Verba. Not very strong, though. So it's not like quickly organizing. Over here near Meridian and Marion, Mississippi, we have 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. Yeah, and it's got a tornado possible tag on it. That also is for Heidelberg, Mississippi as well. On Freiburger radars, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we'll ever get to the point where we're buying radars. They're really expensive, so I don't think we'll ever get. I don't think we'll ever get to like, big boy status to that point. But hey, if we ever do, but I don't think it's going to happen. But if we ever do, that would be interesting. But I'm not a money making machine. We don't do merch. I'm just not greedy, so we'll probably never get there, even if we grow to a certain point. Weather cams would be nice and attainable. Not really. Those are also pretty expensive. I think it's like $500 to $1,000 per camera because you had to set up like a whole thing. And thank you, Kayla Trail, for the $5. Thank you so much. Is there any weather for Knoxville? I think your threat today is pretty darn low. Yeah, over in Knoxville. Maybe you might see some thunderstorms, but that's it. We're not talking about any severe weather threat over there. It's like we're still dealing with some $half sized hail, and this storm is still ingesting a merger at this point, and still no surge of that RFD yet. So it still seems like maybe the storm is struggling a little bit. We also have some storms firing over here near Junction as well that are kind of clustering up. They seem to be south of the boundary, though. Anything in northern Oklahoma? They got a little bit of a slight risk over here. I think that was just added not too long ago for like Canton, Clinton, Elk City, and Altus, but it should mainly be damaging winds and stuff. These little thunderstorms that could form back over here. Not really talking about much of a tornado threat up there. I think there's a small one that might extend up into there. No, just mainly damaging winds and hail threat. The SPC outlook for Alabama is we have a slight risk of 2 out of 5 over here near Livingston, Demopolis, Thomasville, and Jackson. And then we have a marginal risk around that from like Florence, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Montgomery, mainly going to be for damaging winds, small chance for tornadoes. Thank you, Barbara Paul, for becoming a WIMD member. Welcome. I'll check back in over here. Yeah, still a broad area of circulation here, not really developing yet. We're not doing merch, guys, especially not doing Chazzy merch. If you want to help raise money for the channel, you can go to the wish list. Or donate. I mean, I'm just not gonna. I will leave it up to you guys. I'm not gonna sell merch. Let's see. What was I gonna do? I do want to see if there's any traffic cameras in Meridian. There might be. Meridian. Is that Meridian? Where is Meridian? It's just to the west of Jackson, near the border. Yeah, there are actually no cameras in Meridian. All right. What about this? What city is this? Can we see any storm action happening over here? Like, it's better than just looking at a blank screen with nothing on it. So there we go. That'll be our second camera spot. YouTube feature tag? That doesn't really mean much. Doesn't really mean much for a small channel like mine. Let's see here. Exploit the dog. We are not exploiting my dog. It's not happening. Carrollton, Georgia. For Georgia, just in general, the risk is going to be pretty darn low, but I wouldn't rule out, some damaging winds, and going into the Georgia area. But it's not going to be like super widespread, and it's going to be later tonight. So as long as you're, if you got any plans out there, It's not going to be really easy to predict whether or not it's going to be impacting you, because as you can see, we got a lot of little thunderstorms out here, and they're kind of all in different areas. So they do generally seem to be moving east, though. There is that at the very least. Most storms are moving to the east, but they're going to be few and far in between. Not really an organized line, so not super easy to predict just how long or who's going to get these storms. But generally, if you live South Atlanta, further off to the east towards Augusta and Statesboro and Waycross, you might get interrupted by a thunderstorm at some point today. It looks like they just upgraded this storm back up to 2.75 inch hail. That's going to be over here south of Eden, Texas. So that is going to be some baseball-sized hail. Seems to be kind of in the middle of nowhere, but I'm sure there's some folks that live out here. But yeah, just south of Eden. Eventually going to be trying to head into Menard. And latest scans out here. Looks like that little area of rotation that was trying to get developed is still struggling to get that done. Still some decent winds, though. About to push into south of Newton and eventually into Meridian. Continue to be indoors and away from windows. Over here near Denton, Texas, just got some rain and thunder. A small chance for severe weather up here, but going to be very few far between. Your highest chance is going to be for some rain and thunder. Maybe a little bit of wind. Maybe a little bit of small hail. Check out this hail that happened yesterday. Knoxville, Tennessee is barely even expecting thunderstorms. That'll be later on today. Yeah, the storm still seems pretty outflow dominant at the moment, but it does seem to be gaining mass. The more mass a thunderstorm has when it's elevated north of a boundary, the bigger the hail threat is going to be. So that is an indication that there is more mass, but we still haven't gotten really a forward flank downdraft on this storm yet. You keep seeing it tries, but it hasn't really made a very serious attempt at that yet. And it does also appear to be going through a little bit of a merger right now with this cell that's right down in here. But a lot more mergers appear to be on the way. We'll see what it can do. Laurel, Mississippi camera. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not seeing the shelf cloud. Fortunately, not seeing much there, but we can have like a, actually, let me get like a street cam up, since this is probably going to be our best view of a storm. that we have, at least in the Mississippi area. What am I doing with all these storms nearby me? I'm doing just fine. I'm not scared of no severe weather. Oh wow. Look at this. On Storm Hunter Media's view here, starting to see some darker clouds. Wow. Not that those necessarily mean anything, because I don't think that they're looking at the storm yet. But this clouds are looking more cloud-like, more storm-like. Think about the cam on weather-wise. Yeah, we can use that, but I have to pay $10 per hour, and definitely not in the mood to pay $10 just for a view of a shelf cloud.
Like full blown until later.
Doesn't do it until later. Oh. We'll see. Maybe it'll be right. Maybe not.
If we can get any hint of a storm here.
Sorry.
You can see the anvil on the top left.
No, I didn't see him at first though.
Join tonight's stream. Do we have a chaser convergence today? Probably a little bit of a convergence. We checked it a little while ago. Yeah, we got major chaser convergence happening yet again. Not a whole lot of storms to choose from. These are kind of the best storm that's going to be out there today. So everybody's going to be flocking. They're going to be walking and they're going to be flocking. They're going to be driving and they're going to be vibing. Is SPC down? I hope not. SPC is not down. Can't load it. I can load it just fine. Maybe it's like a connection issue on your end. I don't know. Maybe they have different servers in different parts of the country. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm here in Maynard. With 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind possible there south of Maynard. Like flies around a fresh dung pile, huh? Yeah, that's one way to make a metaphor about it. Or like a bunch of gnats around a light at night. And there's slim pickings. You're going to see all the chasers in the same area. Maynard. Why does it have an M-E? I think you're wrong. I think it's Maynard. If it's Maynard, that's just poor. I mean, why would they do that? Like, that's what I hate sometimes about the way people pronounce their town names. It's like, why make it so confusing? Can we just call it Maynard? Maynard? Not Maynard. Maynard is correct. Aha! Wait, no. Never mind. Menard. Ah. Yeah, Menard makes more sense. You've lived here my whole life. Understandable. You've been wrong your whole life. Oh. In Meridian, Mississippi. Let me check that out for you. In Meridian, Mississippi. Let me see. Yeah, looks like you get out a severe threat of up to 60-mile-per-hour winds coming through. Main threat's going to be from this line here. And again, 60-mile-per-hour winds is max 60-mile-per-hour winds. So you may or may not actually get 60-mile-per-hour winds, but I would certainly be indoors and away from windows just in case. Tornadic. We did just get a tornado from the northern portion of this line not too long ago. But we haven't seen any new rotations since. We keep on getting these little surges. We do technically have to keep an eye on it. I would say it is semi-tornadic. It's not tornadic currently, but I wouldn't rule out a brief spin up being possible still with this line of storms. No NATOs today. Unfortunately, that is not true. We've already got one. Already had one NATO in where is it? It's like back over here somewhere. North of Forest. You can hear rumbling. Yeah, that's that thunder coming at you. You are in one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you are in one of 8 severe thunderstorm warnings in this entire nation. So you should feel special. For Longview, we're not really. I don't think we're seeing anything crazy up in Longview today. Yeah, like a little marginal risk is possible, but pretty weak threat for you guys, in my opinion. All right, back over here. Looks like we're still dealing with some baseball-sized hail with this storm as it pushes down towards 83 north of Menard. And still an awful boundary pretty close. Seems like it might be that RFD is looking a little bit more potent on our latest scan, so the RFD might be about to surge. Looks like the storm is now pulling up into Laurel, Mississippi. For a special weather statement, those winds seem to be moving pretty quickly. Might end up throwing a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm. An enhanced risk and you can't even chase today. Oh man. This is in Mississippi. Oh wow. Huh. Yeah, this should probably be warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds in Laurel, Mississippi. Definitely seems windier than a special weather statement would make you think. Definitely watch out down the line there in like Waynesboro, Mississippi. Wow. The heck? A little windy out there. That's the windiest special weather statement storm I think I've ever seen. It's warned for 50-mile-per-hour winds, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were 60-mile-per-hour winds in there near Laurel. And that probably a pretty similar type of wind is coming for Meridian as well. Check back over here near San Antonio. Are we getting any initiation yet? We are not. A storm over here near Sterling City with half-dollar-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds pushing down to the south and east towards 163. And we got this one over here near Mertzon. This one is going to go really close, if not directly into San Angelo. So this is the storm that San Angelo, Texas has to watch out for. If this can mature and start to produce some bigger hail, that could be an issue. A little bit of a couplet trying to develop here north of Menard. Really sure if that's a legitimate signal or not. I'm not seeing a debris signature underneath it. Could be a little bit of contamination. We'll see if it lasts for another scan. That's probably what they're waiting for. And we should get a new severe thunderstorm warning with this storm here shortly. You're a new subscriber? Well, welcome, Cheese Whiz. Thank you for subscribing. Down trees and power lines in Monticello, Mississippi. All right, thank you for the report. Where's Monticello? That was earlier. That technically would have been the same storm, or at least the same complex of storms that went into Laurel. So that's not overly surprising. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we keep it nice and calm here unless we gotta like escalate it. And also, I just don't have like a whole lot of energy right now to really like do anything else. So we just like to keep it nice and chill. Counted 52 chasers on that one storm. Wow. Tornado on the ground in Texas. What the heck? Where'd you hear that report from? A report has come in actually near Maynard from Simon Brewer of a tornado. Yeah,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
of a tornado on the ground with this storm. So a report has come in. Now we got a tornado warning. We might have had a brief NATO with this storm just north and west of Maynard. So that'd make me think that this area of rotation is legitimate here. So if you live in Maynard, you guys need to be in your safe spots as this comes through, as we did just get a report that a tornado is on the ground. And that's an official report from chasers in the area, apparently. Let's see if I can get any more confirmation of that. It was Simon Brewer that reported it as of 3:56. It was about 4 minutes ago. The storm potentially had a tornado on the ground. That's the only person that's saying that. Freddie has a NATO in progress. Check his stream. Can use Freddie. Kinda looks like a dust NATO. There's definitely dust getting lifted up into the air. I mean, and it's certainly happening.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Kind of seems like there's a little nub above it too. Yeah, it kind of looks like a dust NATO, to be honest. It's hard to tell which one it is. It kind of seems like it's on the leading edge of the storm. Not really associated with a mesocyclone. Not really sure if that's a dust NATO or not, but I can't tell. But whatever it is, it's still definitely on the ground heading into Maynard. So I would still certainly be in your safe spots. And it's a puff of dust. And I see no mesocyclone above it or funnel. So definitely appears to be a dust NATO, but there is a circulation of dust underneath this storm heading to Maynard. Still trying to see if there's a funnel above it or not. Yeah, whatever it is, it's dissipated. It's gone. And I think it was just a quick, brief dust NATO. Yeah, maybe there was a funnel above that. Yeah, that actually might have been a NATO. Now that I'm going back in his stream. It appears to have lifted, though, as far as I can tell. Yeah, a little brief NATO just happened on this. I'd be sheltered in place in Maynard. Yeah, that could try to re-drop back down, so make sure you guys are in your safe spots there. You want to see? Yeah, I can't. I'm not gonna pay $50 for Freddy's stream today. We just not expecting that big of viewership because I'm sure the other streamers are going live right now, and our viewership's going to tank down to 400, and we'll probably make like $20 a stream. So I just don't really want to do that.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued out over here into Alabama. So if you live out over here near Selma, Livingston, Montgomery, Monroeville, and Greenville, you guys need to be watching out for some severe weather over there. Yeah, latest scan, still a little bit of circulation here near Maynard. Still want Maynard to be in their safe spots. Okay, guys, please stop spamming streamers that we don't work with in my chat. Thank you. The only chaser we're working with right now is Stormrunner Media. So if anybody else, you see anything else, please do not put that in my chat. What's the best way to track a line of storms? Timing wise, just using different radar or different models and just seeing where the average lands. All right, latest scan. Our reflectivity has come in. Maybe a new area of circulation, like back over here still. Right there, just north of Maynard. Again, if you live in Maynard, please still continue to be in your safe spots. As the lowest, most interior portion of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Any risk of tornadoes hitting Georgetown and Jarrell? Let me see where Jarrell is. Jarrell, Texas. I mean, technically, it's theoretically possible, but our main tornado threat should be to the south of Jarrell.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued back over here south of Meridian. That's going to be for this area of circulation here north of Enterprise. That is going to be heading towards 45, 19, and 496. Guys, going to be in your safe spots there. Let me see if there's any has cams. I will get a has cam for a tornado warning. Nope, there's nothing there. No cameras or chasers near this guy. And it seems like the storm still might have a funnel on it in Texas. Where's Storm Media? I don't even think they're going to chase the storm. Like, what are they doing? I don't know what they're doing. I thought they were chasing the main threat today, but where are they at? I don't even know where they are. Well, well. All right, latest scan over here, north and east of Enterprise. A little bit of a tightening circulation there. Still kind of seems like this area at least is out in front of the clear air. That might be a little bit contaminated, but still some decent rotation here south of Meridian here in Mississippi. It does look like they have also put a severe thunderstorm warning on this part of the storm for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Waynesboro. Back over to the storm in Texas. This RM is by Fredericksburg. Latest scan here near Maynard. An area of broad circulation exists there near Maynard still. I'm not seeing any reconfirmation that this thing is back on the ground at this moment, but we are keeping a close eye on it. There has been several reports of funnels still with this storm. And there's certainly a tail cloud and a mesocyclone on this storm still. It seems to be recycling at the moment. Does not appear to be back on the ground yet, as far as I can tell. But if you're a Maynard, I would still be in your safe spots, as this area of circulation still indicates that, you know, a tornado and maybe even a strong tornado could be possible with this storm. Latest scan still seems like our strongest area of rotation is coming into southern Maynard, Texas, entering towards 83. Very strong velocity signature for a 5% risk. Yeah. And, you know, that's what we were talking about today. You know, the storm can latch onto the boundary. You know, it can produce a strong tornado, and it's latched onto it right now. So But so far, I don't think we've gotten a strong tornado out of this thing yet, but it is currently in the process of recycling at the moment. It is not back on the ground. I'm looking right at it on Freddy's stream. We're keeping an eye on it. Okay, so they're saying it's about to put down a big one in Menard. Probably not in Menard itself. If it's not on the ground at this moment, then it'll probably be south of Menard. You can see the circulation is going south of Menard right now. So hopefully it goes south, but I would still definitely still be in your safe spots there. Yes, and there's still destructive baseball-sized hail in the storm. Yep. No cams close. We do not have a view of this storm, and we will not be able to get a view of this storm. So please stop asking. All right, latest scan is in just south of Menard. Still, it's not the latest reflectivity scan, but our rotation is here south of Menard. Hey, Sassy for the 5. Don't know where Hannah in Wolf City is, but here's $5 in her name. Well, that's nice of you. Yeah, we got some thunderstorms out over there, some lightning and some rain. That's going to be about it. That's all I'm expecting. Every now and then, we might get one of these storms intensify and drop a little bit bigger hail, up to like ping pong ball size or 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible, like what's happening over here near Graham and Jacksboro, but nothing you guys aren't used to. I don't think the tornado threat's going to be very high up there. What state is that? This is in Texas. Let's come back over here and check in on Mississippi. Make sure nothing's going too bad over here. We're actually getting another area of rotation. It actually might be a tornado on the ground here in Mississippi, just south of Wolf Springs. An area of debris is popping up on our radar here. We also have another area of rotation developing north of our tornado warning, about to head pretty darn close there to Meridian, Mississippi. It would be in your safe spots, still up there. I'm not seeing it on the ground in Freddy's stream, so latest scan. Yeah, it very well could be a little NATO. They're north and east of Enterprise, Mississippi, south of Meridian. Please continue to be in your safe spots out here. The jalapeno would just cause me pain. All right, looks like we got Merger City now pulling up into our thunderstorm. So hoping that means that it'll disrupt our circulation for the time being. You see, this area of circulation is starting to draw a lot of these thunderstorms into the storm here near Maynard. So keeping a close eye on it. Still not seeing a new debris signature here, and our rotations don't look super organized right now, but still keeping an eye on the ground reports. Thank you, Terry, for the 20. Thank you so much. How about a jalapeno? They'll both cause me pain. That's the whole point of them. Let's see what the merger does. Yeah, it'll definitely increase the mass of the storm, but usually mergers disrupt, especially in the forward flank like this. Usually they disrupt tornado genesis. So hopefully that is what we see happen here. But if you leave the Maynard, I'd still be in your safe spots just in case we get some deviant motion with this storm. Even though the circulation is to the south of Maynard, could very well, or Menard, could very well, occlude back up to the north. That is technically possible. You wonder if the weather is done in Fort Worth tonight? No, I mean, there's still some thunderstorms up there. A couple of rounds of thunderstorms in the Fort Worth area. Every now and then they could become severe, but again, we're not really talking about anything strong or dangerous up there. Which way is the storm headed? It's heading down to the south and east. Heading down to the south and east near 29 and 10-mile crossing.
New information.
In
this
Hex.
Tornado warning has been upgraded.
That looks like oh wait, what? Okay. So this one has been upgraded to observed now. So this is now officially an observed tornado on the ground here south and west of Maynard. So if you live south and west of Maynard, still continue to be in your safe spots, our area of rotation. We got a couple of them. I would imagine our tornado on the ground is back over here south of Maynard. So if you live out there, just continue to be sheltered in place. This is still a dangerous situation. As far as I could tell, Freddie appears to be looking directly at the circulation, and listen to him real quick. Yeah, Freddie just said no tornado in progress as far as he can tell. So, I mean, he's right under the area of circulation, and it's not on the ground right now. So that might be a delayed report from earlier. Or maybe somebody else in another part of the storm is seeing something. I don't know. Let me see what the warning says. It says weather spotters confirmed tornado. At 4:18, a confirmed tornado was located just west of Maynard, moving south at 20 miles per hour. So west of Maynard would be like back over here. Yeah, like where it was earlier. I don't know. Does not appear to be on the ground right now, and it's getting a bunch of mergers, so it probably won't drop another tornado for at least 10 to 15 minutes here until it reorganizes after these mergers, and then it will likely try to drop another tornado. Are they trying to drive towards this storm at all? Let me listen into them and see what their plan is.
I was just going northwest of Mesa. Right. That's where we want to be.
Ryan just saying that's gonna, if this thing decides to continue its southeast jog.
I think they are talking about that storm, so I think they are positioning for it. And they are driving towards it. We should eventually see the storm, and they should be able to get there hopefully by the time the mergers are done.
Sunset.
The one that we're going after? I thought they were going to fire. I don't know. Sunset.
Well, didn't they show earlier 7? See, that's why There's some runs of the HRRR that are good. There's some runs that are not.
Some runs had it at like 4.
100% positive of what their plan is, but I'm assuming, based on their radar, they're over here just south of Mason. Driving towards here. Probably going to go like here somewhere. Somewhere on one of these two rows to get into position. And you can see that rotation is now completely fizzled here as it intakes these mergers, which is exactly what we expect. So it'll probably be a little bit before this storm tries to pop out another NATO, but I would not rule it out. Maybe even, I still wouldn't rule out like maybe a brief tornado still while the mergers are going, but the strongest tornado of the day will most likely happen after these mergers, if anything, as this will gain a lot of mass. Bigger forward flank downdraft will be possible, and a lot more of a rooted latching on to this boundary will certainly be more possible. Let's go check back over here in Mississippi. Yeah, still a little area of rotation here. South of Marion, I'm not seeing a new debris signature here, so it must have been just a brief tornado if I had to guess. And then over here near Meridian, actually still have an area of circulation now in town right now. Not a tornado warning for you guys, but, you know, and it's really not that strong of rotation either, but no, it's certainly, you know, be keeping your eye on that part of the storm. If you hear any train noises, run to your safe spots. Let me check in on that. Copperus Cove, Texas. No, the storm's not moving towards you. It's going to go to your south. Wouldn't rule out like maybe a little bit more of an easterly jog, but I mean, all models are saying that this storm should dive the south and east. Sometimes they surprise us a little bit, but I should miss you. No problem. What if you live near a train track? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, because of the when I said about the train noises, yeah. Well, then that's just an unfortunate coincidence. Until they're away from you, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, you know, fortunate. I mean, the good news about the circulation is that as of right now, it's weak, but it's in an area of the storm that has produced tornadoes in the past. So I'm still definitely skeptical about it. There, it's in the northern meridian now, and about to head into Marion. So I definitely wouldn't let your guard completely down for that portion of the storm. And they did just extend a new severe thunderstorm warning now into Alabama for York and Livingston, Alabama. Athens, Alabama in the path of these? Not really. I mean, there's a small chance for severe weather up here in northern Alabama. Our main threat's going to be more in like the central southern Alabama area. Latest scan out here looks like our rotation still kind of present out here, a little bit broader. Now near Marion, still technically in northeastern Mississippi. And then this rotation that is tornado warned is looking a lot weaker. But please continue to seek shelter there. Back over here near Menard. Yeah, we have a couple of broader circulations in here still, but still nothing trying to tighten up yet. So still going according to what we expect with these storms. And yeah, they just dropped this down to radar indicated. Still though, with that baseball-sized hail. Now pushing to the south. Wow, there's like no towns. Selene and London. Let me see if there's any other ones I can find. I think there's a town called 10 Mile. Yeah, 10 Mile Crossing.
Tornado warning has been issued.
And this unfortunately is going to add a lot of mass to the storm, which is really what you don't want to see when you get these kind of mesoscale storms, when they get a lot of mass and they're very close to a boundary. That's one of the things we were talking at the beginning of our stream that could make this storm pretty dangerous. So definitely got to keep an eye on it after it ingests this, all these mergers. Columbus, Mississippi. Where is Columbus? Yeah, I think you guys are good, just by the look of it. Let me see. Columbus, Mississippi. Yeah, I mean, you got some light rain coming, but that's about it. And we do just get our latest scan in again. Yeah, still some weak circulation over here south of Tansuba, still approaching the Alabama-Mississippi border. And then over here near Marion and Meridian, still some broader circulation going into Marion. It looks like that rotation has officially moved out of Meridian, so you guys don't have to worry about it too much anymore. They did get another severe thunderstorm warning over here for just north of Thomasville, Lisman, Needham, Toxie, Gilberttown, and Pennington. Here for 60-mile-per-hour winds, mainly. Not really much of a hail threat. Patrick should be live. Where is he at? My gosh, he's in New Mexico. I'll have him in the back burner just in case something happens in the New Mexico area. Beyond WX or Storm Chaser, Patrick. And he's out here in New Mexico, which yesterday spit out maybe a tornado of the year. So who knows? Maybe the most interesting footage we see today comes from Patrick. We can get some good service at the right time. Keep an eye on it, though. Let's go check back in with our Texas storm. Yeah, okay. Still seeing exactly what we would expect. One other thing that's kind of interesting here, it does seem like a little bit of circulation is trying to develop on one of our mergers. You can see that we're actually getting like a supercellular merger to come into our storm right now, which is pretty interesting. I'm wondering if this storm in by itself might have a little bit of a tornadic potential there. There's a funnel cloud photo going around in Stonewall, Mississippi. Yeah, that's not overly surprising. We've had some decent circulation in this tornado warning in Mississippi a couple of times. Not as, not as concerning rotation anymore. This area has some broader circulation, but yeah, funnel or even a brief tornado technically wouldn't completely surprise me. Looks like they have actually issued a tornado warning on our northern portion of our storm. That is past Meridian, although you're probably hearing sirens in Meridian. The rotation is past you, so Meridian doesn't have to be going into their safe spots, or Houston. But Marion should be in their safe spots. Tansuba as well here in Mississippi should also be in their safe spots. I wonder if Brett's streaming today. Who knows? He might be randomly out in Alabama. He is not. Bummer. Bummer. Thanks, Stormy. I appreciate that. Let's come back over here, checking our storm. Yeah, still struggling with the mergers. Nothing's really going to change on that storm until those mergers are done, but we'll keep on checking back in with it every now and then. What do y'all think? Y'all like the rectangle? Let's do another poll. Do you get sick? Or does my overlay make you sick? Now, question mark. Yes, no. Star poll. Let's see if we've improved our sickness number. All right, latest scan is in. Yeah, looks like our circulation. We have like what appears to be two circulations. One over here near Marion and another one over here north and east of Marion. This one over here has been trying to develop as of our last couple of scans, and it's looking a little bit more concerning there. So I still want Tom Suba. Anybody living near the Naval Air Station, Lauderdale, Kemper Springs, and Tomola, Mississippi, to still be keeping in your safe spots. And then this rotation over here south of Tom Suba still looking relatively weak at the moment. %84%, 83%. Why is it at 83%? Oh, wait. Messed up. I messed up the poll. Nah, who cares? Who cares, man? Who cares? Let's come back over here into Texas. Yeah. Still no changes. Still not even barely even a damaging wind threat. Still definitely a large to very large hail threat, giant hail threat. Here into Menard, and that is still pushing down to the south and east, still going through some pretty intense mergers right now. So, little update over here near San Angelo. We've got 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, about to head right into San Angelo. Nothing too crazy. We also got this storm with 2-inch hail that might also try to make a close approach to the maybe northern San Angelo. So watch out for that. You voted yes, it makes you sick because you like the polygon that much. Aw. You missed the polygon. I know. But I don't want to be making anybody sick. And there was 20% of people like physically got ill with the last one. So I think I want people tuning in for severe weather coverage and being able to get it without throwing up. It's not your fault, Christine. There's a lot more folks. A lot more folks out there. I mean, technically, there are sometimes polygons issued that are this shape. So there is that. All right, let's come over here and check on our latest on our Mississippi storm. Still a little area of circulation here east of Marion. Still not seeing any like debris signatures with this storm at all, which kind of makes me assume that this is probably a little bit broader than what our radar is indicating here. Unfortunately, we're in quite the radar hole here. All right, guys, keep on trying to correct me with the town names, because I probably will forget about it instantly, and you will continue to be disappointed. But keep on doing it. I'm gonna keep trying, but that's a lot of things to remember, and I don't have a memory for that kind of stuff. Names are usually like where my brain struggles the most. We're in Texas. Back over here, south of Menor. Got a tornado warning ongoing, but as of right now, not seeing any dangerous areas of rotation up here, but maybe a little bit of a circulation forming down to the south now. That could be tornadic there, so if you live like south of 10 Mile Crossing, watch out. That's actually going to try to make a close approach to you, because as you can see, these circulations have been trying to move a little bit north and east. I've never lived in Menor before, and I forgot how to say it, so don't feel bad. Hey, exactly. I don't feel bad. People that expect me to be able to remember all town names should feel bad. Not me. I am human. I am not a computer. Not an AI name or name rememberer. But I do try my best. But sometimes I will hear the right name, and I will purposely not say it correctly. Mainly because I just like my pronunciation better, to be honest. But it has to have some sort of significance to it for me to do that. Yeah, latest scan. I'm still not really sure what's going on over here. It still seems like kind of a side loby contaminated area, but so I really doubt that is a like a legitimate signal. Just doesn't seem right. But I would say that there is still definitely some rotation here now east of Marion. Probably about to track very close to Tom Suba. So Tom Suba, Mississippi needs to be continuing to be in their safe spots here. And it looks like our other circulation has officially moved out of Mississippi into Alabama. And unfortunately, I don't really have that great of a view on that storm from our radar. I'm not sure if they're going to extend that tornado warning or not into Alabama. Tornado season is ending. Yes, it is. And I'm actually excited. I am actually excited for tornado season to end. I want hurricane season to start. I am tired of tornadoes ruining people's lives. All right, latest scan. Still a full area of rotation here. It's still super interesting. It kind of looks a little blocky to me, so I'm not exactly sure if that's like a legitimate signal or not, but it seems to be legitimate as far as I can tell. It's been gradually getting stronger, so kind of makes sense. I don't see a debris signature there though, so I don't think that's a tornado on the ground. Still keeping a close eye on it. Now you can watch without feeling car sick. I guess so. Don't hurricanes create tornadoes? They can sometimes, yeah. Or most of the times, yeah. They do happen to be creating tornadoes sometimes. Most of the time. It's like, yeah, it's usually a pretty good shot that they do create tornadoes at some point. Hurricanes aren't any better, in your opinion? No. You're right. Hurricanes aren't much better than tornadoes. But I don't know. I'm just kind of burnt out a little bit. Yeah, latest scan here. Still not seeing any dangerous rotation back up here with our main storm. And still an area of rotation there down over here. Still pretty interesting little area of the storm there. if this rotation suddenly disappears as we get this merger move up into here, that likely means it was some sort of contamination. But as far as I can tell, it should be a legitimate signal. So we'll see if it disappears or not. This is Storm Hunter Media. They are getting closer to the storm.
Only half a mile from this highway, so
Yeah.
I thought down here would give us a view. But there's so many. You just don't realize how many trees there are. You know.
Like, you can see them on
Oh
satellite.
yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Right next to
no,
the road,
100%,
too.
Terry.
Oh.
Now look how many cactus.
100%. Like, hurricanes, to be fair and to be honest, should not be a story at all when it comes to deaths or injuries. But the problem is that, you know, some people, they just don't listen to evacuation orders for some reason. And then that's when it happens. But yeah, we know weeks in advance that they're coming. People have plenty of time to get out of the way and also, you know, evacuate. So, you know, hurricanes really shouldn't be as big of a story as they are. But it's a combination of people not listening and people just don't having the resources to evacuate, and governments not really, you know, supplementing the lack of funds to evacuate for some. Like, there are people that want to evacuate but can't because they're too broke. And you'd really think the government would step in, knowing the danger of hurricanes. So, and they really shouldn't be a story, in all fairness. But they are, because people don't evacuate. Like, honestly, if somebody is there and chooses to be there, and their house gets destroyed and they get injured, obviously I'm going to feel bad that they got injured. But at the same time, you know, it's like, well, you learned a hard lesson, I guess, because you had literally an entire week of notice. And people will go like door to door. Like, the cops do at least do that. They'll go door to door in evacuation zones and be like, okay, it's time to leave. And even then, sometimes people still stay. It's crazy to me. It is crazy to me. Like, I understand if you don't have any way to evacuate because you don't have the funds. That's obviously a different scenario. But if you do have a way to evacuate and you choose not to, that just, at the very least, give your car to somebody else that actually wants to evacuate. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Steffi. Like, the government needs to supplement their evacuation plans and, you know, hold them up at some hotel or something. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you can get like 100 deaths from a really bad hurricane, but you could also get 0. Honestly, think like if somebody doesn't evacuate a storm because they don't want to, like, they know it's coming, but they don't want to, and they have a family, I think that should be a jailable offense. And that, in my opinion, is child abuse. All right, looks like we're getting our first look at the storm here.
On the same circulation. Are we in a good spot, you think, or?
Well, I mean,
We're just to the north of it. That'd be the spot to probably see it.
what, to the north?
Yeah. I think I'm gonna get past this creek and I'm gonna pull off and get a view of it.
Okay.
Yeah, if there's a tornado, they're all gonna see it, aren't they? It's probably.
I mean, emergency managers technically don't have to do that, but that's the thing. Like, it's the head of that. It's whoever kind of like owns the car's decision, right, to evacuate or not. So that is kind of unfortunately, you know, I mean, technically, but that's the thing. Like, you don't know whether somebody chose to evacuate or chose not to evacuate because they knew it's coming and they just decided not to for some dumb reason. And you don't know whether or not it was somebody that just didn't have the funds. So, the emergency management doesn't know exactly whether or not, when they're going to do search and rescue, they don't know exactly if that's the case or not. So they shouldn't really give any special treatment either way. Emergency management, that's like their whole job during a hurricane, is to risk their lives to save lives. And they know what they signed up for. Yeah, latest scan over here with this storm. Not really seeing any new areas of strong rotation here. So I'm assuming they're going to allow this this tornado warning to expire. But I mean, it's up for another 42 minutes. So I don't know. All right, here's our view. A little bit better view here from Storm Winter Media. I think it's Ben Williams and DL Scales.
You could always reposition easily, south of.
It's on the Mississippi-Alabama state line.
This is the worst kind of storm to chase here, man.
This is in Texas.
Roads right here.
Tornado warning we were just talking about is in Mississippi.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New NATO warning has been issued in Texas. Okay, looks like they are pushing this off to the east for this area of circulation. So yeah, if you live near Mason, you guys need to be in your safe spots. We got Chaser. That's pretty much like right here on this road, somewhere like in this area. They're actually pretty close to this circulation, so we should be getting a pretty good view of that rotation. But man, this looks like it's just an absolute jumbled mess right now. These mergers are not going smoothly. So we've got to watch for a transfer of mass to somewhere. I usually track that with the hail, and it seems like most of it is getting transferred into our leading storm here. And maybe this one kind of fizzles and dies off, transfers its mass down to here, and then we start to see a new storm get latched on, or maybe there's just too much outflow. But we shall see what happens. If you live in Mason, Texas, though, I would be in your safe spots. And this is the view.
It's about, the rotation's about 8 miles to the west of us. So it's coming right at us. Maybe moving just a little bit southeast.
Hey, it did drop.
Quickly.
Still dropped.
Did drop.
And it did drop a brief NATO.
Our other storm have to fail, man. That was the one. That would have been the one. And I'm glad we took a chance on it. I think it was worth it. Because imagine if that would have blew up, Would have went crazy.
It would have been the only chaser on it.
A lot of lightning in there, guys. A lot of lightning. Like I said, I swear, there's kind of
Lightning in this storm. There's also some rotation in this storm, and also some golf ball sized hail. The good news is that they have downgraded it from that baseball sized hail. So there's a little bit of good news, but golf ball sized hail will still be pretty overwhelming.
Feel the moisture. No wonder this thing's rain wrapped, dude.
Dang, look at all those CGs. That's crazy. That's a lot of lightning. He's not joking about that.
I didn't see a house back here, Garrett. I just saw it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued in Alabama. Oh, wow. Huh. Down over here. Interesting. Mississippi and Alabama. This is south of Waynesboro. A whole lot of strong rotation there. Must have some report from somebody that is on the ground here on this storm, because on radar it doesn't really look that menacing at all. But somebody must be seeing something with this storm. So if you're over there near Buckatuna, Millery, Salias, Gilbertown, and just south of Tokesee here in Alabama, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Must have some report on that storm. Latest scan up here, still Not really seeing many areas or any area of definite strong rotation on this thing still, but looks like Marion can officially come out of their safe spots. Same with Tom Suba out over here in Mississippi. I think, yeah, Lauderdale, Mississippi, and Tamola, Mississippi still need to be in their safe spots, though. As unfortunately, we just don't have a really great look at this storm, so you're probably just going to have to be in your safe spots until they allow this tornado warning to expire. Back over to this storm, still an area of broad circulation now, traveling to just over 377. Looks like it's going to go south of Mason. But I would still have you guys in your safe spots just in case this thing does develop a tornado then tries to occlude eventually. That is always a possibility. Gotta go, you're not feeling great. That's not because of my overlay, right? Just check it.
South, but I don't know what to,
Thank you, Kathy and Soul, our intro kaleidoscope Soul, for subscribing.
South of us, like down there, right out ahead of it, and just hope it produces when it's over us.
Yeah, the bolts are pretty crazy on this storm, not gonna lie. A lot of cloud to ground lightning.
Takes a long time
And they're thick bolts too. They're not small.
You could also do this. You could also take this road that we were on when I turn the dirt. 1871 right here. And it drops. There's a road that drops down here.
A new tornado.
I swear that lightning bolt just struck in the same place twice.
The one that we were on.
Doesn't connect though to anything, does it?
The road that we were on.
Branch Country. Yeah. Where's that at? Right. Oh, right here.
Another tornado warning over here in Mississippi and Alabama. This one confuses me a lot. Am I missing something here? I see it now. Yeah, there appears to be some rotation there south of Needham. I think that is anticyclonic. Green going in that direction. Red going in that. Yeah, that's anticyclonic rotation. Huh. I don't think that's a legitimate signal there. Maybe we got a better look at this storm from this radar over here. Not that one, but this one. There doesn't really seem to be much cyclonic rotation on that guy. Yeah, I'd be in your safe spots just in case. We must be getting some reports out here of something in this line for them to be warning a bunch of these storms right now. So just be in your safe spots until further notice. Back over here south of Waynesboro, we're still waiting on the latest radar scan for there as well.
I swore I just saw something flash in the blue. Yeah, I don't have the radio on.
What do you think? You okay with that? If we reposition and get out ahead of it and wait for it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Because I think it's gearing up. It's all about timing. That's the hard thing. It's all about the timing.
It is all about the timing. I think this storm right now has a smaller chance of producing in like the next couple of minutes. This storm definitely needs to kind of become dominant here. And we do have a lot of these little storms around it still. And I'm still looking for like any indication that an RFD is about to surge. Really seeing much of an indication of that. We do still have a decent RFD on it. Kind of hard to tell where that outflow boundary is at the moment. I think, as far as I can think, it's back out over here. We do still have some broad circulation on this storm still, so it's still definitely a storm to keep an eye out for. But yeah, I think they have time to reposition just fine. So yeah, we'll be checking back in when our storm chasers are, or we'll checking back in on Storm Owner Media when they get back in position. But we'll be keeping an eye on this storm. I'm still really surprised. I still don't really understand what's happening over here. I'm still trying to figure it out. I just don't know why they issued this tornado warning here. As green goes towards, the red goes away. The radar is back over there. I don't know. There's got to be some reports on these storms right now that we're just not getting. I mean, because these do not have dangerous circulations on them. So I don't know why they're warning them. Other than there's got to be some sort of report happening in that area, like maybe like a funnel or something. Thank you, Links, for the 2. Imagine if you all donated $2. That would equal $1,400 at this point. So that would be crazy. Y'all should try it. Then we'll be able to get any storm chaser we want. Even just $1 would go crazy. But I doubt it. That's a hard task to try to that. Although it sounds like it would work and people would be interested in doing that, it just don't happen. Thank you, Bark, for the 2. Well, maybe it does. Maybe I'm wrong. That's 2 out of 700 people. Thank you, Eric, for the $15 Venmo. Thank you so much. Good coverage. I appreciate that. Thank you, Christine, for the 2. Thank you so much. Thank you, Terry Graves, for the 2. Thank you. You might have started something there, Links. Thank you, Jen, for the 2. Thank you so much. It's going to be a lot of thanking, but I will thank every 700 of you if need be. I got my thanking vocal cords ready to go. And thank you, Hunter, for the 2. Thank you so much. No reports of funnels or anything yet. I just don't know why these are warned then. Thank you, Jennifer, for the 2. If you're flat broke, don't worry about it, Sonia. Only donate $2 if you can. We don't want to put anybody in a financial where they can't financially recover. Thank you, Cheryl, for the 2 as well. Thank you so much. Dang. That's a lot of folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 700 people. That's wild. Thank you. But yeah, I don't know what to say about these storms other than just to be in your safe spots. There's got to be a reason why they warned them that we don't know about. So if you live in Sillis and Millery, I'd be in your safe spots. Thank you, HR, for the 2. Thank you, Leslie, for the 5. Dang, Leslie said, I'm doing 5. And this one up here, there's no rotation on it either. But just given the pattern that we're getting out of this area, they'll probably continue this warning, I guess. I don't know. And thank you, Kevin, for the 2. Oh, looks like Christine's keeping count. All right. Could be rain wrapped? I guess. I don't know. I don't really know what to think about those storms. Because on radar, they don't look impressive. It doesn't look like there should be any rotation hidden in those storms. So I don't really know. Latest scan over here, still got an area of what appears to be some rotation on this storm. But it does seem like that's in the inflow now. You're like, just circle it. And thank you, Kaleidoscope, for the 2 as well. I don't know. I honestly can't tell you on those Alabama storms. But this storm, I can tell you pretty certainly of what's going on here. We might have a little bit of side lobe contamination, or this could be an indication that we have some pretty strong inflow into the storm. Our main circulation should be back over in this area. but technically there is a little tiny bit of reflectivity where that velocity signature is. So that also could be legitimate. Bottom line is, though, it's still got enough rotation for folks to be in their safe spots. And looks like we just got a new upgrade on this tornado warning to a tennis ball sized hail. I think a cheesy or chessy system for the 20. Uh-oh. I think you accidentally put an extra 0 in there. I think you accidentally put a 0 in there. An extra 0. Let's check back over here near San Angelo, where we have a hailstorm with now $half sized hail. So it looks like this hailstorm has thankfully lost a little bit of its intensity, but I wouldn't rule it out trying to come back roaring again here in the San Angelo area. We're getting a look back at the storm here from Storm Owner Media.
Guys, this is what storm chasing is. It's always just getting in position, getting out of position, getting back in position, getting out of position.
Right. Because if you stay in position for too long, you'll be out of position forever.
Oh my gosh, that is wild.
Hey, thank you, Tornado Explorer, for the $2. Thank you.
In order to see anything, guys, we're gonna have to.
It just looked like a weird one to take, so that's what my GPS wants. GPS wants something that looks interesting.
We'll be keeping an eye on their feed, see if we can get some new information on this storm that we haven't had in a while. I've had a really good look at this thing, at least where the circulations have been. How's Granbury doing? Granbury, Texas. Looking good. There's some thunderstorms around you, but none of them are crazy. And you'll be fine. And thank you, J.A., for the $2. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Pets for the best weather pupper. Aw. Jazzy, you? Come here, Jazzy. I gotta give you a pet. We're transferring you a digital pet into a real one. Such a good boy. He's such a good boy. Yeah, latest scan, as far as I can tell, our mesocyclone should be back in here. And so I'm assuming this is our area of circulation, right in that area. Let me see where this is hiding. That is still in the inflow. That could also be legitimate as well. This one back over here, though, is pretty solidly in the inflow. So I think that is side lobe contamination. But we do have this area and then a broader circulation to the south and east as of right now. So South of Mason should continue to be sheltered in place as this storm approaches. Let's come back up over into Alabama. Looks like they've officially allowed this tornado warning to expire near Tom Suba, so everybody can come out of their safe spots. I mean, this tornado warning makes 0 sense. Why did they issue this? This is the most confusing thing. All right, thank you, Michael, for the 2. Thank you so much. All tank top stream. You guys are thirsty. Yeah, thirsty chat. Look at him. We got 10 likes on his super chat. Who liked that? And yeah, this one has 0 rotation as well. I am baffled. I don't know why these storms are warned. I'm going to be honest. There's no tornadoes happening back here. That's not going to happen. So, I don't know. Don't ask me. They should allow this one to expire. Maybe there's like a oops, sorry, didn't mean to in here. No. I don't know. That one is beyond my expertise. Hey, thank you, PF Flyer, for the $1.99. 1 cent short, Dad. 1 cent short. Tisk tisk. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I just don't know. I don't know about this one. This one has 0 rotations, never had strong rotation. And this one up here is not even an area of the storm where you would see a tornado. It would be back over in the front part. So you could ask me 1,000 times and my answers would be the same. I just don't know what's happening, why they issued that one. If we see any reports, though, I'll let you guys know. So far, no reports. Hey, thank you, Joy Robinson, for the 20. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, latest scan down here. Looks like we might be getting a little bit of a stronger RFD push here on the southern side. Still an interesting signal back over here, but it's still kind of blocky there. I'm still like about 50-50 on whether or not this is a legitimate signal, but because I'm not 100% sure it's not, I still want folks to be taking this velocity signature seriously. I am 100% positive, though, that this right here is not legitimate. Yeah, still potentially some dangerous rotation inside of this storm on our signal back over here. But where it would make the most sense to see rotation on this storm would be back over here, but it is kind of a messy storm. Does seem like that hail definitely increasing, like they're saying on their warning here. We definitely see we're getting a lot higher DBZs, probably about to move into Mason, Texas here shortly. And thank you, Melissa, for the 5. Thank you so much. Gotta trust a man who loves his dog. I mean, I just don't understand why people get dogs if they ain't gonna love them. We're getting another view here from Stormrunner Media. Look at that.
See, it's so rain wrapped right now. I wonder if we get closer. Yeah, as we get closer. We're the only chaser on this road.
Yep, down here we are.
Dots, I see exactly what you're talking about.
The whole legs down here. Oh my goodness.
This is a good spot to sit, but I think we need to go further south.
If we want
To see it.
yeah, to see anything.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think they came out of Mason and they're going just
No.
kind of like south and west.
All legs further down.
Good old leg, man. Certainly in the hill country, that's for sure. Okay, I think we just go like another 2 or 3 miles down.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know about this plan. Folks. I'm pretty positive they are on this road. Like somewhere around here. If they make it all the way here, they could go to this road. Or they could turn around and drive directly into the hail core. That's why I don't like the plan. I also don't like the plan.
Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Just due to the fact they're not going to have a lot of options from here. Once that storm passes them, I mean, there's no option of them probably getting back. Well, maybe they can go okay, there is potential here for them to go down this road onto 385. That might be the play, and then maybe hit Harper into Fredericksburg. Not a terrible idea. But iffy if they have to turn around. If they have to turn around because there's a tornado on the ground, they're getting slammed by hail. Probably going to lose a windshield, which is what I'm worried about. Thank you, Sassy, for gifting a membership. And thank you, Megan, for becoming an EF3 member. Thank you so much. There's a huge commitment to the channel, and I do appreciate it. Yeah, and that's the latest out there. Let's come back over. Okay. So they allowed those tornado warnings in Alabama to almost immediately expire. So the world will never know. Maybe it's bring your pet to work day in the Alabama NWS and a cat walked on the keyboard and accidentally issued those tornado warnings. Wow, look at the view of this storm. This thing is a
new
beast.
Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
One of the strongest storms I think I've seen all year, maybe the strongest, just in terms of how like the supercell characteristics go. It's got a really big mezzo, by the way, so keep that in mind too.
This is a chonker storm.
Okay, find a spot. Find a spot in the next couple of miles, and I think that we can.
We're going to see a bunch of chasers start passing, or at least one. I know at least one is right. Oleg's down here.
Nah.
Okay.
The Congo line, I don't think, is going to be here. The Congo line was probably near Maynard,
5 miles
and it's really hard to catch back up with the storm.
Where it's gonna go.
I think we're gonna get some.
So I'm willing to bet at max they're going to see like 1 to 2 chasers.
The question bears, because then our south road is right there, so yeah, we
I think a lot of folks are on Highway
Okay, I'm
10.
gonna let you do the nav. You got it.
385 goes.
Okay.
385 goes all the way.
down.
It goes all the way down here.
Okay.
Yes. They're talking about 385.
No. I was thinking we'd have to go all the way.
They're
down.
thinking good. Garrett's got the right game plan.
We turn around and go all the way back to 70.
Unless this thing produces a tornado, 385 will be a little bit dangerous.
Punch the core, and we would never get.
All right, across this dang river that's right here.
Oh my goodness.
It's like rain wrapped.
This storm is interestingly large. Wow. That's a big old mezzo.
Absolutely nasty, dude.
Look at that hail core in there. You see the blue?
This is
A new
I bet this
severe
thing has those
thunderstorm
4-inch
watch has
hail
been
cells,
issued.
probably. So we gotta be very careful. Look at these inflow bands on it too. I'm shocked it hasn't produced.
Well, it did.
Well, like something big though. That's what I mean.
Oh.
Okay, I think just based off of that turn there, I think they just went over this road and now they're traveling back up here. And then they're about to be in the inflow of the storm. If they're going to have to really get to this road quickly, though. The thing is that I'm worried about if they do try to go south from here, if this thing produces while they're on this part of the road, they're in a really, really bad spot.
That's it right there.
Wow.
Golly, this thing is nasty. We're in perfect position if it did.
Yeah, they got to be careful. This thing's also going to be slinging that tennis ball sized hail out.
Oh, look at how green it is in here.
Oh my gosh. That is insane.
Oh, brother.
That is a one heck of a storm.
I don't know. It's rain wrapped back there. I thought we might have a visual, but it looks rain wrapped. I don't see it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be a NATO in this thing. It's going to be not only rain, but also hail wrapped.
It hasn't like tightened up, but this is definitely the spot.
You want to sit right up here?
Our road is literally right here to go south.
Oh. Oh, we do have.
Oh, wow, they're already there.
That's what I'm saying. This road, this is the south road that's really close.
South road. Oh, I see. Oh, it's a little bit farther up actually. But yeah.
It's Mill Creek Road. Takes us south.
This is about to get bad.
I don't know. If I was in the car right now, I'd be pooping my pants.
Gosh, I hope I don't.
I think.
We're the core, we should beat it.
I would not like to be this close
Okay, you think we can beat
to
it?
a storm like this.
We'll get the RFD, but yeah. You want me to go onto the?
Yeah, they are
intersection
literally
of our
right
road?
next to the mesocyclone of this storm now.
You want me to go to the intersection of these?
Let me show you. So here's where they are now. They're now like pretty much right next to this little area. Right up to their north is this. Okay. I don't know. This is a crazy plan by them. They might, if they do go south, they are risking it for the biscuit. And I don't know what they're going to do, but I'm going to keep on watching just to make sure
Mile.
We're a mile
that they're
away?
okay.
Okay, we should be able to. Well, largely beat it, because then if we decide to turn around right now,
we're about to get big.
Yeah, this thing's definitely got some solid rotation in it now.
It's like a big circulation on velocity.
well, this is your choice if you want to take it. You can turn around if you want.
No, this is an obvious take. Because we gotta stay. This is obvious, man. This is what we gotta do. Okay, keep your eyes out for anything in the rain. Okay.
Okay.
Just keep your eyes out to the right. It should be right in there somewhere. Keep your eyes out. Eyes peeled.
Oh boy.
Rotating rain curtains right here.
Okay, we got reports of rotating rain curtains.
Is
This
the road
is
right here? Ooh.
Storm Intermediate. I think they're gonna commit.
I think we'll be okay. Okay, look out the window.
Well, we largely beat the precept though.
Is there a wedge back there? Probably.
I cannot tell.
Oh boy.
That's it. So
Let's do it.
that's your decision on that.
We get
100%.
No, I know. But I don't see any other options,
Oh,
Garrett.
okay, they are turning.
No.
Oh boy.
Hopefully
They're gonna get into that circulation.
The storm has definitely picked up speed. That's not helping. We're about to get some bad. As long as we don't get big hail. Dude, that's
This
what we're
is
trying to
an
get to.
extremely risky move.
We're down there all the way towards.
They took that road we were talking about,
All the
and
way
they
down,
hesitated.
all the way to 290.
Okay.
They are definitely rolling the dice because if there's a tornado on the ground with this, it's gonna go right into them.
Well, we just don't have any other options here.
Well, if things get a little bit dicey, I'll turn off the feed.
Right, and then we're out of position. Golly, dude, I'm sorry, I can't even see now.
Yeah, visibility is getting low.
There could be a big tornado on the ground just sort of north, and we wouldn't even know. It's so rain wrapped.
Yeah, that was the whole point. Oh yeah.
The road does curve that way. And then it
Latest
curves
scan.
south again.
Towards east, curves east or
The
west.
strongest rotation seems to be behind them. They're like right here. It might pass just behind them, but man, is this a risky move. They need to be very careful, and they need to get on as quick as possible and get
Can't go
out
much faster than 35,
of
so
that.
it's starting to get pretty messy.
They're right next to it. It might miss them though, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Dude, we can't see a thing. This sucks. We can't even see it. If it was down, you know?
Yeah.
We're in a perfect spot, but we can't see it. How many miles do I have until the main road that goes east? Give me that.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not seeing any like
12 miles on this road right here.
rotating
Yeah,
rain
so
curtains
You
yet.
shouldn't be in the precept the whole time.
Yeah. Okay. Because this is dude, this is disgusting, man.
They're in a dirt road.
Maybe we just should have got like way out ahead of it. You know?
Oh, don't go down. It's gonna freak everybody out. You boy.
Hopefully I don't
Okay.
have that much longer.
They're okay.
I don't see much light ahead of me.
Actually, if you're okay.
So. What?
Yeah, you see their little dot? They're like right there in that mezzo. Oh my goodness. It is right on top of where they are. Okay, it's back. I definitely want to keep an eye on them here. Until they get a little bit further down. Once they get out of the heavy precip, they'll be okay. But as long as they're in the heavy precip, a tornado could literally drop on top of them. So they have to keep driving.
And then you'll further go that way.
They will eventually get out of it, though. The good news is, at the very least, they're not dealing with some very large hail. Yeah, it is coming down hard. Visibility is
Hopefully no one's coming towards
pretty rough. I told you these guys would be like the only chasers on this road. I haven't seen a single other chaser. All right, we're going to keep an eye on them, man. We will continue to keep an eye on them. Our latest scan is that this storm is still just to the south and west of Mason with some pretty strong rotation, pretty much right on top of them. Does not appear to be on the ground, because if it was, obviously, we'd have some big issues. But I think, just judging by their pace, they should be like here on the road. Somewhere either here or here, just by the turns that they have made. Yeah, this storm is looking pretty darn tornadic. And as you can see, it's starting to do this, like right as all of this stuff around it has started. You can see it's all kind of pooling into our storm. So although we did have a big mess of mergers before, as soon as those mergers have kind of consolidated into one storm, then that is when we're really starting to see this thing pick up in intensity in terms of its rotation. Not seeing a debris signature, but man, is this velocity signature strong right near them. Not seeing a debris ball, though. Hope their service comes on soon. Okay. They are alive.
Way too big.
Winds are picking up, though. Oh, those winds are getting a little stronger. Oh, you gotta keep driving. You can't stop.
Well, is the hail gonna get big right here, you think, or just these quarters?
They shouldn't be that big. We're only in 40 dBz.
It's a lot. It feels like a lot more.
It feels a lot more, but
Yeah. I see what you're saying. So there shouldn't be big hail.
the heavy hail is still north of the road. The very
That's
front.
why we didn't want to go on that road.
And that road's getting flooded.
The thing I hate about this course of wipers is the fastest. They don't go that fast, even on the fastest setting. You know, that's the one gripe I have about this car. Other than that, I love it. But we have service.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
All right, we just got a new warning on this storm.
New PDS tornado warning has been issued.
This is now a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Radar indicated. Large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress here. Could be on the ground, might not be on the ground. That's what radar indicated means. They're just saying, hey, there's some pretty strong rotation in this storm. Could drop a large and extremely dangerous tornado soon. Our latest scan out of this storm, our area of rotation is now appears to be north and east of storm intermedia. So it looks like they're going to make it out okay, as long as this doesn't try to develop into anything and like kind of slingshot around. But there's some pretty low chances of that. But yeah, that's the latest here south of Mason, heading towards Hilda and Hedwig's Hill. You guys need to be in your safe spots there. Let's come back over here in the Alabama area. Just checking in on these storms. Maybe a little something over here near Demopolis. Wouldn't rule them out. Throwing a warning on that. You see we got this line of storms. Mostly warned here for 60-mile-per-hour winds. All the way across the board. So continue to be indoors and away from windows there in Demopolis, Alabama, and to the north and a little bit to the south of that. It looks like they did make it through okay. It's risky, but with a great risk comes great rewards, they say. They are now, I think, further down into this area, just given the time that they've been driving. Soon they should be entering out of the heavier precip, and then after that, they'll be able to get onto 385, which is an optimal road to be on, because they can take 385 to a 290 out to the west, and kind of get out and reposition, or they could go technically north on this road, and then kind of come back up in the path. I think that'll take too long, so they'll probably go to Fredericksburg next, and try to figure out if they want to go north up to Lano, or back down to the south and east. Boy, I'm glad they're okay. Is it on the ground? We don't know. It's radar indicated. As far as we can tell, it's not on the ground, just based off of radar, but this is a pretty unpopulated area. As you can see by Storm Winter Media's feed, it's pretty populated. But, you know, yeah, I mean, we probably wouldn't see a debris signature even if the tornado was on the ground. Yeah, latest scan on this storm. It seems like we have a new circulation kind of developing a little bit further to the back now. Got one back in here, and it looks like our more western circulation is a little bit more broad, just to the south and west of Mason. Is it headed towards Austin? These storms usually don't last that long, but if it does, it would try to make a pretty close approach to Austin. It does seem to be going still generally to the south and east, though, as far as I can tell, which would bring it pretty darn close to Austin eventually. Yeah, but again, these storms usually don't carry that strong tornado threat for that long. They are usually pretty susceptible to going outflow dominated and turning more into a damaging wind threat. But every now and then a storm surprises us. So if you live in Austin, I would still be watching the storm, just making sure. Yeah, Fredericksburg. Yeah, Fredericksburg is going to be pretty close to this storm. What about Dallas? The only way this storm hits Dallas is if, I don't know, gravity stops working or something crazy like that. But yeah, for Dallas, we're talking about rain and thunderstorms. That's pretty much it. Nothing concerning for you guys. Nothing that you guys don't know how to handle. Maybe like if an asteroid hits, like Rock Springs, it could send out like a shock wave that pushes this storm all the way up into Dallas. But I think there's pretty low chance of that happening. Man, yeah, you can really see that our hail core is getting funneled into our circulation right now. Seems a little bit messy at the moment, though, but there's probably a couple of circulations in here that definitely have still some strong tornado potential. So I still wouldn't let your guard down, even in Mason. The latest warning on this is 2-inch hail, so that 2-inch hail is probably about to come into Mason, Texas here. And I don't think these storms are really acting as nudgers, by the way. If this was a little bit further to the south, maybe. But I think they're too far of the north to really act as a nudger. They might help finesse the RFD a little bit, though. At that point, the thunderstorms are the least of the worries. Exactly, yeah. I'm back over here in San Antonio. Looks like we've gotten an upgrade on this. Or not San Antonio, San Angelo. So we do have an upgrade on this storm for some golf ball sized hail about to come into the San Angelo area. So make sure you guys are indoors and away from windows. Also, some golf ball sized hail could be in this storm a little bit further to the south near Tankersley. And this storm south of our boundary, over here near Sonora, has about 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading up towards I-10. Probably south of Sonora, though. Looks like it's doing more of an easterly trajectory towards 10 there. Back over here in Alabama, do want to continue to come check back in under these storms every now and then just to make sure we're not having any unexpected shenanigans. Looks like we're still good. Also, there's a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Georgia for some 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading up towards Hinesville, Georgia. And then further back down into Florida, near West Palm Beach, you got another 60-mile-per-hour wind, 1 inch hail storm pushing off to the east a little bit, pretty slowly. Latest scan on our storm here. I want to check from another radar perspective, as this one is moving towards our radar. You can tell that we still have some decent areas of circulation here. Our frontal circulation is still a little bit broad, and our rotation that's kind of more embedded in our storm is still our strongest rotation at the moment, crossing over the kind of the same area where storm intermedia just was. Storm intermedia should be in that RFD right now, so let's listen in.
Bro, I don't know. Dude, it's like it keeps getting worse. How is it getting worse? The storm should be moving away to the east, right?
It's the RFD. Yeah, they're definitely in the RFD of the storm, which appears to be pretty strong.
No, the way I'd be able to update radar is right there. It's up on the camera. Let me get my iPad on.
You want a piece of this?
Nuts.
There's like a tree down there or something.
Yeah, chewing gum helps me get focused, guys. It helps me lock in. I chew gum. We got leaves flying.
No, the one in Texas is not really a nudger, to be honest.
We ain't near that circulation. Unless it's
Not in the right area of the storm, but the storm is got plenty of outflow to work with, so that's what's keeping the storm tornadic right now. It's the outflow predominantly.
Well, it could happen at the beginning, I guess. Then turn back.
New MCD for these storms. Let me check it out. Looks like some significant severe hail and wind and tornadoes remain possible through the evening, and they're highlighting Burnett, Austin, Fredericksburg, and Kerrville. Main tornado threat, though, will remain to be this storm, our leading edge storm here near Mason. Probably will be our only tornado threat. Unless this storm can do something as it goes over our boundary. Wouldn't rule out this one trying to become tornadic, because it is kind of already moving almost in the right direction. You know, if this is going a little bit more south and east, it would latch onto the boundary longer, maybe would have a chance. It's going to pass over that boundary pretty quickly, though, it seems. So could have like a brief tornado potential, like right near I-10, just south of I-10. As of right now, actually has already a little bit of circulation down in there, but that seems to be a little bit contaminated. The nausea is gone. Yeah. I know. Mississippi. I think the storms have moved out of Mississippi. For the most part, there are still some in like southern Mississippi, though. Near Loosedale, Leakesville, and Leaf, they're pretty weak. But the strongest storms have moved out of Mississippi into Alabama. They're moving towards Selma and Marion with some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Jazzy, what you want to come up? You want to hang out? Come here, Mubs. Hey, mister. By yourself all day. You can always sit on my lap. Near Tupelo, Mississippi. Should be a low chance of that. Let me, I'll check the environment around Tupelo here in the background. Definitely has an area of broad circulation on it. Let me see what the possibilities are. It should be pretty low. I mean, the very low lapse rates around that storm. 850 millibar winds. There's a little bit of shear. Dynamics. Yeah, lapse rates are really low, and that storm is sitting in about 500 joules per kilogram. So I would say that's like a near zero tornado chance. All right, latest scan on this storm looks like our circulation over here in our mesocyclone is getting a little bit more intense, and we still got an area of some stronger circulation still hanging back over here. It's been kind of sitting in this area for a little bit. Still hasn't crossed over 1871, and our kind of more, I would say, concerning area of rotation is a little bit further down to the south and east, as that is in the area where I would at least expect the storm to produce a tornado. Current movement on this storm does seem to be a little bit more to the east, but it's still generally traveling in this direction, heading towards 87. It's still PDS? Yeah, it's still PDS. Maybe there's like a bunch of vorticity around that storm in Mississippi. Not really. Yeah, there's just really nothing going for that storm near Tupelo. Serious migraine? Yeah. Yeah. I was, when I made it and I started to hear some of the complaints, I didn't really take it as seriously because I thought, in my head, it was like 1% to 2% of people were saying it was making them sick and nauseous. But then when we did that poll, it opened my eyes that it was like 20% of people, and that's when I was like, okay, yeah, we gotta change that. 20% is too high, especially if it's making people sick or giving them migraines. Chaz, you're such a good boy. Is Patrick still out and about? Yeah, let's get Patrick. Never know what Patrick might see. Let me put Patrick in Pagey's spot. Go ahead and get Patrick. Patrick over there. And then we'll do the old remove the black. And there it is. He's in New Mexico, of all places. Let's see what's going on in the New Mexico area. Yeah, there's some storms out there. There's a little bit of tornado threat out here. Pretty complex setup here, though. Well, it just depends on where our little boundaries end up. It gave you anxiety from the constant polygon. Well, technically, it's we only yeah. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. All right, latest scan here on our storm. Looks like this little circulation further to the south and west is getting a little bit broader, but still have a pretty decent area of rotation here south of Mason. Still no debris signature yet up here. But again, I wouldn't rule out this thing being on the ground. We're in Menard, Texas, and it's flooded here. Oh my goodness. That's not good. Yeah, we do have a flash flood warning out over there near Menard. And it's considerable, which means it's pretty close to being, or it's potentially life-threatening. Yeah, life-threatening flash flooding. So be careful there. Little update over here near San Angelo. Looks like that hail is coming into town. Still, golf ball sized hail, and it is observed to be golf balls. So probably golf balls falling out of the sky. Please continue to be indoors and away from windows. And south of San Angelo, we have another storm with that golf ball sized hail potential heading towards Knickerbocker and Tankersley. All right. Over here near Mason, from this radar, it's also picking up an area of that circulation on our northern side here. But both radars are still not showing a tornado on the ground at this moment. We haven't heard anything from the chasers out near the storm. Although there probably won't be any chasers near that circulation, so we probably won't get a confirmation until this storm gets to 783. Where let's check to see if we have any storm spotters there. Yeah, we have a bunch of storm spotters on 783. Ready to report if anything is happening. So by the time the storm gets there, we might get a confirmation. Yes, Jazzy, I love you. I love you so much. Are you a good boy? Yeah. Are you a good boy? Are you in your happy place? I know I love you. Mm-hmm. An ear scratch. You want an ear scratch? Oh. That feels good, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh. He always makes funny noises when I give him a scritch, an ear scritch. Yeah, right. Latest scan out here. And it really does seem like, though, like our hail is like wrapping around like this. Like our center of circulation is actually right here. Because the hail doesn't come up and then wrap around that circulation that's here. If you look on reflectivity, it looks like the hail is wrapping around the broader circulation that is back in over here, which is weaker. So it wouldn't be the dominant circulation. So this might actually be like some sort of contamination there. But it kind of makes more sense for the main circulation to be back over in here, actually. Now that I think about it a little bit more in depth. You saw some broken trees. Yikes. What I'm talking about. Yeah, latest scan out of this storm. Still some pretty strong RFD in the storm right now, south of Mason. And we still got some pretty decent rotation up in our decent winds coming into the inflow still. And this still appears to be our parent circulation. You still see that hail kind of wrapping around that broader circulation right here in this area. I wonder if they're about to drop the particularly dangerous situation here shortly. We still don't have any confirmation of it, and the rotation doesn't seem nearly as tight or as organized as it was. It's definitely broadening out. Definitely still some large hail in there. That 2-inch hail is in Mason right now. and that will eventually try to go into Grossville, Hegwig's Hill, and then eventually into Hilda and Loyal Valley, Texas. And all those areas that I just called out also still need to be in their safe spots. They're Godly, Texas. Let me see. Assuming you're meaning for hail. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah, there might be some 1-inch hail in this storm near Godly, Texas. Wouldn't rule out like a severe thunderstorm warning. Help's got a good point on this one. Yeah, the best way to spot hail on radar, by the way, if you're wondering, like, hey, is this storm going to have some 1-inch hail or not? Just hop over here to the vertically integrated liquid. And you can see, like, most of these storms don't really have any really signals popping out on it. This kind of shows you, like, the strength or how fast the liquid is rising in an updraft. And usually, when you start to get this pink and purple color, that is indicating that you have up to 1-inch hail inside of a storm. And you can see how this storm stands out for the rest of the storms in this area. And so I would keep an eye on this storm over here near Godly, Texas. Some 1-inch hail could be about to come into Godly. What these storms look like on the vertically integrated liquid. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Which storm do you think has the biggest hail? Point to the screen where you think our strongest storm is. Tornado north of Pampa, Texas? Really? About an hour ago. I wouldn't say that had to have been a land spout. That would be my guess. That doesn't look very tornadic storm in like the typical sense. So if there was like a tornado, it was probably a land spout. My latest scan over here south of Basin, yeah. You see that our area of rotation is still very broad. Definitely still some strong winds with this storm on the southern side of it, but we still have very broad circulation on our storm right now. So it's probably not going to produce a tornado for a while. I mean, that RFD is pretty strong. The fact that it doesn't have tight circulation inside of it right now could be an indication that our storm might be too outflow dominant at the moment. I don't know exactly what could help improve that other than like a new RFD surge that's a little bit stronger. We got to watch out for that. And thank you, Ben, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. You doing? Get hungry, Chaz. Should we get some wings? Or should we save our Uber Eats card? That's the only bad thing about gifting me an Uber Eats card is that I will probably spend it immediately. Because if I'm not eating from Uber Eats, I'm usually just eating chicken and rice, which can get bland. And then I think about it and I'm like, but I do have Uber Eats. I could probably get some better food. That's how the thought process goes. The storm near are called cold front boundary. No, it's not really a cold front. It's more of like a cold pool, remnant cold pool. So it's like an outflow boundary, just an area of increased vorticity. And that is on the leading edge of a cold pool. So pretty much I'm not exactly sure where this originated from, but I would assume with those storms that we had yesterday, as they moved, down over to the south and east, they created a cold pool because, you get a lot of storms fire, right? And they drop a lot of cold rain, and that kind of forms a pool of cold air around the storms. And that has not only extended off, this back over here, you could probably consider a little bit more of like a frontal boundary over here, little MCS that extends all the way down to the south. But this is like a little remnant outflow boundary, slow moving outflow boundary that has been slowly sinking to the south. And because we've gotten that daytime heating to come back in throughout the day, we're starting to see some storms fire nearby it. And when they latch onto it, that's when that tornado potential goes up. Latest scan for this storm, looks like we have even broader circulation here. I wouldn't be surprised if they extended this tornado warning. They're probably going to extend it like down to the south and east, something like this, pretty close. But I am expecting them to drop that PDS designation on it. How is Gerald in Georgetown looking? Let me check Gerald. Gerald, Texas. You're looking pretty good right now. Storm should go south of you. I think the only major city I'm kind of worried about here would be like it could come pretty close to Austin, but it also might just go south of Austin, like San Marcos, like Fredericksburg. Definitely needs to be watching this storm. It's going to come close to a lot of little populated areas, so hopefully it's just a hail threat. But we'll see. We'll see what this storm ends up doing. Again, when these things go tornadic, they usually don't last for too long, but they do go through cycles. So I wouldn't rule out get another tornado with this storm. The cycles usually last about 2 to 3 hours once they really get started, and eventually they just go completely outflow dominant and become mainly a wind threat. So needs a little bit more time. What you doing, Jazzy? You being cute. What's up, Mr. Bobbers? Maybe I shouldn't have him in my lap. I get too distracted. Is Rolling Fork, Mississippi? Yeah, all of Mississippi's in the clear right now, except for down here into like Gulfport, Biloxi, and Pascagoula. But even you guys are in the clear. You definitely have storms coming. But I'm not expecting them to be severe. I think the only area where we will continue to see severe weather is along this portion of the storm. We still got 60-mile-per-hour winds about to come into Marion and Selma. Haven't seen any dangerous rotations redevelop on this for a while, so hopefully that tornado threat is is going to sleep. Looks like there might have been more land spouts near Pampa about 20 minutes ago. Shear funnel on the ground. That's not a thing, I don't think. Is that a thing? I don't think that's a thing. Although land spouts, like the funnel from a land spout, can look like a shear funnel. That can't happen? Okay. Maybe you're right. I don't know. I have to look into that. We love seeing Chazzy. I know you guys like every time he shows up on stream, like everybody gets all happy. But when I come, everybody's just like, yeah, it's Evan. Oh, Chazzy. Oh, it's Evan again. Chazzy's gone. Tornado on the ground in Loyal Valley. Let me check in that report there. No. Tornado is not on the ground in Loyal Valley. So yeah. There is a tornado warning though. You might be getting a little bit confused. I don't care. Hogwarts. Again, please do not. Look, we got Stormrunner Media, we got Patrick. If they see something that I don't see, please let me know. But if it's not Patrick or Stormrunner Media, I don't care. if somebody else sees something on a storm. Unless it's a tornado. If it's a tornado, that's helpful. That's the only thing I care about. Or like a funnel, like something that looks dangerous. Or maybe they see really large hail. Right? But you did it right. You did the abbreviations. A wall cloud, that's just like, I mean, anything can be a wall cloud. I see chasers call any little lowering that they ever see a wall cloud. So I don't really trust wall cloud reports, and they're not really helpful. What's helpful is it rotating? Is it a rotating wall cloud? That's helpful. All right, golf ball sized hail is being reported on this storm still, about to come into Cristobal. Looks like the worst of the hail is done for San Angelo. Still might be a little bit, though, to come into southern San Angelo. Kind of interesting looking storm here. Seems to be trying to latch onto an outflow boundary here, and you can actually see a little bit of an RFD trying to push there. So might have to keep an eye on this storm for a little tornado threat. It seems unlikely, though, given how far south our main outflow is. That storm hopefully will remain outflow dominant. Yeah, latest scan on our storm. Look at that. Super broad rotation. Very, very broad. You identify as a wall cloud. Okay. Eerie. Well, chasers must love you then. Seems like all the chasers are really worried about the potential dangers of this mezzo, much more than usual. I mean, there's nothing to indicate that it's got anything super dangerous. Right now, it seems a little bit outflow dominant. But I mean, eventually it could maybe become dangerous. But for now, it's got broad rotation. So probably not going to spit out a NATO anytime soon. Probably needs to recycle, try to get a little bit of a tighter circulation. I would say give it like 10, 15 minutes. And if it's still broad, it'll probably give it another 10, 15 minutes. Sometimes chasers get a little bit excited. I mean, it's to be fair, it's a storm in a dangerous environment. It is near an outflow boundary, but it's not really latched onto it right now. So seems to be just a little bit behind that outflow boundary, but just keeping that rotation a little bit broader. It's definitely a storm to continue to keep an eye on. But I wouldn't say it's like some unusual storm. Hey, look at that. They actually warned this storm near Claiborne. One in Chale, heading up to Burleson, Fort Worth, Arlington, Euless, Irving, Watauga, and Keller. All need to be indoors and away from windows. One in Chale is coming your way. Let me see if it's still in there, though. Might not be in there anymore. Might have just been a brief instance there, but I wouldn't rule out trying again. We might be not be getting like the best picture out of this storm, given the fact that it's like really close to that radar. Hey, Jazzy. Hey, Jazzy, what are you doing? You're just too sweet. You're just too sweet. Just can't stop patting you. PDS. All right. Yeah. All right. So they've officially dropped our PDS tornado warning in Texas, but the storm is still warned. Jazz is doing better too. He is doing better. He is definitely feeling much better. He's back to his original self for the most part. But the only thing that's not the same is that we're still not giving him hard food. Just giving him soft food for now because don't want to reopen the cut in his tooth. But he's close. He's close. He's got 3 more days. Today's day 7 of his recovery. After he gets to day 10, he can start eating bacon treats again. Now, let's go check back in with Storm Runner Media and see what they're thinking, what their plan is here.
We have these right here. The balcones and escarpment.
Looks like they're doing exactly what I thought they would do. They're heading towards Fredericksburg now.
Hey, No,
Then I
we're
would
not in the
assume
middle of
after
May,
that they go
last
Lano.
week of May. I feel like we should be up in like West Kansas,
Yeah.
or like at least like West, like Texas Panhandle.
Burleson? I'm calling it Burleson. That's you guys making it complicated. I don't why do cities do that? It looks like Burleson. Why is it gotta be a lay? Y'all need to stop doing that with your city names. It's getting getting out of hand.
We have to get all the way.
It's getting out of hand, folks. By the way, this is not Fredericksburg. It is Fredericksburg. Fredericksburg. As he misses his bacon treats, I'm not sure. Because somebody got him some nice little delicious treats from the wish list. They're soft treats. He's been just munching on those like crazy. He really likes those. Yeah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Not surprised that they extended this. Yeah. Not surprised they extended this. If you live in Fredericksburg, Texas, you need to be in your safe spots. It does kind of seem like this could become pretty close to you. So definitely get to your safe spots there. Again, this lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that's underground. Also, this storm is warned for golf ball-sized hail as well. So RFD on this storm still seems pretty strong. So even if there's not a NATO in here, some fast-moving hail is certainly possible here. What can DFW expect tonight? Just some rain and showers. The occasional instance of some quarter-sized hail is definitely possible, but that's pretty much all we're thinking for you. Back over here near San Angelo, still some pretty strong winds on the southern side of this storm. Definitely looking still like we got some golf ball-sized hail about to go into Cristobal. And back over here, we've had a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings over here and a couple instances of some land spouts out over here. So keep your eyes out. Might see a cool little land spout NATO out there. They're usually pretty harmless, especially in the environment that's out there right now. These land spouts probably won't do much damage, but definitely don't want to be outside and get hit by a land spout. So over near Selma and Valley Grande, still have wind and hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards you guys there. It does seem like they might be downgrading this severe thunderstorm warning, though, soon into a special weather statement as the storms kind of get all discombobulated out here. And that's the latest, other than this storm over here near New Mexico, which, wow. It just looks cool. Something about New Mexico and storms. It doesn't even seem like that dangerous of a storm. Let me see which one he's on, though. The one thing he's looking at is severe warned with ping pong ball sized hail. So it's actually a little bit of a dangerous storm there. But it's beautiful. That's a pretty storm. It's like the way the light hits New Mexico is just different. I don't know what it is about New Mexico. He's losing service there. New Mexico here. Well, hello. And if you live near Tucumari, watch out. 1.5-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds could be coming your way. Our latest skid on our storm. Any new developments? Ooh, maybe a little bit of stronger circulation there. Let me check on the new Braunfels radar. Yeah, this one's really not picking that up. Still has broad circulation on that leading edge. One's closer. Seems like the new Braunfels one is closer radar right now. So I'm going to trust that a little bit more. Still maybe something there, but if I circle, it's in the inflow of the storm. So most likely some contamination there. Still, what appears most of our precipitation is wrapping around here is our broad circulation back over here. So that should be where our tornado would develop if it did try, unless we start to see a mesocyclone start to consolidate a little bit further to the north there. But still a dangerous storm with some damaging winds and some hail inside of it. A golf ball sized hail, and eventually it still might try to drop a tornado. We'll see. I still want Fredericksburg to be in their safe spots. Thank you for the New Mexico weather update. Yeah, no problem. You're an animal lover and a rescuer. Nice. Do you like rescue animals as in terms of like adopting a dog, or do you like go out and rescue animals from like crappy situations? It looks so pretty. It does. I don't know what it is about New Mexico, but the sunlight just hits different there. Go out and rescue them. Well, that's good. Thank you for your service. You live in San Antonio? Yeah, this storm's going to try to make a close call to you. Does seem to be like every now and then going south and then kind of going east. So I'm thinking this one in particular should miss you. But it's going to be hard to miss a storm, completely miss a storm in San Antonio, because there's going to be some more initiation out over here near Junction and Rock Springs. It's going to bring some storms close to you eventually. Tornado threat should be a lot lower by then, though, in my opinion. And this is why I don't like, honestly, at this point, like, this is why I don't really like covering these events. I mean, I know it's needed, and I'm, happy to be here, but it's like there is literally everybody and their mom is reporting on this storm. This storm has so many eyes watching it from areas that don't even need to be probably even paying attention to the storm. It's like only Fredericksburg should be in chat right now. It's just like, am I even doing anything to help? Do we have anybody in Fredericksburg in chat? Free Derricksburg, no. I always feel like I'm not doing anything. Like, I just don't reach a big enough audience to really help. And San Antonio, yeah. There's no storms near you. It sucks because I always struggle to reach these smaller cities. Like, it's always impossible. Did reach one person in Maynard, though. So we helped that person in Maynard, at least.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. It looks like they issued it to say, hey, there's actually tennis ball sized hail in this storm, not golf ball sized hail. So watch out. If you live in along 87 near Loyal Valley, some tennis ball sized hail is now possible, which is a lot more destructive than that golf ball sized hail. You're a small city in Central Texas? All right. Well, okay. We sometimes reach them. But like, I can't tell you like how many times I've like covered out over here. And I've asked them, like, is anybody here from Imperial? Anybody here from McCamey? And it's like we're like doing this like super in-depth weather coverage, and it's like there's nobody like actually at the tornado warning watching. It happens all the time. All right, let's come back. Check out this view. This is just looking crazy in New Mexico. Such a cool view. Look at that. Even your 5-year-old is picking up on weather science stuff. Now that's awesome. And you want to jump off? Okay. See you later, Chazzy. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out, Mr. Bobbas. Love this view. Beautiful. There in New Mexico. All right. Latest scans on this storm. Yeah, we're still dealing with some pretty broad circulation on this thing. It seems like that outflow boundary is continuing to win. Very broad, even broader than it was before. I mean, my goodness. All of that is that broad circulation. And I'm not seeing any tight areas inside of there, thankfully. But it looks like it's really more of a wind and, large hail, very large hail threat right now. Bring us the best views. That's not true. I appreciate the compliment, but that's not true. Pretty view of New Mexico. It is pretty. You just enjoy learning and bobbing. I understand that. Still doesn't change. It doesn't change the fact that it's frustrating that I can't, a lot of times I just cannot reach these smaller cities. I wish YouTube would make a custom algorithm for weather. Because a lot of people have the location turned on in their YouTube app. YouTube is pulling your location data. So it's why not just make an algorithm for weather to help spread the word? I just feel like when I go live, it goes out to all of my subscribers, which could be anywhere. No. That's cute, Terry. I mean, Carrie. Thank you, Terry, for the 20. Speaking of, we all appreciate everything you do. We love this family. Aw. I appreciate that. It's not that I don't feel appreciated. It's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, it's frustrating not being able. That we have 0 people watching here that are from Fredericksburg. All right, latest scan. Still some very, very broad circulation on this storm, and still some pretty large hail signals coming out of this storm as well. My electricity bill expensive? No, it's not too bad. It's not too crazy. Because, when I'm not live, my lights in my house are off. I rarely ever turn my lights on, even at night. Sometimes I just will walk around my house with my phone flashlight. I like to. It's not more. I mean, part of it is saving money, but I just like to keep my carbon footprint as low as I can actually afford to keep it. Thank you, Tiffany, for the 10. That is true, Tiffany. That is a good point. Phone flashlight gang. Exactly. I don't know what it is. I like the darkness. I like silence and I like darkness. It's weird, but I like it. What the heck's going on over here? Okay. That was some really strong rotation back over here, but I think that was just some sort of contamination from far. So if you look from this radar, things are going crazy over here. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Electric bill's like $40 a month year round. Yeah. Unfortunately, oh my goodness. I mean, it doesn't look like a NATO's about to happen or nothing, but it just looks, just the colors are so nice. Well, not now, obviously, because it's turned into a gray mess. Come on, service, don't do this to us. Man. Ooh. I know, guys. You guys don't have to tell me I'm doing a good job doing radar coverage. I know that. That's not what I'm saying. It's like, I know if this storm goes into like San Antonio or like Austin or like New Braunfels or San Marcos, likelihood is we'll get like a couple people that actually live there. And so, and like, as long as it's one, I'm happy. Right. But like, you know, like what I was saying is I struggle to like my channel just for some reason, especially if I'm like, you know, if everyone's live at the same time, I usually never reach, even in like areas as big as Fredericksburg, is unlikely. And it's more of just a gripe with the YouTube algorithm, not with my performance. I know that when the storms are in y'all's area, I know that we help you guys. I'm aware of that. You guys make sure I never forget it, and I appreciate it. You searched and are staying for tornado watch in San Antonio. Yeah, we'll keep you in the know. Yeah, it's definitely not working for me. No, that's one thing that like it doesn't like necessarily frustrate me, but it's like it's one of those things that's like always back in the back of my mind. That like because I'm a very analytical person, so I understand the algorithm very well. And there's definitely a wall. Like after Ryan and Max, like there's like no chance for anybody to get past like 600 to 1,000 concurrent viewers, which is fine. I mean, I ain't greedy, so it doesn't really affect me that much. But it is something that's always in the back of my mind. Something that I'm very aware of. A little interesting signal back over here. I'm not sure if we're getting like some sort of contamination there, but those could be like new circulations that are a little bit tighter. Maybe on like a leading edge of like an RFD push. Keep an eye on those. Let me check that out from another radar. Yeah, technically that radar sees something in there. This radar is still seeing. Wow, this radar's definitely not got a great view of that storm at all. Weather-wise, use a lot of phone memory. I think it does. It does something. I swear. Like there's sometimes when I loop the phone, like if I have an iPhone 16, so it's like it's pretty advanced in terms of the technology inside of it, or at least as advanced apparently as you can get. And like if I have radar up, because you can like have a radar up and then watch a video at the same time on an iPhone, and it like makes my screen go dark because the phone is going like either into like a power save mode. I don't really know what's happening, but I feel like that only happens on WeatherWatch. I haven't tried it though on Radar Omega. I don't remember having that issue, so maybe it does require a little bit more data. I don't know. It's like up to like in Storm Hunter Media, they're like in the path of like a storm that you would see on social media and be like, oh my goodness, glad that's not coming towards me. And then you have Patrick out here basically just like he's storm chasing a computer screensaver. It's like it's not. It doesn't look that crazy of a storm, but it just like the contrast of the colors with the landscape is just nuts. He's gorgeous. Yeah, it is gorgeous. Wish I had better service. We can get Patrick like a Starlink or something. Yeah, latest scan. Still kind of a interesting area here. It does still kind of look contaminated. You see how like that's just basically a big old rectangle. Y'all's favorite shape, apparently. Still not really sure what to think about that, but it is technically in the right place. As you can see, there is precipitation kind of wrapping around that. Ooh, looks like he's got good service again. Screensaver time. Wow. He is now in Tucumari, New Mexico. It is an amazing view. I become you really like Paigey? I'm glad. Yeah, she's just like super genuine. She is super genuine. She is an amazing chaser. I mean, dang. It seems like whenever there's a tornado on the ground, Paigey's like right there. Her and Bryce do an amazing job chasing. They're a great little duo. Got another little merger coming in here. I'm wondering if we continue to see this kind of activity inside of this storm all the way into Fredericksburg, and it never tightens up, and we still have just some very broad circulation. I wonder if they cancel the tornado warning. Could we be near the end? We would have to have a significant surge of our RFD to see a new tornado at this point. Kind of my current thinking. It kind of looks like we have a surface inversion kicking in. And as far as I could tell on our latest mesoscale, there is no surface inversion yet. But the storm is quite outflow dominated as far as I can tell. She's very down to earth. Yeah, it's sad that they lost their Starlink. Because that's expensive to lose. If you guys ever see her, or if you know of any way to donate to her with like Venmo or something, I would send her a little Venmo or Cash App. Help her get a new Starlink. It got yeeted potentially by a little brief NATO that happened yesterday. Glad she started streaming. Yeah, she was on the fence for a while. I definitely gave her a lot of pep talks back in the day. A lot of pep talks to try to get her hype about getting into the streaming game. I told her I was like, you start doing it consistently, and you could easily get the 10,000 subscribers. You've got the personality to do it. You've got the smarts. And she did it. Now look at her. She's at 13,000 subscribers. Crazy. Thank you, Oren, for the $5 donation. Thank you so much. It's not much. You're safe in Indiana today, but still got to pay the weather tax. Thank you. Y'all are making me feel like a bloated government over here. Everybody's got to pay their weather taxes. No tax returns, though. By tapping their name? I don't know, Nick. That is weird that they don't have that on mobile. All right, latest scan. Yeah, I mean, still a little bit of a suspicious thing near Cherry Springs. I still want Cherry Springs and Fredericksburg to still be in their safe spot. But we're getting a lot more mergers coming into this thing, and you could tell, like just by the way that our precipitation looks here, it is definitely struggling. Definitely struggling at the moment. Seems like it's getting a lot of that cooler air enter into it, and it's not really getting too much access to that warm and moist air. Your hesitation to install weather-wise on MotoG Play. I don't know. You owed 900? Yeah, I always owe money. I never get tax returns. You don't have a whole lot of memory? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Literally don't even have 900? Yeah. Yeah, that's like a big frustration. Having to pay taxes. Because when you're a YouTuber, it's not. It's a lot higher than it is like if you just worked like a 9 to 5. What's the outlook for the people in New Braunfels, south of Austin? Yeah, I mean, this storm, I mean, the core of the severe threat's going to come right into. You can see, like, if we come look at other parts of this storm, so very obviously our boundary is situated here. And this storm is pushing up against that boundary. This is the leading storm, so it's going to continue to be our biggest severe weather threat. We've had some instances of golf ball sized hail with some of these elevated storms behind it, but as daytime heating goes away, those are going to kind of drop in severity. So, I mean, the main core of our severe weather threat is going to continue to be this storm. Now, is it gone? No. Is it there? Yes. Is it as nearly as tornadic as it was? Not really. Could it become tornadic again? Maybe. But a lot of things have to happen. So for Fredericksburg, at the very least, hopefully the tornado threat will go over you as the storm tries to, if it is going to try to reorganize, it might take longer. Too long to produce a tornado there near Fredericksburg, but still would be in your safe spots just in case the storm does a little bit of. Has it sold out? Yeah. Yeah, they did kind of sell out, didn't they? They did it so fast. Yeah, for Mississippi, it's only Pascagoula and Biloxi that still have a severe weather threat, and then maybe over here near Tupelo, but this storm has been pretty weak. Just a little couple showers up there. And then we still have a little bit of a severe thunderstorm warning here in Alabama for some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Hayneville and Prattville. This storm producing a tornado? Most likely not. According to radar, rotation is a little bit too broad to support a tornado right now. Mainly just a damaging wind threat and large hail threat, but we're still keeping an eye on it. Is a severe thunderstorm a PDS special weather statement? I guess you could call it that. Be a little bit confusing, but sure. Yeah, later on, I think like southern Mississippi might get another round. Let's just see what we're looking at for the future here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Looking at mainly just some damaging winds and some large hail being possible there near Round Rock, Austin, San Marcos, over there towards Rock Springs by 9. And then eventually this kind of just spreads out into more of a damaging wind threat as it goes into Houston. Tornado threat should be pretty low with that. That moves off to the east by 5 a.m. Into like southern Louisiana, going in Lafayette, Baton Rouge by 9 a.m. And just kind of the same thing. And then we could get some more severe weather, maybe small tornado chance down over here near Jackson, Meridian. And our outflow boundary here should be really far to the south. So it should just be mainly just some elevated hailers possible. Yeah, you can see the strongest tornado threat will be in Mexico. with it transitioning into more of a damaging wind threat as it moves into Texas by 12 a.m. on the 28th. Severe storms need to quit already. They will, eventually. This is the kind of look of a storm here that is going to lose all of its marbles shortly. But I still wouldn't rule out like a quick spin up eventually. Yeah, it is. Kind of is. Yeah, Storm Chaser could definitely make bank getting a passport coming out here. That'd be interesting to see like someone chase new. Like there's definitely like if someone in Mexico that lives in Mexico could get Starlink, there is definitely an opportunity out there to become huge in the storm chasing community. Because so many times do we get a storm in Mexico, no one really knows what's happening with it, and we'll never know because there's no one chasing there. Ryan Scholl has a passport. Yeah, he does have one. I think he chases in Canada every now and then. His Canada's storm season starts like in like July, going into August. It's when things really start to ramp up there. Although I haven't heard of them having too much stuff this year yet. It seems like it's been pretty quiet up there so far. Will it hit Georgia? Yeah, most likely. It's not a very strong storm, but it's a pretty quick moving storm though. So, you know, some of these areas could get severe warned, like out over here near Columbus in this area. These storms are moving in this direction. And then this is our main core of the severe weather threat back here. It's pretty marginal. 60-mile-per-hour winds, though, could be possible going into Montgomery, and then it might eventually go into Columbus as well. Maybe near like Macon, too. It's been unseasonably cold in the Canadians. In the Canada. Yeah, still not really seen any more signs yet that this thing is becoming more tornadic, but still keeping a close eye on it. Still want Fredericksburg to be in their safe spots just in case. I think they did extend a severe thunderstorm warning off to the east, though, for some golf ball sized hail. So that's a welcome sign. They are downgrading the hail threat again. Is Storm Media back into position? Yeah, it seems like they are back into position here. Let's listen into what their plan is.
New Braunfels is in the path in San Marcos eventually. Pretty decent sized population areas. That whole highway.
Need some decent inflow.
Gotta hope it stays out of the 3 million metro area, population area, San Antonio.
That would not be good. If it's like a strong storm.
2.6 mil. That's a lot of people.
If it's just a run in the mill severe thunderstorm, then it's like in San Antonio. They're not even gonna care about it. San Antonio is used to severe weather, at least the lower end stuff. We'll see what it is. Once this storm becomes way too outflow dominant, that's it for it. And we might even already be talking about the end of the tornado threat here. Oh, wow, look at this. Tennis ball-sized hail on this elevated storm east of Cristobal. Heading down, that's eventually going to try to make it into Menard. Maybe another round of some large hail. And unfortunately, some more rain for Menard, which apparently is flooding a little bit. Oh, great. Here comes everybody speculating. And for those wondering, okay, not getting married, This is just for people to pitch in for these. All right. And this is chat's idea. This was not my idea, by the way. Hey, did something else get bought here? Ed got bought. I know that. Or neat. Where are we at? 165 still here with that. 140 on the monitor. And $20 still on the pewter. Got a long way to go. That's going to take forever. Chad's been busy adding stuff. I mean, you guys have pretty much, you guys have got him set up. I mean, he's got plenty of bacon treats to go for the next month or so. He got a new doggy bed. Y'all are spoiling Chaz. Yeah, I mean, our main area broad circulation is like moving into this severe thunderstorm warning. It's actually moving away from Fredericksburg now. So I'm wondering if they're just going to allow this to expire in 7 minutes, and we might be just left with this severe thunderstorm warning. If they do issue a new tornado warning for this storm, it would probably be further off to the east, because it does seem like we're moving a little east with this. What's up, Chazzy? I see you jumping around down there. Are you wanting some more food? Are you hungry? All right, let me get Chazzy Doodle. Just let me get him some food. He's looking at me like I'm an abusive dad. He does that for anything, by the way. He constantly, even when he's eating, he'll look at me and I'll be like, "Really? This is all you gave me?" Hi. Hello. Welcome to the stream. My name is Evan Freiberger, and we're covering another severe weather threat over here in Texas, where we have an area of some broad circulation moving to 16. What is this road called? North State Highway 16. Warren Buffett isn't a subscriber. Can you imagine?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Really? Where at? Back over here near Amarillo. This has got to be observed. What? Usually they don't put tornado warnings on land spout-like storms. But here you have it. There's no cities to call out, I don't think. If you live near EFM 293, where it intersects with FM 2300, guys need to be in your safe spots. It's just to the east of Amarillo. The storm doesn't really have your typical tornado threat, but there's a little bit of a land spout threat with this storm. Let's see what it says. Yeah. NWS employees reports a funnel cloud. I don't know why they do that. Or a funnel cloud. Usually they don't issue tornado. I guess it's not like. No, wait. No, it's the ones that do the observed tornado with the funnel cloud. That's what frustrates me. That's fine. Funnel cloud tornado warnings are common. That's that. All right, let's come back over to here. Do we have any new circulations developing here yet? Really don't like how contaminated the view of on this storm is right now from that radar. It's giving the wrong impression on a lot of these areas. This is probably more accurate. This right here is just all of this is all contamination. That is not legitimate rotation. But we do still have technically some broad circulation over here heading towards 16. Still with some golf ball sized hail threat. And we are starting to see maybe a view here from Storm Runner Media. Did you eat your food, Chazzy? Are you all fed and happy? You want some water? You're not thirsty like at all?
Just stop, buddy.
You said it.
All right. I think we just head. I don't know what we do. We just stay out ahead of it, I guess. But like.
Well, then our eastward options to stay out ahead of us.
We're gonna get down to Stonewall.
Where's Stonewall?
They pick up somebody else.
Down there.
It doesn't sound like Grant or Garrett.
Is it Ranch Road 1631?
This one.
Maybe that is Garrett?
Go east. Yeah.
Oh, there's Stonewall. I see you. Okay. Well,
I guess that is Garrett.
Kind of in that direction.
I'm gonna turn on the radio. I'm gonna hear them all yelling about whatever that lady was talking about.
Jazzy's doing good. Thank you for asking, the odd one. Thank you. Radar scope is back. Did radar scope go down?
And some people were posting pictures of Scud, and they're like, "It's a tornado." We got Garrett. I think we almost got one. I really do.
Oh, dark is
you were almost inside one.
The storm has been like that all day because the tops are so high. Garrett, how high do you think these tops are? Take a guess.
Where the guy? Well, it's definitely Garrett and Ben Williams. I
They're
think.
Like 65K.
DL is not chasing with them today. He had some other obligations.
50.
No, they're tall. There's like 60.
Can we check on Babyhead, Texas, really quick? Thank you, Sassy, for the 2. Sure, we can check on Babyhead. How's Babyhead, Texas doing? Oh gosh, Babyhead, Texas is right here. Yeah, it looks like Babyhead, Texas is going to lose or is going to miss the worst of the severe weather. I wouldn't rule out some damaging winds. Yeah, Babyhead, Texas, the land of the I mean, this is just so ominous. I still can't get over this. Babyhead Cemetery. Where all the, I guess, dead baby heads are. This is the weirdest town name that still exists in America. Yeah, do not Google Babyhead, Texas. You don't want to know why it's called that. All right, looks like they are allowing these severe thunderstorm or these tornado warnings to expire. That's good news. We're now down to 0 tornado warnings. Let's go. Maybe, you know what? Maybe we do Google it. Maybe we do Google baby head. Texas history. Okay, maybe not. I totally forgot why it's called that. And I don't even think I can say that. You know what? All I'll say is it's an appropriate name for this town. Oh wait, I forgot about the tornado warning in Amarillo. I sure did. I did forget about this. And there's been a funnel reported on this storm south of White Deer. I wouldn't rule out it touching down. I did forget about that. That is true. There is a tornado warning over here, still in Texas. We're still not tornado warning list yet, so we can't play the tornado warning list song yet. I told y'all not to search it. I said I might search it, and I did search it. But that doesn't mean you guys had to search it too. You did that under your own volition. I don't know what the
A little bit,
what
and then we come back
when
to the
somebody
south.
says a town name and it's baby head, and then they tell you not to Google it, and then you do Google it. I think you kind of already knew what you were gonna find out. Why are they moving now? We were just getting a good view. Dang nabbit. Oh well. All right, back over here. I don't know where the funnel would be. I would assume it would be where the storm is latched onto this little boundary that's out here. Is like this weird outflow boundary that is like right in here. So I would assume the funnel and tornado potential would be like right in that area. You blame the Freiburger. Okay, all right. Get it out of your system. What's going on over in New Mexico? We're behind a little bit, but still, what's going on in New Mexico? Wow. A little bit of an actual, what appears to be a mesocyclone over there. None of these storms are severe, but maybe there's a landspout threat out here. Maybe, just maybe. Because that's looking pretty cool. It doesn't look like it's going to drop a NATO, but it does kind of look like it might have some funny business in it. You searched it? Oh my goodness. We told you not to. You know what? That's on you. Because you searched it after I told you not to. And then I said that I was going to search it, but then I took that back and said I told you not to. And you still searched it? I'll tell you what, when we first found out about it, that's why Baby Head, Texas will forever be remembered. Because when we first found out about it, it was traumatizing for everybody. Wow, look at that storm. Man, this storm has quite the shelf cloud on it still. Wow. Good job, Terry. You're a rebel and you said don't, so you did. Okay, fair enough. You know what? That's a fair point. That is a fair point. I would have probably done the same thing. That is what we call oppositional defiance disorder, or ODD for short. They running away from the storm? No. It was just getting good. Like, you gotta give us at least 5 to 10 seconds of storm view before you leave the storm. That's just not fair. Like, we only got a sneak peek for 5 milliseconds. Ooh. Maybe they'll get turned around. Look at it again. Back over here with our tornado warning where we have a report of a funnel. I would assume the funnel would be located over here. Still no reports yet that it is on the ground again, or on the ground at this moment, but would still be in your safe spots if you live here. I wonder how many, I bet you the population in this tornado warning is insanely low. Oh wow, there's someone that actually caught a picture of the funnel. Look at this. This is the funnel on the storm. I just found a picture of it. From John Huntington. Yeah, the population inside this tornado warning is 93 people. Just text them. Just text them. You can just text them. And we'll visit Babyhead, Texas. I don't think I want to. Who knows? Maybe the people that made the lore of the city still live there. Definitely don't take your babies to Babyhead, Texas. That's for sure. Look at that thing. Look at that storm, man. It's still green. Still a decent looking storm. That there, folks, is this storm here near Fredericksburg. And my goodness, it is picking up some wind. Picking up some wind on the southern side here, folks. So very broad circulation to the north. I think this is turning into a mesoscale convective system. That could be at the very beginning of it. And the winds are getting pretty intense here on the south side, potentially up to 80, almost 90 mile per hour winds above the surface. Hard to tell if those are making it down to the surface, though. But those are about to come into Fredericksburg. So the storm is warned for 60 mile per hour winds, but I got a feeling we got one of those PDS severe thunderstorm warnings coming soon. If not at least an upgrade to 70 mile per hour winds. There's actually people that live in Babyhead, Texas. That's concerning. Hey, Storm James, the Chaser. Welcome, welcome. The storms change directions. Are you safe in Gerald? Let me see. Gerald, Texas. Yeah. You should be. It should go south. The worst of it should go south of you. There still could be some severe weather, though, up here that eventually forms. Can't rule out some hail. Interesting. This radar over here near Round Rock seems to think that we have some strong circulation here. That might be contamination because this is definitely our cleanest view of the storm. You can definitely tell it's a lot broader there, but oh my goodness gracious. Look at that.
Get to see that come toward us.
It's so moist outside too.
Yeah, that, my friends, is a storm. That is a storm, and that is what's coming towards Frederick. So, Fredericksburg. Oh, wow. May 25th, Canada recorded their first tornado near Vanderhoof in the British
Glad you guys are
Columbia.
enjoying the view.
Or no, that's the British Columbia's
It's
first
coming
tornado.
toward us.
You
Not
think?
really fast, but it's there.
I might run a live at some point, just off the YouTube app or something. So I might try to start getting one cooking here. Low bit rate.
Uh-oh.
I hate that I have to do this, but my thing is broken. So sucks.
It's a coming. It's also coming for Fredericksburg here soon. It's going to be there in probably about a couple of seconds. The most damaging part of this storm, at least, those winds and some of that hail as well. All the wind and hail. Golf ball size. Yeah, it looks like they did upgrade this to 70-mile-per-hour winds now. That's coming into Fredericksburg quickly with some golf ball sized hail. Mayor of Baby Head, Texas? Absolutely not. Do not put that on me, Ricky Bobby. I ain't doing that. That's not. I don't want that. All right. The latest scan here, if there was a funnel in this storm still, it'd probably be here. Moving down towards 2300. Ping pong ball sized hail still on it. Change the name. No, you can't change the name. Everybody needs to know that there is something weird that has happened in Babyhead, Texas. I think it's an appropriate name. I'd never change it. Oh, you thought it was Virginia? No. Fredericksburg, Texas. You're okay, Dan.
Here, I may
You'd be lucky if you even see a cloud up there in Virginia.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Well, actually, you guys got some clouds up there.
Sorry.
No, you're
Did I
fine.
mess something up?
No, I just want to make sure that clip didn't come off.
Well, I'd take a lot, wouldn't it?
I have no clue.
Look at this. 7-day chance, 90% chance of our first tropical depression ever this year in the Pacific to develop. It's kind of got that look. Telling you. Weatherwise needs to hurry up and get that animated satellite. In fact, I'm going to send him a message. Animated satellite is needed. Hurricane season close. Yeah, it's getting there. It's almost there. It's almost that time of year where we sit here for hours watching to see if a storm's going to hit category 2. What's the plane saying? Remember that last year? Could have a cutoff low potentially out over here. And there's the satellite view out over here in Alabama. Got some cloud tops there. Got a lot of cloud tops over here. Texas near Fredericksburg. You see when you remove it and you look at radar. And that is these storms that's causing all that. From Weatherman Plus is probably saying it's going to be a Cat 20. Oh gosh, we got to deal with the frickin' hurricane fear mongers again. Oh, I'm actually not looking forward to that. It's thankfully not as bad as winter. Winter's probably the worst. People will be like a week out saying like 3 feet of snow is coming, telling everybody to watch out. And then everybody gets like 6 inches. And then comes severe weather season, they like lose all their viewership because like you really like you can fear monger a tornado season to a point and get away with it, but there is a line that people really don't like you to cross during severe weather season. Then hurricane season, it gets back going again. Hillsboro, Texas. Let me see. Hillsboro, Texas. Yeah. That this one? Shoot. Hold on. I screwed up. Hillsboro, Texas. Yeah, what the? Is there really a Hillsboro in the middle randomly in South Africa? Okay. Like, look at this. None of these cities sound like anything English. And then all of a sudden you just randomly have Hillsboro. All right. And Waverly. All right. Let's try that again. Hillsboro, Texas, not South Africa. There we go. Oh, yeah. And we do have a little storm there. Check the bill. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is probably about to get a severe thunderstorm warning over here near Hillsboro for at least quarter-sized hail, maybe a little bit bigger. So watch out there in Hillsboro. Got a little bit of a hailstorm coming your way. Thank you, Help, for bringing that to my attention. Is it my birthday? No. My birthday is September 26th. But yeah, hurricane season is so annoying. Get ready for these thumbnails. You ready? It'll be like 8 days out from it forming, right? And then they'll have like a, the hurricane with the eye in it, making it look like it's all crazy. They're going to have the arrow pointed directly at Florida, or they're like, or maybe it could go to New York. Question mark. You gon' die? Question mark? I don't know. It's possible. Maybe it's New York or Washington or Miami. I don't know. I hate those freaking thumbnails. And they always get the most views. Humans are so gullible. Let's go check back in on our tornado warning up here south of Pampa. This storm's definitely got some decent hail on it. That's interesting. That could actually be a NATO on the ground here. South of Pampa. Let me see. Where's our radar? Anticyclonic. That'd be anticyclonic. But they are pushing this down as or extending this as a severe thunderstorm warning for Groom, Texas, for golf ball sized hail. That is interesting. A little bit of a anticyclonic area of rotation in there. Wait. No, that's cyclonic. Never mind. I stupid. Yeah, that's cyclonic. There we go. I drew my arrows wrong. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a new funnel on there at the very least, or just a new area of rotation. Here, and let's come back in and check in on our storm here. Yeah, still some pretty strong winds here going into Fredericksburg, up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, and it's still pushing down to the south and east. Our northern warning, however, is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds with the golf ball-sized hail. So this northern one isn't as bad, but this one down here definitely has our strongest winds heading into the Fredericksburg area. Let's come back, check in on Alabama. We haven't said Alabama or even talked about Alabama in a while. Yeah, it seems like our this severe thunderstorm over here near Montgomery still may have some severity to it, but it's probably not that intense. But over here near Calera, Alabaster, Pelham, and Columbiana, here south of Birmingham, has got some damaging wind potential here of up to 60 mile-per-hour winds. Maybe some small hail in there as well. Back over in New Mexico, still have these storms ongoing. This is the view of them from I don't know why his stream keeps getting behind. It might be because he's losing service so much. But yeah, we do got some severe weather over here near Broadview and Bellevue. That's for 1-inch hail, 60 mile-per-hour winds. And then we got another one about to hit the aliens here in Roswell with some 1-inch hail, 60 mile-per-hour winds on it as well. Goodness. Let's come back over here.
Said auto stop or something that might be on.
My service keeps on changing. What is happening?
No.
It will. Well, it's.
This is the storm, part of the storm north of Fredericksburg.
He is, but see, my service. Yeah, see, it ended for you again.
About to give up. I wonder if I should get off your Starlink.
Emeraldy, yeah, it is. Definitely some hail back in there for sure.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New NATO warning has been issued upon, if I had to guess, in Texas. Yep. So they are putting this tornado warning further down to the south. Radar indicated no new spot of a funnel yet, but we do have an area here of rotation still. Heading down towards Groom, and it wouldn't surprise me if this thing had a funnel or a NATO trying to develop on this storm. Again, that's going to be for Groom, Texas, right there. There's your area of circulation. It does seem to be broadening out as of our latest scan, but if you live in Groom, Texas, I'd be in your safe spots.
What is happening here?
Well, if I had to guess,
No, I don't.
there's a storm.
Why are you not working?
Probably because we're under a 65,000 foot storm, right?
Well, yeah, that would definitely.
I wonder if that's why. I mean, I would assume, right?
Streamlabs OBS? I have no idea. I don't use Streamlabs, thankfully. Do not use Streamlabs. I think they're allowing this tornado warning that is further up to the north to expire. I just use regular OBS, the non-Streamlabs version. They've also extended this severe thunderstorm warning here for Marble Falls and Horseshoe Bay. Still not much of a tornado threat, still a very broad circulation, but definitely still some strong winds on the southern side of this heading into Fredericksburg. About to pull up into Johnson City. Some large hail in that storm, yeah. Yeah, up to golf ball size, too. Then some tools for hurricane season. East. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, thanks for sending that to me, Samuel. I want to see if there's anything legitimate about this signal, little cutoff low signal in the Gulf of Mexico. So I check the forecast ensembles really quick. Mm. Yeah. A little signal. Oh, whoa. What's going on down there? That's actually a decent signal there. How far out is that? It's a lot of members indicating some formations possible. Oh, that's 10 days out. Never mind. 10 days out is not really reliable. There's a little cutoff low signal there, though. That's within 56 hours. Yeah, we'll see if that stays there. That's interesting. Let me see if that shows up on the GFS. Oh, where's the GFS? How do I switch to the GFS? There you go. Yeah, this is the same time frame. It also has something there. Interesting. Hurricane season starting. Probably. That's too far out. Too far out. I'm being a goober by going out that far. Probably shouldn't be doing that. I just wanted to see. I was curious. All right, latest scan over here. Still a broad area of circulation here north of Groom, but I still wouldn't rule out like a brief NATO with this. So I still want Groom to be in their safe spots here in Texas. And usually wait till about like 7 days to be taking any signal seriously for hurricane season, just because you kind of have to just to keep everybody aware, because sometimes these storms can form fast, and if you wait too long, then you're not really giving enough time for states and stuff to do stuff. But like you typically don't really figure out what state it's even going to hit until about within the 2 to 3 day time frame, and then you usually can lock in an actual landfall within like the 1 day time frame. So it's almost June. Yeah. My radar looks so good. It works out. Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, the Gulf of Mexico is really warm, so it's ready for a little system to develop down there for sure. You guys all scared. You guys are calling it the Gulf. Oh my goodness. I taught you guys better. Still not much action in the Evan subreddit. Sorry. I don't know. I don't use Reddit. So we're just not that memeable, I guess. Oh, you always called it the Gulf? Okay. That's what I thought. Help. We will lead the revolution. People, get ready. We're gonna go into hurricane season, and we're gonna have people in chat being like, "Thank you, I finally found somebody that says the Gulf of Mexico." It's go. People will be they'll be relieved that somebody still calls it the Gulf of Mexico. It's gonna be really fun because then you're gonna have everybody tuning in, and they're gonna be like, "It's the Gulf of America." How about calling it where the water's at? Yeah, I mean that works too. You renamed it Gulf of Brian Chatter. Okay. It looks like that area of rotation is starting to fizzle there. Maybe like a low precipitation, something happened over in here. It's the ocean. Yeah, it is definitely part of the ocean. You're too old and too stubborn. Fair enough. Oh man, I can't imagine saying the Gulf of Mexico on Facebook. Facebookians get a little aggressive. Gulf of Babyhead, Texas, absolutely. Florida Man Ocean. I like that one. Oh man, it's the Key West, the southernmost point in Key West season. Ugh, I cannot wait for our yearly making fun of those people for being stupid. Good times ahead, and bad times. Probably more bad times than good times, at least while I'm live. So a company, a large corporation recognizes it as the Gulf of America. So you're just gonna fall in line just like that. Well, Google said so. Oh, interesting area of rotation over here south of Landon B. Johnson. If Google told you to go to Babyhead, would you go to Babyhead? Would you? Yeah, keep a little eye on that area. Seems like we got some prefrontal shenanigans happening here. Wondering if that will increase the NATO threat at all. Chico, Texas. Let me see. Chico, Texas. Wow. Yeah, that should have a severe thunderstorm warning on it near Chico. That very well could be some large hail. At least quarter sized. Google is basically law. Oh my goodness. Got a bunch of Google heads in chat. Not sure why NWS isn't warning any of these. I don't know. Maybe they're just taking the day off. To be fair, not warning a quarter-sized hailstorm. Well, that one might have some even bigger than quarter-sized hail on it, though. Maybe like $50. Maybe it's in like the special weather statement. And they're saying it's just under an inch hail. Probably not true. Eating barbecue. They are celebrating the holidays over there. I was like, they have downgraded our wind threat here, just back down to 60-mile-per-hour winds, but we're talking about 2-inch hail now, and looks like our storms are moving really due east, which doesn't seem to bode well for Austin, Texas. I hate to say it, but you guys are kind of in the line of fire. How many people we got tuning in from Austin, Texas? Gulf of North America. That would technically be better. You're north of Austin, right between Austin and Round Rock. All right. Well, let's hope the storm dies before it gets to you. Because it's still a pretty potent storm coming from a pretty high populated area. Means a lot of damage could be possible here. So 2-inch hail could be serious, but there is a chance that that drops. We'll see where it goes in the Austin. These storms are slow moving. Honestly, like, I mean, not terribly slow. Yeah, 25 miles per hour. That's definitely a pretty slow moving storm. We almost have 1,000 likes. How? It's crazy. 1,000 likes if there's 60 people in here that haven't hit that like button. Hit it. Just to be like, ooh, big number. It's really the only point. Let's come back up here and check in on our NATO warning east of Amarillo near Groom. Yeah, this storm done fell apart. Still wouldn't rule out a little land spout threat, but it seems to be detached from the boundary, at least for now. But yeah, who knows? You might still be able to get a land spout over there. He likes help the channel. I personally don't know. Everybody says they do, but I mean, we're sitting here at honestly, 1,000 likes is a little bit anomalous for a 20,000 view stream. So it doesn't seem to be helping us. We don't have an anomalously high amount of people watching, but the likes are anomalously high. So I guess people just are really enjoying the stream today. Yeah, joke's on you guys. I've already been to Babyhead, Texas, as you can see. Thank you, Sassy, for making that. Aye. There's proof, verifiable proof, and definitely not photoshopped. Are you going to sleep now? I don't know. 20 more likes until, oh my gosh, big number. Surely. We can get there. Funny. All right, looks like that hail's about to move into Johnson City, Horseshoe Bay, and Round Mountain here shortly. And I'm imagining they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire unless we get a new report of a funnel, which I technically wouldn't completely rule out. We still have a couple little areas of some Maybe got to keep an eye on those. Might be like some prolific funnel action trying to happen out here. I thank you, Rebel V, for the 199 donation. Any risk for tornadoes in Woodwood or Oklahoma tonight? I don't think so. There might be a little bit of a land spout threat. I'm not sure if it goes all the way this far up north, but I doubt it does. But let me check the special weather statement. Maybe they're saying something about like land spouts. Like cold air funnels are possible, I think. But I don't think you guys are going to be getting any tornadoes up there now. Just a little bit of hail, a little bit of wind. That storm should be there. You got a couple of storms nearby you, but the most dangerous one nearby you is this one, and it's pretty darn weak going towards Shudak. Might make it towards you within the next like hour or so. Decent amount of lightning with that storm, though. Watch in South Central Texas to be extended soon as a tornado watch. I guess I could see it. I would say it's more of a damaging wind threat, though. But I guess you can't rule out a couple of brief nados. Like usually they put like severe watch on that. I mean, the latest mesoscale discussion out here, they are saying that severe wind, large hail, and a tornado or two should spread east into late evening. Interesting. Is they use the words tornado or two. Which usually isn't like an indication of anything tornado watch. Tornado watchable. That it really doesn't matter, to be honest. Severe thunderstorm watch with tornadoes possible or tornado watch. Don't matter to me. As long as people know. Houston, no. No, Houston's threat should be a lot lower. Yeah, you guys are in a marginal risk. By the time the storm gets to you, it's going to be a lot weaker. Storm down here near Johnson City still looks pretty interesting. It does seem to. I mean, it keeps trying to develop circulation, but that is still in the inflow of the storm. So I don't think that's a legitimate area of circulation. I would love, though. Oh my goodness, they just upgraded the southern warning to baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Yikes! Hopefully, it doesn't go into Austin. That would not be good. That would be at least $1 billion. At least $1 billion worth of damage if they got baseball-sized hail in the city of Austin. You might be able to be about to get a better view again of the storm.
Ours are about to come in. Well, this whole warning's.
It looks like they're rerouting south towards that little area of circulation near Johnson City.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be, right? Doesn't look like it.
I don't believe so.
I'd be shocked. I would take it.
Rain route. Well, that little area near Johnson City probably looks pretty interesting, like south of Johnson City.
It's for the southern part. Yeah, it's for this guy. It's not for the northern guy.
It's for our guy?
Located over Old Tunnel State Park, moving east at 20 for northern Kendall and southwestern Blanco counties.
That has to be behind. That has to be this right here, right? It has to be behind this, right? Because that, look how big the warning is. It includes that one.
I guess it is southwest Blanco County, so I guess it does. It is down there.
Dude.
64,000 feet, Echo Top.
Wow.
I'm just done with it, man. I don't know.
Ben's just sick and tired, I guess, of this storm. They are, they say storm chasers, but let's be honest. Most storm chasers are mainly NATO chasers. What they really want is NATOs. He seems fed up. But some large, some extremely dangerous hail is happening over here north of Comfort. Most likely that baseball-sized hail is back in here. So watch out. That'll be heading into Blanco in a little bit. Storm Hunter Media is currently here in Johnson City. And they're eventually going to be coming to the south and pop out, I would assume, near Blanco. And we might get a view of this storm. As you can see in its little mesocyclone, which is right here, there's no dangerous rotation on it, but got to keep an eye on that spot. Never know. That could be our new area to watch. You see it definitely must have some rotation aloft. Seems like that. Yeah, it does have rotation aloft, like on the really higher levels. You can see there's rotation there. That's why this is kind of wrapping around like that, even though there's not too much rotation near the surface. There's rotation in the mid levels, causing the storm to rotate. Weatherman Plus predicts basketball size hail. Oh boy. Weatherman Plus is, he's the GOAT. The GOAT of fear mongering. That dude is probably the most annoying YouTuber on the planet Earth. We literally saw once he put a Canadian, or he put a hurricane in Canada. That was funny. Oh yeah, direct weather is also extremely annoying. Has that happened? A hurricane in Canada? Technically. But he didn't put it, he put it like up here near like Manitoba. But technically we had one, we covered one in Nova Scotia once. It was like a category 2. I think that was Lee. Was that Lee? Hurricane Lee? Did that storm produce a brief NATO? This one, maybe eventually, yeah. You know, it would come out of something like this, like a little merger interaction near the outflow boundary. So that's why I'm keeping a little bit extra attention focusing on this. I want to trim back over here, check in on our tornado warning really quick. Yeah, still broad circulation here south of Groom. Maybe they let it to expire when it goes south of there. We'll see. If not, it will expire in 11 minutes. Also for Amarillo, just little heads up. There is some showers and thunderstorms coming your way. Shouldn't be too much of a severe threat, but wouldn't rule out some hail, some lightning, damaging winds on the smaller variety, less threatening variety. And it looks like all of our severe thunderstorm warnings associated with this little line of wind and storms here into southeastern Alabama has ended. All right, let's come back over. Storm Runner Media.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Goodness. New tornado warning has been issued here near Blanco. And yeah, look at that. It is developing a little tight area of circulation. It definitely is. So if you live in Blanco, back over here, west of Drippling Springs, Henley, Mount Gainer, Mount Sharp, Yell, Valley Ford, Peyton, and Blanco here in Texas, you guys need to be in your safe spots. This storm is trying to do it. A little brief area, some stronger rotation there. And then that is right here is what the storm looks like.
Everyone's scared of the precip.
It should be exposed outside the precip, the tornado, if it does form.
Now he gets a part of the flag.
We placed a hurricane on the Florida Panhandle. Oh, that's just great.
Literally the rain started. Oh, they just tornado warned it.
How many views did that video get? Help.
Operating vehicle right here, the CRV. They just put a tornado warning on it.
Tiffany, it's just some rain and thunder. You'll be all right. You guys have been through way worse storms this year already. You'll be fine, but who knows? We might be covering this storm here for a couple of hours if it's, stays tornadic for a little bit. But something tells me once this thing gets absorbed into the line, it hopefully will quit. But it is getting nudged by the line right now. Got a line kind of pushing into it. Latest scan. Yeah, rotation isn't particularly strong, but it is a tight little area of rotation there. So I still wouldn't rule out a tornado here near Blanco, Texas. 35K. Well, that's good. I'm glad it didn't go viral like a lot of his hurricane fear mongering does. Who knows? Maybe this year is the year when hurricane fear monger. We're definitely going to be making a bunch of videos calling people out this year, just letting you guys know to be prepared for that. Because it gets a little crazy. You know, once people start putting hurricanes over like Florida or New Jersey or something like that, and it's like 10 days out and there's no signal there, we're gonna definitely start calling people out, just like we did during winter. People don't like it when I do that, but I don't care. All right, there. Okay, back in there is your area of circulation. So they're now in the inflow of the storm. So we're looking at the tornado warned portion of this storm now. The area of rotation. Call them on the podcast. Oh, I can't wait. Maybe that's why they did it. As I was wondering why they scheduled the podcast so late into summer, but maybe that's why.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Wow.
Up again.
I would like to see a bigger hook on it, but it's okay.
It's trying
Look
really
at that.
hard to do something.
Sorry.
We are in a tornado warned cell now, guys. We are in a tornado warned cell.
Yep.
Right, it's headed right to Blanco. If you're in Blanco, you gotta get in cover. It's headed right to.
I agree. Listen to the storm chasers. Listen to me. Listen to everybody's going to be telling Blanco to be getting into their safe spots, so you should. Our latest scan here, though, still not indicating very strong circulation or like very strong circulation, but it's still very tight circulation in this area. Still no debris signature, but Blanco definitely needs to be in their safe spot still. Weather Nation. Jesse, what are you doing? Got a rock in your mouth. Chaz, where'd you get that rock? Chazzy, you're not supposed to eat hard food, and that also means rocks, Chaz. Oh my God. What the heck? Weather Nation. Let's see. I feel like I've heard of him before. No. That's like a news organization. Not a big fan of the news organizations. They got all them sponsors and stuff. I don't know. This rotation doesn't really look that dangerous to me. I wouldn't rule out a brief NATO, so I still want Blanco to be in their safe spots. But let's keep an eye on it real time here. They're literally right next to the circulation right now.
That's where it would be, right?
Yeah.
On the horseshoe.
Like the Weather Channel? Yeah.
Yeah, right there. Look at it, it's wrapping.
It's wrapping up right there. Oh goodness. Okay, we might actually have something here.
We might have had a tornado on the ground. And here we go. We're coming right into this town where we're not going to be able to see anymore. So there it is, back in there somewhere.
I mean,
so many trees here. This is awful. Chase terrain right here. Oh, I think I see like a little white funnel back in there. See it? Like a white funnel. It's small.
I don't know, guys.
Yeah.
Not seeing anything.
See it? Funnel cloud.
Above
Where?
us?
No, right there, over the water tower. Funnel cloud.
Oh, right up here.
Over the water tower. No, it's on the right. It's to the right of us. It's right there. It's a white funnel.
What?
Right there.
I'm not seeing it.
It's kind of gone up.
Maybe the camera's not picking it up. Ben seems to think there's a funnel cloud on this thing. Yeah, I think
I'm gonna find the next spot.
It's probably
I
32
think-
is where your spot is.
we're about to get a look at it. Hold on.
Popped back out. Dude, it was right there. It was
Rotation
right-
weekend.
I know, but it was right there. That's where it was. See that?
Oh, that? Oh, okay, I see.
That was a funnel for a second. It might still be. I'm not sure anymore, but it was right there.
Can't tell. It's a little bit obscured by the precipitation. And I wouldn't rule out a funnel. Rotation, though, isn't particularly strong, but there's your area of circulation right in there. Heading into Blanco. That's where they are right now. They're in Blanco.
Or at least close to one. I'm telling you, man.
Garrett's not saying funnel, so
Are you recording that whole time?
I'm waiting for Garrett
Very sus.
It was very sus.
to say it, because Garrett's pretty darn smart.
I'm gonna go east.
I don't know who Ben is.
Clearly, so I don't know if it'll ever cycle back, but it might. Dude, our terrain was so bad.
Yeah, it was not favorable.
Yeah, Pagey's still out there. She's just not live. She doesn't have any satellite.
For anything better than that. Circulation will cross in front of us here in a second. You see the rain wrapping. We gotta go 2 miles south here. Get out ahead of it, okay?
Yep. Alright, guys, we gotta go 2 miles south to get in front of this thing again.
Yeah, they're saying the circulation is going to go right over them, so we're going to stay on their view here. Just to see if we see anything. Because radar right now is not really indicating we have any real strong rotation yet. I'm keeping an eye on it. There is definitely still rotation, so I just want to keep an eye on a live feed here. There's no debris signature on radar, but if we see anything different from the ground view, could be helpful.
100%. We're getting next here for a second. It's not moving quick.
Right, no, you're good, no. We gotta get southeast, guys. We gotta go and get southeast. Gotta head southeast. If you ask why we gotta get southeast, because this thing might try to redo what I just did. It looked like we probably had a very probable tornado there.
We had a possible one. It was halfway down. Funnel, white funnel cloud halfway down. See it?
Yeah, I saw it.
That's a funnel. I think that was probably ground circulation, maybe. We'll see if they confirm anything over there. But
Yeah, I don't know. Ground circulation isn't one of those things you say maybe on.
You see these rain currents are flying in here, though.
Usually it's pretty obvious.
what National Weather Service is this?
Again, if you're just now tuning in, this circulation of our tornado-warned storm here near Blanco, Texas, it is right over our storm chasers right now, and we're just trying to see if there's anything surprising in here that we don't see on radar. Maybe a funnel was on this storm at one point.
White cone. White cone.
It was a white cone.
White cone? What? I swear we were looking right at it. I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. I mean, there was some rotation, but like by the time they got to Blanco, like, I mean, I would believe a funnel, but like a white cone. I mean, we were looking right at it. I don't know. No scanners in Blanco. Can't confirm anything. Okay. So they're the only peeps. Oh no. But yeah. Latest scan on our storm. Still seems like mainly just wind here into Blanco. And we just confirmed it there in our chaser view too. That circulation went right over them. And it's mainly just wind. I think you nom for the 2. But I would be in your safe spots just in case. A brief tornado still can't really necessarily be ruled out just yet. So still on Blanco and just west of Dripping Springs here in Texas to continue to be in their safe spots. Let's hop over to our chaser view just to make sure we don't see anything suspicious.
Garrett's the lion. Dude, it might have done its one and done, and now it's gusty now. See that? You might have got the one and done.
We might have got the one and done here.
I don't know if we'll be able to pass these guys, shoot. Not with the water like that. If you want to hop back over the left lane, you can.
Trying to get east.
Well, we'll see if it's a one and done.
Let me go back.
Find out.
I am curious.
Over the water tower. No, it's on the right. It's to the right of us. It's right there. It's a white funnel. Right there. It's kind of gone up.
I don't know. It must have looked different in real life, because I don't see it.
Okay.
Because that was apparently it. I don't know what to think about it, but it could have been a funnel for sure. Maybe. So. They haven't upgraded the warning either. Not sure what they're looking at. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. All I know is that the velocity couplet has dissipated, and we are back to more of just a wind threat here for now. But I still want folks to take this storm seriously. Sometimes when we get these mergers, we get a big old RFD surge. When that happens, we might get a strong circulation to redevelop. So that is still technically in the realms of possibility, because a lot of times those mergers can cause that. As of right now, not really seeing much evidence of it. Maybe a little bit stronger of an RFD surge coming into Blanco. So definitely getting that RFD surge right now. And it's not seeing any tight circulations developing just yet. Also a little area of circulation developing here south of Comfort, Texas. A little bit of a rotation there. Keep an eye on that spot. Put my hat up a little bit. Getting active now. Yeah, it's getting a little bit more active. You're right. We're getting 70 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning up here near. Oh my goodness. Now that is an RFD surge and a half. Look at that. That might be stronger than 70 mile per hour winds. About to go just south of Lampasas into 183. This part of the storm is strengthening quite significantly. See, you see how this like kind of surges down just like that? Gotta watch this little area here, just south of 281 for a quick spin up tornado. Certainly possible. There. Gotta keep an eye on that. The southern, all these warnings are warned for either 60 mile. This one here going into Marbles Falls is warned for 60 mile per hour winds, golf ball sized hail. This one over here, south of Johnson City, is warned for baseball sized hail, 60 mile per hour wind or 70 mile per hour winds. Latest scan still seems like we have some something going on in there, maybe. Right in there, just south and east of Blanco. That does appear like some contamination, though, so I want to wait one more scan before we take that seriously, as it does appear that our main mesocyclone would still be back over here where we're not really seeing much happen there. So after a whole stream of having the rectangle, what do y'all think in comparison to the polygon? All right, looks like we just got a new update. Still radar indicated. Hail's been dropped down to 2-inch hail now. What are you talking about sheep for? You will always prefer the polygon. All. What about Stevensville and Heiko? Let me see. No warnings up there. You get a special weather statement near you. Wouldn't rule out like a severe thunderstorm warning at some point, but the worst of it's to your south. You can add more chaser spots on the top. We don't have that many chasers. At max, we have like 4 or 5 chasers on the big days when everybody's out there. Polygon forever and always. Dang. Call me a polygon? Hey, man. What does that mean? New severe thunderstorm warning for Killeen, Texas here for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Kemper and Killeen. Tennis ball-sized hail has been issued on this storm near Hedgewick and Clarendon. Here in Texas, watch out. This is just to the east of Amarillo and is a damaging hailstorm, and it will definitely cause some issues. Getting a little interesting signal over here. I don't know what to think about that. It's in reflectivity. Oh, the correlation coefficient is behind 5 minutes. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, I've been watching that storm over there near Comfort, but it's lost its surface rotation. Thank you, Luke, for the 2. Long live the polygon. Yeah, it's not coming back. It was fun while it lasted, but it ain't coming back. Yeah, latest scan with this storm. Looks like that rotation is definitely gone now. Probably going to allow that tornado warning to expire unless something new forms. And just in case something new does form, I still want Valley Ford, Yell, Mount Sharp, Mount Gainer, also Henley to continue to be in their safe spots. Just in case. You never know. Sometimes they die and then they come back. Well, looks like we might be getting a new view from our storm chasers out here, Ben and Garrett.
It's on that one. It's on that highway 165. But the problem with that highway is eventually
yeah. Speaking of James Spann, we'll be hanging out with James Spann.
It's going right for 165
on Weather Brains soon. Let me check when that's actually happening. I kind of forgot the date already. I'm a very date-oriented person. That also goes for my dating life as well. All right, Weather Brains. Yeah, 7/28/2025. We'll be hanging out with James Spann and the Weather Brain crew. I have no idea what we're going to be talking about.
Where you guys are. Oh, wait,
but hopefully it's
you went on 290.
About
so yeah, it'll come right
something constructive. I'm sure it will be, because that's what they do there.
Well, wait. It
possible tornado, likely tornado.
Okay, well, hold on. Ben was talking to me.
Sorry.
But anyway, never mind. It's down on 165. You guys are on 290. Never mind.
I was gonna say it should be south of us, but if it was gonna come right towards us, I'm gonna go, well. We definitely just had some kind of little like mesovortice there that we drove through. It's kind of unique.
James Spann is the GOAT for sure. Ain't no doubt about that. Yeah, this is now just some more damaging winds here. Heading into Dripping Springs. Probably about to get a severe thunderstorm warning expansion into Austin here in our next update. So if you live in Austin, get ready for the alerts to go. We'll see what they'll have it warned for. I doubt they'll keep the baseball-sized hail on this for much longer. I would think something like golf ball-sized hail or 2-inch-sized hail for Austin. Jazzy Noodle, what you doing? Hi, Mr. Mobsters. Tornado in southern Chile.
See,
Ooh,
that's where it produced right there.
interesting.
Well produced. It might, you know what? It might actually do it again right here. So we might actually be in a good spot. Like right in there. See that?
Isn't it winter down there? I have no idea.
Not sure if you guys saw that tornado that was there, but it was there. I'm sure you guys did, but
What? What are they talking about? Not sure if you guys saw the tornado that was there, but it was there. Yeah. Every time I tune into them, I get more and more confused. What? What are they yapping about?
right on top of us.
Oh, dude, they're in like the core. That's where Jaden is, that red dot.
As far as I know, there's no tornado on the ground, and radar is definitely not indicating any area of strong rotation. This is just a windstorm. We are really close to the radar, so it's not like we're far away.
This one tries to do it again at some point because it's right in the little elbow of the line.
All right, whenever you're ready, I'm just stretching out here.
All right, Garrett. I'll tell you what. All right, let's go, Garrett.
I'm just stretching, you know.
Let's get out of here. Hey, I think that's the best.
A new
intercept of the
tornado
day, man.
warning has been
That's a
issued.
no one else got a little funnel like that.
Tornado warning has been issued. And over here in what? Oklahoma, south of Woodward. What in the heck is happening here? Check out this environment. That's like, seems serious. Near Arnett, Oklahoma. Heading up towards Harmon. You guys need to be in your safe spots. What in the flying squirrel is happening up in there? No way. The winds are coming straight out of the north into the south, down into the east here with these storms. It should be in stable air. No wind shear. What is the matter? What is causing this area of rotation? There's like no vorticity, no wind shear. What about storm relative velocity? No, there's like 100 storm relative velocity. Folks, I don't know. And the environment doesn't make sense, but there is a rotation. This storm is trying to produce. It has decent rotation. I wonder if it's like side lobe. Could it be it might be side lobe. I don't know. Let me check in the higher elevations. Maybe we can get some answers there. Well, I mean, it's rotating aloft too. I don't know. Bottom line is be in your safe spots. But if you ask me why the storm is trying to produce, like atmospherically wise, I couldn't tell you. It is like in the most least favorable tornadic environment possible, and I'm struggling to figure out why it's trying to produce. Is there a boundary out here? There must be some sort of boundary, like just hanging around here. Internet can't catch a break. Yeah, that's true. That is the truth. I mean, it certainly got rotation. So if you live in Harmon, I'd be in your safe spots. We got any more storms like that? Not really. So interesting. It's like this is the only storm. This has got to be side lobe. This has got to be some sort of either boundary or side lobe. That's all I can think. Yeah, be in your safe spots over there in Harmon, Oklahoma. Guys, as far as I could tell, which isn't super helpful, let me check the Amarillo radar. Yeah, the Amarillo radar shows it too. What the heck is happening up here? So odd. Nice, be in your safe spots. I can't really explain it, but there's a strong area of rotation there. Not expecting that at all. Jeez. And I got 3-inch hail on this storm near Howardwick. 3-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is a strong storm heading towards Howardwick and Clarendon, Texas. Very destructive storm heading your guys' way. Definitely be indoors and well away from those windows. How is that possible? Don't ask me. Yeah, discrete cells don't really matter, though. Like, you have to be in an environment for a tornado to produce. The only thing that's going for that storm is that it has some instability. Our dew point's over there at around 60. The wind barbs really ain't facing the right direction. Should be in stable air. I don't know. Do not know. But it is an interesting. Whether it makes sense or not. Bottom line is that storm is actually rotating more than this one. Yeah, latest scan on this storm looks like very apparently outflow dominant now. Still some stronger winds there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I got another new tornado warning on this storm. There, Howardwick, little area of circulation is developing here, just to the west of Howardwick. If you live in Howardwick and just North Clarendon, I'd be in your safe spots. It's not very strong circulation, but I could try to do something. It wouldn't be the first time the storm is trying to produce a funnel. This one actually makes sense. This one's living mainly off of just vorticity and 3 Cape. So vorticity helps spin at the surface. 3 Cape allows for the updrafts to be stretched out a little bit more efficiently in the lower levels. So that one makes more sense. I just don't understand what the heck's going on up there in Oklahoma. Has a good lowering. Yeah, that would not surprise me. That storm has some decent little area of rotation. And yeah, we just got a new 80-mile-per-hour wind warning here. A PDS severe thunderstorm warning issued now for Watson and Biggs, Texas. If you live in Watson and Biggs, you guys need to be in your safe spots. This is a very dangerous portion of our line of storms. Again, those 80-mile-per-hour winds are no joke. They can cause a lot of damage and a lot of problems for life and property. So again, if you live in Watson, Briggs, Joppa, White Oak, Mahomet, Green Crossings, and Ocala here in Texas, you guys need to be in your safe spots. It's the lowest, like just like you would do for a tornado warning, do it for this storm as well. Check out that storms and the velocities. Yeah. Yeah, and we also potentially have an area of circulation developing as well on this storm too. Couple of areas of circulation. We could probably see a tornado warning for this portion of the storm. Potentially like that. So keep your eye, be ready to go into your safe spots or just stay in your safe spots. And the good thing about going into your safe spots for that is that you will also be in your safe spots for a tornado warning as well if that does get pushed out there. Chazzy, hold on. Let me take that rock away from Chazzy. Come here. Now, what is with you and little tiny rocks, Chaz? No, you don't get to have the rock back. I don't care how big of puppy eyes you give me. Keeps chewing on that dang rock. Yeah, latest on our tornado warning, still zero circulation there. This right here is pretty darn concerning. Let's come back up into Oklahoma. Yeah. Still kind of looks a little side loby to me, but I mean, is that a debris signature? Is this on the ground? I mean, it lines up. I really hate that we don't have a radar like right out in this area. We're definitely in a radar hole. That kind of looks like a debris signature, though. It might be on the ground. I would be careful over there in Harmon, Oklahoma. That could be on the ground there. Let's come back over here and check in with this storm near Howardwick. Yeah, it looks like near Howardwick, our rotation may be cycling here. So still want Clarendon, Howardwick to be in your safe spots. And up in for Amarillo, looks like still got a line of thunderstorms coming your way with some 60-mile-per-hour winds. A new severe thunderstorm update on this storm. Ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds north of Bourne, Texas. And then back over here near Round Rock, and you guys are should be expecting up to 70 or 60-mile-per-hour winds for you guys. And then further up to the north, we still have a very strong area of wind with some 80-mile-per-hour wind potential moving off to the east. Wouldn't rule out them extending that warning close to Killeen. Although it looks like the strongest wind should go south of Killeen, Texas. Hopefully. I wouldn't rule them out putting like a warning there. Although I would say a more realistic warning would probably be something like this.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued out over here for Temple, Marlin, Cameron, Grossback. So just be watching out. Looks like significant gusts of up to 80 miles per hour is possible. 2-inch hail and a tornado or two is also possible. So make sure you guys are watching out for those types of threats. You're back. What'd you miss? Well, we got a tornado warning here in Texas, which has lost its rotation. Might be trying to reorganize. We'll see there. Still keeping an eye on it, but it's still very weak circulation near the outflow boundary. We've got 80-mile-per-hour winds heading into Ocala and Briggs, Texas here shortly. For Round Rock, looks like we're expecting 60-mile-per-hour winds for you, heading towards Lago Vista, Leander, Georgetown, and Florence. Further back over here, south and east of Amarillo, heading down towards Howardwick, we have an area of some circulation that is in the process of dying here, heading towards Clarendon, but I still would be in your safe spots there just in case the storm tries to re-wrap back up. And then we've got this random area of some decent rotation here east of Arnett, Oklahoma, and still what appears to be something falling out of the sky there, but that could also be hail. Still absolutely miffed on what's happening here. Hopefully. Is there any spotters out here? Why are there spotters here? Ryan Shepard. A Tiv 2 guy. Why is Ryan... What do they know that I don't? Hey, thank you, Brian, for the 10. Somebody has legitimately had this as their chase target here. Let me see. Ryan Shepard. Let me see if he's posted anything. He hasn't posted anything about the storm yet, so must not be on the ground. Or maybe it is. But he hasn't reported it. He's one of those folks that, you know, if there was one, they would report it. Yeah, latest scan on this. Looks like our area is broadening out a little bit weaker on radar here. Then we got another area back over here. I wouldn't rule out a tornado warning for this one near Pack Saddle Wildlife Management Area. I still don't quite understand what's going on up there. Cold drizzle in Nashville. Blech. That sucks. Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on out there, Brian. It's a little dangerous out there. Yeah, still got some strong winds as of our latest scan. Now heading into Live Oak and Mahomet. Looks like we just got this severe thunderstorm warning upgraded here for Austin. Pfluger? Is that right? Pflugerville? Lakeway and Dripping Springs. Watch out, 80-mile-per-hour winds are coming towards you with this storm. And this circulation still has not reorganized yet. And they're near Dripping Springs. Heading towards Round Rock. I have a camera near Round Rock. And I think we can use like a ranch camera. It looks like a state camera. So we're going to use this. But never mind. It's not live. Dang it. It's still daylight on that camera. That's the only camera I got that I can use in here. Let me see if Railfan has any cameras in this area. Big Sandy, Texas. Where's Big Sandy? No. That's not where we want to go. Okay. Fort Worth, Quinaul. And that's it. Yeah. Fortunately, our only view is going to be continuing to come from our storm chasers that are, I think, are heading towards the Austin area right now. They're on this road here. Yeah, latest scan on this storm, still not really a whole lot of rotation on this thing at all. Still mainly just a damaging wind threat. I can see that tornado warning being allowed to expire. And we still don't have the newest scan in yet for this storm up there. Let's come back, check in on some of our other tornado warnings again. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, this one has been, this storm here has been spaghettified. Tornado risk is probably a lot lower on that northern one, but this one down over here still has an area of rotation that technically needs to be watched, I guess. Also, another area of rotation developing over here south of Darazat. That's right. And then back over here, still watching this area. Appears to be outflow dominant at the moment. No areas of strong rotation. So I would imagine they let this expire, but I wouldn't rule out the storm trying again eventually in the future. I mean, it's been trying a couple times. Yeah, there goes that tornado warning out over here. That one down here has been allowed to expire. Hunter's in the middle of it. Yeah. He be doing that sometimes. I don't think he has a choice. I think a lot of chasers are like stuck in the storm itself. Really want to see what's happening up here near Bertrand. Those winds seem pretty serious. But we unfortunately don't have any cameras down there. Let's go check in with Garrett, see what their plan is. I know they're traveling off to our east here. I know they're trying to stay ahead of the storm. Just want to see if they're talking about anything.
Sunflower. Or wait, sun. Oh, pretty close to Sunflower. We're Oh wait, Lupe, you asked where we were. Gosh dang it. We're right west of 35, near San Marcos.
You know, I'm kind of, this one was unique for me as far as the drone footage goes. Something about this, like, I'm okay that it wasn't
Listening to a podcast in the background?
just looks like that, honestly.
Why does that sound like a podcast?
This is how it is most of the time. Just random crap.
They're definitely doing their typical radio shenanigans for sure. Yeah, they should turn around eventually and take a look at that storm. But again, for Austin, Texas, we have 70-mile-per-hour winds heading your way. About to head into Dripping Springs, Bee Cave, and Lake Way. One of the things to do with 70-mile-per-hour winds is to make sure that you are indoors and away from windows. If you live near big trees, I would consider getting into your safe spots just in case. Fly over here. Ugh, hate fruit flies, man. All right, we do have our latest scan on our velocities here with this storm. Leading edge of those 80-mile-per-hour winds are about to head into Florence, and then still some stronger winds south of Kempner. We'll see if they'll extend this PDS severe thunderstorm warning here soon. I wouldn't be surprised if they did off to the east just a little bit further. Check back in with Oklahoma tornado warning. Yeah. Still think they're going to allow this to expire. Nothing new on that one. And then back over here in Texas, south of Howard. Yeah, still not seeing a new area of circulation there either. This one expires in 10 minutes. They just get a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm now for some golf ball sized hail. Moving off towards Pack Saddle Wildlife Management Area. No, that was definitely that's definitely like Jaden or Brandon Kopic or something that was saying that. All right, looks like still waiting on that latest scan to come in. Apparently, there might be Can I use that? I think so. Man, this is a high school. Check this out. This is in Vega, Texas. This is what's heading towards Amarillo. Look at the colors on this storm. That is nuts. That certifiably looks crazy. Not in terms of like intensity, but crazy in terms of beautiful. Just a beautiful shelf cloud. That dust, look at that dust. Right there. And we got a gust NATO. Oops. Got dust starting to rise behind these buildings right there. This is crazy. It's a cool looking storm. And there's no funnel above this, so this is definitely like just either some dust being blown up or maybe a little dust NATO there. Doesn't seem to be circle or doesn't seem to be rotating. But man, you can just see all the way down here. Let's go over to this view just so you guys can see it a little bit more clear. You can see it extends further off to the east as well. Looks like a tornado. It's not a tornado. It's just some dust. Just some dust. We're not taking mod applications. Don't need more mods. Not until maybe if hurricane season gets a little crazy for us, we might have to. But man, that's lifted all the way up there. Check that out. That dust is lifting all the way up into this portion of the storm here. That's that updraft pushing it out. I wonder if we got a little dust storm possible with this. That's beautiful. Beautiful view there. All right, looks like they allowed this tornado warning near Amarillo to expire. That one's gone. We still got this one, though, in Oklahoma. And I do believe they're going to allow this one to expire eventually. Unless that's legitimate there. But that seems like side lobe contamination and a half for me. To me, at least. West of Dripping Springs, Texas. This? I mean, yeah, I mean, ooh. I mean, it's not a tornado, but that's in the clear air. Tornado probably wouldn't form there. You talking about this back over here? You said west of Dripping Springs. Which one are you talking about? The one to the south or to the west? How is Gerald? Let me see. Look at Gerald again. I think you guys are still doing pretty well. Yeah, you guys got some really strong winds potentially coming your way. They haven't extended though. They haven't extended the 80-mile-per-hour wind warning yet. So I'm wondering if they're going to do that. If they do, you might be in that. But I can see them maybe issuing a new 80-mile-per-hour wind warning for Colleen and Harker Heights. All right. Yeah, Colleen is warned for 70 miles per hour now. Oh my goodness. This is the strongest wind we have seen on radar this far, and this is not far away from our radar. And we're seeing like potentially up to 100, almost 100-mile-per-hour winds just above the surface near Ding Dong. Very dangerous situation here, in my opinion. These are definitely the strongest winds we have seen. Not seeing much rotation with that, but very strong winds are coming into Ding Dong, Texas. Please be in your safe spots there for Ding Dong near Harker Heights as well. I would assume we have an escalation of our severe warning here very shortly. Still not seeing very strong winds out over here near Dripping Springs yet. Other area circulation there still, keeping an eye on that. At least some 80-mile-per-hour winds at the surface definitely could be. We're not super far away from the radar, but I can see them putting a PDS severe thunderstorm warning on this very shortly. I'm surprised they haven't extended it. That's looking dangerous. Sluger. I'm not sure if you're still watching anymore, Misty, but is this like your cam, or do you know whose cam this is? I don't have a live chat, unfortunately, so I can't. But there's a camera in Pflugerville from a dude named Rick Wharton. Honestly, I really want to see what's happening over here near Colleen. It's got some really strong winds about to come just south of Colleen into Ding Dong. Very dangerous portion of our storm here. Fly just landed on my screen. Get out of here. Taz is letting in the flies again. Colleen cam is down. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a news station cam out there for sure. He's got a new update on this. And they're still keeping this tornado warning going, surprisingly, even though that rotation is pretty much completely fizzled. These storms are looking like how they're supposed to. But by the way, that little shelf cloud we were looking at earlier is coming into Amarillo here in a little bit. So watch out for some beauty out there, and also maybe even some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Man, still really strong winds heading into Ding Dong, Texas. Still talking about potentially 80-mile-per-hour winds at the surface here. Not to head into Ding Dong. And then south of Florence, we still have strong winds here as well. I mean, this is even closer to the radar. Almost 90-mile-per-hour winds with that as well. About to move into Gerald, which is crazy because the part of the warning that it's in is in 60-mile-per-hour wind warnings. They definitely need to upgrade these warnings pronto. I don't know what's taking them so long. Needs a tornado warning? Maybe. There's definitely a little couplet there, but it might get NATO warned. Yeah, this area south of Dripping Springs is still interesting to look at. Still not necessarily very organized yet. Looks like our tornado warning expired in Oklahoma. We're officially at 0 tornado warnings. We'll see how long that lasts. Alabama getting some good wind and rain. Yeah. And there's a couple of little areas out here with some rain and wind happening. About to move into Georgia. Thankfully, no more. We haven't had a severe thunderstorm warning out here in a little bit, but still wouldn't rule out the occasional severe warning. I would say likely within like maybe the next hour might see something out of this storm near Eufaula. Thank you, Amherst, for the $5. Thank you so much. Those storms up around Amarillo make it to Dallas. I'm not sure. Let me just double check. They could, technically, yeah. They might be dying by the time they get there, so you probably won't see any severe weather out of it, but might see a raindrop from a storm that dropped rain in Amarillo, and then also maybe drop rain on Dallas. Seeing lightning bugs in the rain. Ooh. Figured they would take cover, shelter. I don't know. I don't know how weather aware what lightning bugs are. Still confused why they haven't extended these warnings at all. Like, surely we get a severe thunderstorm extension here very shortly. We still have some pretty strong winds. Here, about to head into Gerald, Texas, and then also south of Killeen. This one's going into Youngsport. This one's about to try to push into Gerald, Texas. I'm just so surprised. Check radar mega. Yeah, I mean it's not a radar program problem. Your NWS is severely understaffed. Out here? What NWS is this? Oh, there it is.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Gerald, Georgetown, Leander, Round Rock, and Taylor, Texas. Not sure how the winds are doing down here, but I know for a fact up near Gerald is where our strongest winds are. So if you live near Gerald, Texas, continue to be get to your safe spots immediately. And then over here near Ding Dong, looks like you're almost past the worst of the winds, but eventually going into Union Grove and Salado could get pretty dicey. You're in Dripping Springs. Yeah, we were watching your storm. There's a storm to the south and east of you. that has a little bit of rotation, but that's past you there and dripping. Texas going to get hit. It's getting hit right now. All these cities are in Texas. So we just got an extension of our severe thunderstorm warning back over here for Austin, Pflugerville, and Kyle, Texas. 70-mile-per-hour winds are still possible, and 1-inch hail heading your way. For this northern warning, they just threw 70-mile-per-hour winds on it. We must not be getting any reports for strong winds, I guess. And I guess those winds aren't making it down to the surface. I don't know. Let me check our latest storm reports. Storm reports recently for those winds, so I don't know. You're in Austin right now. Yeah, no tornadoes in Austin, but some decently strength winds are coming towards you guys. So I would certainly, be indoors and well away from windows. We do have a circulation heading into South Austin right now that we are keeping an eye on. But so far, that hasn't gotten to the point to where I'm overly concerned about it. It's more broad circulation right now, but I still think it's worth watching. Let's go back over to Garrett and see what's happening here.
Guys, we're about to get a pretty nasty storm. There's not even that much lightning. Or it's just not even there because it's just too, whatever. Might just be too bright, the lights.
Garrett, if you guys are looking to stay somewhere in the Austin area, there's dirt cheap hotels on like the north side of Austin. I can send you, the place that I got. It was like $94.
Hey,
Oh, okay.
that's a good price. Big price for a big city, or low price for a big city.
We're
Yeah,
approaching.
I think they're usually pretty cheap.
We are on the
Austin.
way to
Up to, like, or even at like Waco.
Austin right now,
It's pretty
guys.
cheap. Like the crew is always cheap.
What should be a tornado warning.
Yeah, the home two that I got is literally El Reno level. Right.
Oh.
If you are in like, especially.
I mean, this is like right next to the radar, and it's like, I mean, this is pretty darn close to the surface. Still measuring about 80-mile-per-hour winds. About to head into Gerald, Texas. Please be sheltered again into your safe spots. And I mean, this is also pretty close to the radar, and we're still seeing 80 to 90-mile-per-hour winds over here near Ding Dong, heading towards Salado, Texas. 2-inch hail warning on this storm here in Oklahoma City, heading towards 47. Got these storms over here near Rock Springs with some 1-inch hail on them. Golf ball sized hail now south of Clarendon. This is still in Texas. Over here near Memphis, golf ball sized hail as well, heading into Memphis, Texas. 60-mile-per-hour winds are also possible there. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings over here west of Lubbock for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then over here near Tatum, New Mexico, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Pretty strong storm here with some ping pong ball sized hail. This one over here was born for tennis balls, believe it or not. We've got a new warning out over here for 80-mile-per-hour winds now. Oh, wait, no, they just updated it. Never mind. Yeah, still the same warning. And over here near south of Gerald is looking pretty interesting. Might be a tornado on the ground south of Gerald, or some strong winds at the very least, picking up some debris here near Sonterra. Could very well be a tornado there. Is Arclitect safe? Yeah. You guys are good. Strongest storms will be to your south. Maybe get some rain in a couple of hours. Wind is here. Make sure you're in your safe spots. Just be in your safe spots there in Gerald. You need to be in your safe spots. Lowest floor of your house, as many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that's underground. 80-mile-per-hour winds is no joke. Can definitely cause some damage. Fling some debris through your through your windows. Down in Austin as well. Still have some strong winds approaching you guys. Again, we're talking about still some 70-mile-per-hour winds being possible there. And we're still monitoring this area of broad circulation south of Bee Cave. Still want Austin to be taking this storm seriously. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds are technically not as bad as 80-mile-per-hour winds, but they can still knock over trees and knock out power. Definitely expecting to see a lot of power outages out of here in Texas. Let me double check to see what our latest power outages are. Yeah, we're at about 20,000 right now in Texas. I got a feeling we're about to see that jump up to over 100,000 here shortly. Oh boy. I don't like that. Hopefully that's clear air. It's our latest correlation coefficient scan. I'm waiting for the other scans to come in here. Is there any rotation near Colleen? Let me check. Yeah, no rotation near Colleen. Winds are going to be picking up for you here. It should be. These ones are actually probably close to 70 near Colleen. But south of Harker Heights, I still believe that we could have some 80-mile-per-hour winds about to head into Salado. So I would still be sheltered in place. I mean, look at this. Strong winds, very strong winds are about to head into Prairie Dell. Just surprised that they have only 70-mile-per-hour winds on that warning. I just don't get it. That might be a tornado there. Maybe that's like a building. Very strong winds in this area. Could be causing a lot of damage. Enough damage to cause a debris signature there. That also could be just an embedded tornado. Definitely don't know what's happening there. Let me just see what that looks like as we go into time. That might be a building too. I don't know. Got to keep in mind there are some large buildings out here as well. But, I mean, definitely seems to be pretty concerning. I mean, these winds right here are picking up at around 80 miles per hour. This right here, which could be something, could be at around 107 miles per hour here. Very strong winds still in the Gerald area, moving off towards Schwertner and Bartlett. Or contamination, yeah. You didn't rule out it being a brief NATO either. Lines up to where it was before. Okay, this little circulation going into South Austin is now definitely broadened out. But we're still about to get those 70-mile-per-hour winds in there for Georgetown, Round Rock. Looks like Georgetown is just getting into some of the storm, and very soon Round Rock will be in there. Your guys' areas are warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds as well. But I got a feeling these winds are a little bit weaker here further down to the south. I think they're much stronger further up to your north. Only 700 feet above the surface. Wow. Someone type in chat for Frankie to make sure that he's current on stream. Definitely sounds like a unwarned tornado south of Jarrow over the radio. Okay. Yeah, we are hearing some reports potentially from the scanners out in this area that this could be an unwarned tornado here south and east of Jarrow, about to head into Schwartner. Pretty dangerous situation here. Very powerful winds are heading into Schwartner and Bartlett. This is an extremely dangerous thunderstorm here. Please be in your safe spots in Bartlett and Granger. I would also be in your safe spots here in Salado as well, here in Texas. The Skywarn channel, yeah, they probably do have something. If the Skywarn channel thinks it's a tornado, it probably is. Just make sure that Frankie is up to date. Make sure you're on. I mean, I can't tell him. Has to be someone in chat. Tell him.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued over here in our Schwartner and Bartlett. Want you guys to be in your safe spots here. We've got a tornado warning for your guys' area. Not seeing a debris signature anymore. Yeah, no more debris signature as far as I can tell. So it might have been a brief tornado, or it could still be on the ground at this moment. I'm not seeing a definite debris signature. We are pretty close to the radar, though, so our view of the storm might get a little bit obscured here in the short term. But I definitely want Bartlett and Schwartner to continue to be in their safe spots for the winds and for the tornado threat. Yeah, latest scans out of our radar. Still some very strong winds here of close to 90 miles per hour. I mean, this is really close to the radar now. So that's pretty much at the surface almost. So I would expect anywhere from 80 to 95 mile per hour winds still possible in this area near Schwartner, and I wouldn't rule out still some tornado potential for that. Heading up further up to the north, still have some pretty strong winds about to head into Salado. Not as strong as it was, though, but I would still be in your safe spots there. Holland, Little River Academy, Belton, and Bartlett are next in line for our most dangerous winds here. And then Austin, Texas is still about to get hit by the storm. Does seem like the southern part of the storm is lagging behind a little bit more than the northern side.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've extended this tornado warning off to the east. That's going to be for Holland. Buckholtz now needs to continue to be in their safe spots. You should be in there anyways for the wind, but now you need to be in there as well for a tornado threat. (102 mile per hour wind gust in Schwartner via Skywarn. Skywarn scanner. So 102 mile per hour wind gust might have just been measured. No rotation near Georgetown. Georgetown is fine. Still some strong winds, though, potentially for you guys. Also noticing an area of rotation developing now to the west of Belton. Got to keep an eye on that area. We could get a brief spin up near Belton, near pretty close to Temple, Texas as well. We're checking on our storm chaser. That is in Austin, Texas.
If you want to just pull in, you have an intercept.
That's what we're gonna do. Just pull in this place.
We are gonna have to intercept this in Austin.
Right here. Let's see how we have good lighting here. Let's see how intense this is.
My location's not updating. Okay. I will fix that for you quick.
It should be a good view. Got good lighting, trees
I don't think
to measure the wind.
Warned right now, but it should have been earlier.
Should have been earlier.
It probably had one.
I'm gonna get ahead of it.
What's up with that Ben dude? But he doesn't really know how to read radar too well. All right, latest scan out here. Still some pretty strong winds near Schwartner and Bartlett. Still want you guys to be in your safe spots out here, and also over here near Cameron. Still monitoring these storms. Still waiting on the latest scan to come in. I do still believe that we have up to 80-mile-per-hour winds along the leading edge of our storm. About to head into Belton, Temple, over here towards Cameron, Texas, and also a little area of developing circulation here south of Nolanville. Comes the wind in Killeen. Yeah, it shouldn't be as intense in Killeen. In fact, believe it or not, Killeen's not even in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Let me know what you're feeling. If you think you got over 80-mile-per-hour winds, that's definitely helpful. That's DL scales. That usually is usually driving. We got some random guy named Ben, and he's been making weird reports all day. He's not sure. He must be just like one of those. Wind's starting to pick up. Here in Austin. This is in Austin, Texas.
You could head up 35 if you want to north quick. You're about 10 miles.
Where's DL?
Right
He's like...
Awesome, DD.
He went to do something. I don't know what exactly he's doing, but he had to go do something.
That way. You never know. You know what I'm saying?
If it trends that way, yes. I have not had a good experience
Down there.
with those things making it all the way across.
You never know. You almost could. Or we could.
We might have power outages here in like 15 minutes when this line comes in. Maybe not even 15, more like
And we are heading
10.
north on 35, just FYI.
Yeah, winds already slowly picking up there, but I'll keep my eye on them. If I see those winds start to pick up, we'll switch back over to them. Latest scans over here near Bartlett and Holland. Still some strong winds coming through. Starting to lose coherence with our radar here a little bit. Does seem like this rotation over here near Belton is not as strong, which is good. Still some strong winds, though, potentially heading into Belton. That is the latest. Up here, tornado warned circulation does not appear to be on the ground. Maybe that might be something there. Always hard to tell right next to these radars, but I would just treat it like there could potentially be a tornado on the ground with this tornado warning still. Back over here near Amarillo, we'll check in with you guys. Storm's not there yet, but we're still expecting potentially up to 70-mile-per-hour winds now for the Amarillo area. See, we definitely got a little gust front about to pull in. Definitely would be indoors, away from windows. If you live near big trees, continue to be indoors and well away from those windows and closer to the most center portion of your house. And then we still got a couple of hailstorms back over here in the Oklahoma area. With some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, still tracking off towards Tologa, Vissy, then also over here near Leedy with some 2-inch hail down there. Back over here near Lubbock, we're still keeping an eye on this storm near Plains and Level End. We got $50 sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with that storm. And then south of San Angelo near Rock Springs, got a couple of storms out here with the capability of 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on that. Heading into North San Antonio, we also have a storm heading y'all's way, about to come into the northern San Antonio area with kind of a weak storm. Nothing you guys aren't used to, but I wouldn't rule it out strengthening as it approaches. Got some 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on it right now, but that could change. And then heading into Austin, we are watching storm chasers out here. We got Garrett and Ben on the storm right now.
There's a nice shelf on this.
And we're about to see what this storm is capable of in the Austin, Texas area.
I would love to look at it, but I'm worried the second I turn my head to the left, somebody in front of me is just gonna like slam on their brakes.
Where is it? It's right here. You guys have to really see, but it's up here.
Was that a power? Ghost lightning.
You guys can see it in the lightning, and you guys can kind of see it off and on in here.
I would just like one power flash from straight line winds here, and then my day is complete.
Tornado watch got issued.
Wherever that accident is. Hold on.
Bro, what? This is like Big
Must
Ben
have just
tomorrow?
happened because it's not even showing up on my map yet.
Where's that?
Big Ben.
Well, I was hopping
National
over to the
Park.
right in
What's
case
with
there
those-
was nobody there.
the
Yeah,
sounding
but
looks
there's a
okay.
pop up there. Yeah, it must
Weird.
have just happened a couple
I said
minutes
okay.
ago.
Yeah, you know. I agree. So no Mississippi.
Oh, it's right here. Okay.
No, it's coming to us. This line is coming right for us.
I love the lights on that Explorer. Oh, that's beautiful. That might be one of the sexiest lighting packages I have seen.
By the way, we just got a little update here from the Storm Prediction Center. They're saying destructive winds still probable all the way until potentially College Station, Lagrange, and Gonzales. 85 to 100-mile-per-hour winds are possible as that pushes off to the east, and there'll still be an attendant tornado threat with that as well. We'll check up on our storms here further up to the north. It looks like we are getting our greens turned more into reds as they start to move away from the radar. That is going to be heading towards Buckholz here. And again, not seeing a tornado on the ground at the moment, but our storm is still underneath the radar right now. So I would still treat this like it's a tornado on the ground as it heads towards Buckholz as we await a little bit of a cleaner signal. Back over here near Temple, still have some winds coming your way through Belton. Temple is about to get hit by your winds here in a little bit. Latest, I think the warning's probably a little bit more accurate for Temple now for about 70-mile-per-hour winds, but I still do believe that there's 80-mile-per-hour winds possible over here in this segment, but it's already tornado warned, so people are already in their safe spots. For Austin, Texas, we are keeping an eye on this storm. 70-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible with this guy here. About to head into Austin, Buda, Creedmoor, Mustang Ridge, Pflugerville as well. So make sure that you are indoors and away from windows. Round Rock is now getting hit by the storm. Hutto, Taylor, and Thrall as well. That is the latest. On our storm, still very strong winds associated with this. The winds are picking up in Austin.
No, it's still coming in.
Say we're not in it yet.
We're not in it yet. Our rotation's gone right when it got to 35. Oh no.
This is this doofus.
But what happens after the rain stops? Let me get the other phone here. I'm gonna Google that real quick. Be right back.
Yeah, look at that, Thursday.
So Rufus.
Alright, I got it. It's dry.
Oh, winds are picking up.
There's some wind.
There we go, Garrett.
It's rocking the car.
Leaves flying.
So now they throw a slide out for Wednesday.
Makes sense. Maybe a squall line at some point, too.
Mix of supercells. I mentioned supercells in here.
Yeah, we'll see how hard it gets. I don't think they're in the core of the winds yet. Should be about to pick up any moment.
Well, yeah, but we also have to watch for these boundaries too, because they can. If we get these MCSs that just come out.
I'm not gonna lie, I did not anticipate being in Austin tonight.
This is a GFS tomorrow.
Did I?
Update on our 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. They have downgraded it down to 60 miles per hour.
Oh, so.
But Austin is still warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And so is Temple, Texas. And that storm should be rolling into Temple and Austin very, very shortly.
Is there going to be at least photogenic supercells?
I don't know.
Friggin' PDS traffic barrels in the
It
middle
looks
of
pretty good for
I-35.
Thursday or Wednesday.
And so far, the winds are pretty tame,
We are going in for intercept, chat.
but they're not in the core of it yet. I think they're still just on the leading edge.
I think we could be out till Thursday, maybe. I don't know.
There was 3-inch hail in Fredericksburg when that line came in.
Happening out here.
But look, even like the 1st of June, like it's still showing some of this, you know. So we might just stay out. I don't know.
I'm not going home.
Oh my, yeah.
Yeah, you're probably not.
I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not going back to Arizona. It wouldn't be worth it for you, would it?
Nope. Sorry. No. Is not a proper answer. No, it will not. Is a proper answer.
I think Canada could have a couple days soon, Garrett.
Oh.
Maxwell, Texas. They're in the tornado watch. Yeah, they're getting winds right now, but they don't have a severe thunderstorm warning, but it could get pretty intense down there.
Then we have the northern part of the line warned. Then we have the southern part of the line warned at all, like Kyle.
All right, here comes the wind a little bit
We're in a
more.
severe warning, but they don't have.
There we go. Good storm, good car wash.
Went there once for one of his
Nice
high
little
school
car
football
wash.
games. The more you know.
Again, if you're just now tuning in, this is in Austin, Texas, where we're expecting to see some 70-mile-per-hour winds. We shall see. Winds are definitely picking up and getting stronger. Jazzy. Hang in there, Mr. Mobbies.
The upper wind pattern. I mean, we could still have some high plains, little mesoskill days out here, I think. And then maybe day, and then like right back to the pretty active. There we go. This is a nice little storm.
Now we're getting slammed with winds.
Oh, 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
40-mile-per-hour winds. That's not that strong.
PDS intercepts. I'm hoping that these lights go off. For some reason, I just kind of want that. Kind of make it kind of eerie.
I don't get storm chasers sometimes. I hope everybody's power goes out so it makes our stream more watchable. What? Over here near Rogers, still watching some wind come through here. Still not seeing a new area of circulation, though, here. But if you live in Buckholz, I still want everybody to be indoors and away from windows and in your safe spots just in case. We're starting to get a view of what this storm is looking like, and it definitely doesn't look as strong as it was. I mean, we're still seeing maybe up to 60 to 70 mile per hour winds here, moving into Buckholz. Power very much went out, probably for a lot of folks. Still don't have an update. We do have 30,000 people without power in Texas, but I don't think that's really getting the whole picture. Begging for you just ate. You want to come back up? Yeah, let me. Yeah. Hello again. You needing some lovin's? I know we've been streaming all day. Anna asked about Wolf City. Wolf City is looking pretty good. I think you guys are getting some rain. That's about it. A little bit of rain. Storms are struggling nearby you, thankfully. But eventually, I don't think it really should pick back up again. Let's come back over here. Check back in. See if those winds are getting any stronger. Not too many strong wind gusts. Yeah. Thank you, Sassy, for the 2. I unfortunately answered that question right before you put that donation in. Is Chazzy all better? Almost. He's still healing from surgery. We're on day 7. Once we get to day 10, he's basically healed. So, 2 more days. But we don't have any like infection problems with the surgery hole in his mouth. So
definitely
so far so good.
The strongest part of the line is definitely north.
Yeah.
The way that
yeah, honestly, the storm in Austin is decently strong, but it's really, honestly, like a lot weaker than I thought. I don't think we've seen a 60 mile per hour wind gust yet in Austin, which, to be honest, kind of lines up with our radar imagery out here. So maybe 70 mile per hour winds is a little bit too high. But back over here, still definitely where our strongest winds are currently right now. Right there on the leading edge of this line, about to move into Buckholz. I do think they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire here, as now we have a clearer picture on our storm, and there is no circulations, thankfully, along our leading edge. Thank you, Cheryl, for get another $20 donation. Thank you so much. No, Brian lives in New Mexico. In San Marcos. Yeah, they're probably sirens in San Marcos. That actually doesn't make any sense. I don't know. That beats me. Because you guys aren't in a severe thunderstorm warning and you're not in a tornado warning. So I don't know why you just got sirens. Yeah, huge shout out to Cheryl. That $20 does go a long way in helping fund a channel. So thank you. How is it in Temple? We got anybody in chat from Temple, Texas? It doesn't really seem like the winds are overly strong there right now. Maybe it gets a little bit stronger back in here near Belton, Texas. Also, Frankie, how you doing? Frankie, are you still here? Hopefully Frankie's doing all right. There's a person that lived in Gerald, and they got absolutely smacked by probably the strongest winds of today. They're in Gerald, 20 minutes from Temple. How are you, Amy? The severe threat should be going down a little bit for you. They say it's crazy windy. Okay. Frankie said he was okay, but power is out. Okay. Yeah, he's probably conserving his battery. There a threat for New Braunfels? Not really. Just heavier rain and wind about to come in. Worst of our severe weather is definitely up here. I mean, those winds in Austin were pretty lackluster, thankfully. These are our strongest winds right now, which are honestly, 60, 67 mile per hour winds being our strongest winds after what we just went through. The storm has definitely weakened. Still strong enough to maybe knock down a little bit of power here and there. 30 years ago, yeah, that Gerald, Texas tornado was crazy. They also got hit by a smaller tornado a couple of years ago, like a year or two ago. I remember covering that. Clean here. Strong winds 30 to 45 minutes ago. Yeah, you guys are out of the worst of it. Colleen, Salado, Nolanville, Gerald, Georgetown's out of it. Leander, Lakeway, Dripping Springs is good to go for the rest of the night. Bourne, Bandera. San Antonio, though, is about to get part of this line. 1 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds about to move through. That was a mesoscale accident, too. Was it? That dang fly is back. I want to kill it, but I can't. I'm streaming. Cameron, you guys are technically in a tornado warning, or at least Western Cameron, but there aren't any strong rotations in the line. It's just a damaging wind threat. So we are expecting them to allow this tornado warning to expire. Yeah. How was the winds in Austin? Because where our storm chaser was, they were pretty weak. They were pretty darn weak, which is great news. Very violent. I don't understand why people use those kind of words, man. It's not very violent winds in Austin. Calm down. The heck, man? I don't understand. Everybody's been using like crazy, huge, very violent, like all these like super like off the wall words lately. It's been driving me nuts. Like everybody's using them now for everything. I don't get it. And thank you, Lori, for the 10. Thank you so much. I just hate those kind of words. Even if the storm is like strong, it's just like still usually don't like to use those words. When am I going to do a jalapeno dipped in habanero sauce again? After the next $100 donation. That's the deal. It has to be a $100 dono. It can't be like a total of $100. It's just not how it works. Okay, the fly is on my screen. Okay. This dang fly is driving me nuts. San Antonio safe from tornadoes. I mean, we still got a storm near Bayou. But once this outflow boundary surges past it, your tornado threat's gonna be near zero. And thank you, Rebel, for the 2. Are the storms near Woodward gonna be tornadic? They were tornadic earlier. They are, I wouldn't say they're weakening. They're still kind of strong down there. Some golf ball sized hail and a lot of these storms, which is still pretty decent hail. That'll definitely be pretty loud and can cause some dents in the cars, maybe crack a window. But for Woodward itself, it looks like it's just some lightning and some rain coming towards you. Back over here near Amarillo, your winds are getting there now, seems like. 1-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible for Amarillo, so please continue to be sheltered in place. 70-mile-per-hour winds are strong enough to knock over some small trees, maybe knock out some power, so I would still be indoors and well away from those windows, just in case. Tornado. No, there's no tornadoes right now. We got a tornado warning over here. We've been monitoring this area, but we haven't seen any new circulations develop. We do maybe have something trying to happen up here near Rogers, Texas, but nothing actually in our tornado warning right now. So I'm imagining they're going to allow it to expire here very shortly, unless something else pops up last minute. Can I pan to Muscle Shoals? What's going on in Muscle Shoals? Y'all go, is something going crazy over there? Oh my goodness. Oh no, Muscle Shoals, watch out. There's a total of 6 raindrops coming for you. They're gonna die. Ah!
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. Let's see for where. It's in Texas. Yeah, it's back over here for Lubbock, Plainville, Borger, and Pampa.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Oh yeah, violent raindrops, exactly. Why is it still cold here? Because you suck. That's why. That's why. Nothing to do with weather. I don't know. It's cold there. It's probably because you guys are getting some Canada air. Getting some Canadian air. You guys got like a little high pressure system just off to your west that is just siphoning that cold air out of Canada into like Illinois, Indiana, maybe even as far down into Ohio. Yeah, it's like 45 degrees in Ohio. It's in the 20s, 20 degrees in northern North Dakota. 28 degrees in the Rocky Mountains. 20 and it's 20 degrees and 30 degrees in Utah. I mean, no, those are the dew points. I'm so dumb. Disregard. My brain glitched there for a second.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Sorry. Yeah, definitely some weird stuff happening over here near Rogers, Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has
Wouldn't
been
rule
issued.
out a tornado warning up there. In Salt Lake, yeah. I was looking at the frickin' dew points like a doofus. It's actually like 80 degrees.
A new severe
75 degrees.
thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Jeez Louise, do they need to say it like a frickin' billion times? I hate it when that happens. It's like, isn't it just one severe thunderstorm watch? San Angelo. What? San Angelo. And does not come up at all for me. Oh yeah, you're chilling then. It is in the 60s up there, but the thankfully the Ohio Valley has been getting a nice little break lately. Yeah, it does look like they finally downgraded this severe thunderstorm warning to 60 miles per hour. I get it for each NWS office watch. I don't know. It's something to do with how they issue them. Just like it's like for every product that gets issued on that severe thunderstorm warning, also shows up or it comes through the system, and then that warning alert goes off. It's the same thing for tornado watches. I wish there was a way that it would stop, but I mean, it's like impossible unless you took like multiple batches, maybe, and then only like waited until they were all issued and then said it, but then you'd be behind. So I don't know. You live in New Braunfels. Yeah, it's just some rain in New Braunfels, nothing crazy. Rain and wind and lightning. It's colder than Tennessee. It is 63 degrees in Tennessee right now. Quebec is in the 50s. So it's definitely colder in Quebec. Still have a little circulation trying to develop here, but it's still quite broad at the moment. Gonna keep an eye on that. Is it gonna be safe to sleep in central Louisiana tonight? Yeah, I think so. These storms will be a lot weaker by the time they get to you. Definitely some severe weather possible, but we're not talking about anything that's like happening over here. Yeah, look at this. North of that PDS severe thunderstorm warning near Holland, 80-mile-per-hour wind report out of there. South of Killeen near Salado, trees down, parts of deck ripped off. Jeez Louise. Near Bell County, tree damage. It seems like our strongest wind core came through like Salado near Gerald. $58 in your area in Tennessee? Are you like on like a hill or a mountain? 57 in Michigan? Yeah. It's a little cooler up there in Michigan. I'm trying to see like where the coldest temperatures are in the United States. I think it's like in the UP of Michigan. It's like 48. Yeah, it seems like the UP of Michigan is the coldest. At least, well, there's like 48-degree temperature near like the Colorado Rockies. That's probably 45 and 48 degrees near the Colorado Rockies. They are extending this warning up here for 70 miles per hour off to the east towards Cameron, Calvert, Franklin. Why, you stupid fly? Get away. So annoying. Chazzy, you need to stop letting these flies in the house.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued over here near Plains, Texas. South and west of Lubbock. Wow. Little area of circulation there. Definitely interesting that this is starting to rotate. It looks like that just started happening here too. Wow. If you live in Plains, Texas, make sure you guys are in your safe spots. Dude, I need some food, man. I've been hoping these tornado warnings would just stop. I'm getting so hungry. I haven't eaten. Yeah, I saw the Floyd. I think that's tornado of the year in Floyd, New Mexico. I should probably order. No, if I order Uber, it's going to be here in an hour. Ugh. It's 10 o'clock. Is there anything even open on Uber anymore? Maybe if I order like from close. Something maybe not as tasty, but close and quick. Well, Wild Wings is still open. That's gonna take a little while. Taco Bell. Taco Bell's probably the closest. Popeyes. Only 15 miles away. 2 minutes until closing. Yeah, I'm not gonna make that. Dang, Popeyes sounds good. Taco Bell it is. It's gonna mess my stomach up. Never mind. I don't know, man. I'm just hungry. Just hangry. Mother Nature needs to shut up. Go away. Latest scan over here. Broad circulation over here near Plains. Strongest area of circulation is still right in this area. No debris signature, but I still want Plains, Texas to continue to be in their safe spots. And then back over here near Cameron. Still got some pretty strong winds out over here. South of Cameron, heading towards Milano. Looks like this little area of circulation has dissipated there. Might have a little couplet developing here. Not really sure what that is. If that's legitimate or not. Could be a little bit of contamination. Sassy, I just don't know any other way to take that. Sorry. I'm not good at reading emojis, and I'm taking that the complete wrong way. Take it down, Chaz. Will that upset your stomach? Yeah. Okay. That's a little bit. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much, yeah. Farting fire. That's the way that I thought about it. So, yeah. That's about right. That's pretty accurate. What will happen if I eat Taco Bell? So, I'm gonna refrain from doing that. Little area of circulation developing. It's pretty weak over here near Mustang Ridge, but worth keeping an eye on. And I just want to eat. Everything I have takes so long, though. I can make a sandwich in 3 minutes. I timed myself. I've been trying to get really fast at making sandwiches. It's still pretty a long time to be away from a stream. I mean, if I'm going to make a sandwich, I'm just going to end the stream. By the time I get back, this rotation will probably be gone, and I'll end it anyways. So I'll just wait. I am famished. Sandwich stream. It could be fun. We'll do like a little members only sandwich adventure. All right. Should be members only. All right. But I'm keeping this stream public, but I'm going to go make me a sandwich. I'm bringing the members with me for some member shenanigans. Shoot, I forgot to turn a timer off. It's still going. Iron. Michael's trying to give people membership so that they can come watch me make a friggin' sandwich. All right. Yeah, huge shout out to Michael for gifting a crap ton of members. Hold on. Yeah, 15 memberships. And thank you, John, for becoming a WimD member. We made a sandwich in 3 minutes successfully. We've been training. Shoot. I have no water. By the way, this rotation's dying on this tornado warning. Let me get water. I'm back. I'm officially back. We got water. And hey, Kelly got a membership. Nice. And thank you, Michael, for gifting another 10 memberships. Holy moly, you're on a roll. Members only video is done though, guys, by the way. So hey, thank you, Wendy, for gifting 10 memberships. Our latest scan on this tornado warning. Looking mainly like some wind. Maybe a little bit something there. Not really in the right spot of the storm, though, so I'd be surprised. Back over here near Amarillo, looks like those winds are now pushing through eastern Amarillo, about to head into Panhandle and Claude. Back over here, all of our tornado warnings have been allowed to expire, but we still got some pretty strong winds again. Unfortunately, south of Cameron might be getting up to over almost 80-mile-per-hour winds again, heading towards Hearne, Texas. Hey, thank you. Sassy again for another 10. Jeez Louise, almost everybody that's watching has been gifted a membership. Did you just get paid, Sassy? What are you doing? Make sure you guys are thanking for the gifted memberships in chat. As you used to. What you just go do? How'd you get all wet? At least you didn't roll into no slugs again. A couple days ago, Chazzy rolled in some slugs and he smelled so bad. I had to give him a shower. Must be a gifting war. Oh, yeah, we got another 5 gifted membership from Apricot Rose. Holy moly. Jeez Louise, how many memberships is that? It's like 50 memberships. Yeah, in the past couple of minutes. My goodness. They're going nuts. They're going newts. I feel bad for whoever hasn't gotten a membership at this point. Getting windy in here. Yeah, it is. Let's go back over that tornado warning. And there's still a little bit of circulation here. That's in the clear air, so I do think that's a little bit of side lobe, but still keeping an eye on it. Folks south of 82 still need to be in their safe spots. Back over here in northern San Antonio, looks like that heavier rain should be about to move into downtown San Antonio eventually. This might be setting up to be a dangerous flood threat out here. This line really isn't moving that far to the south. And we already got a flash flood warning in San Antonio for a considerable flash flood. And that might get a little bit worse here. Watch out there. Things are getting a little bit serious. More? My goodness. Thank you, Wendy, for 5 gifted memberships again. Jeez Louise. We're going crazy. They're trying to get you a membership, Dan. Do you have gifted memberships on? Thank you, Sassy, for the 5. Yes, you do. Okay. Oh my gosh, still no Dan membership. No. I tried to help. Can I gift during my own stream? I guess not. How do I not? How can I not gift? During my own dang stream. How do I gift? How do you gift memberships? Thank you, Wendy, for the 5 gifted memberships. Dang. I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen, guys. I don't think Dan's going to get it. Let me see. I don't. Maybe if I do it from my phone? Let me try doing it from my phone. I want to help. It won't let me do it from my phone either. No, I don't get it. Get the velocities in San Antonio? Sure. Yeah. Not very strong winds. Potentially up to 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible for San Antonio, but I'm not seeing any strong rotation there. The only area where I could see like some rotation spitting up is over here, south and east of Cameron. For now. Blood sirens are going off in San Marcos. Yeah. Now you guys still got a couple rounds of rain to go too. Let me see. You guys are under a considerable flash flood warning over there as well. We got considerable flash flood warnings pretty much all the way up into Little Rock or Round Rock in Austin. You guys don't get a whole lot of rain, but when you do, flooding gets going pretty quick. You can't do it from the mobile app. Where do you do it at? What is the secret? I thought you could just press the money button and then it would allow you to gift, but it doesn't. Oh, wow. They allowed the severe thunderstorm warning back over here to expire. Check back in on this tornado warning. Yeah, rotation is fizzled on this. Thankfully, we'll take that. Back over here near Amarillo, still getting some heavy rain and potentially a little bit of wind in Amarillo. But the main core of the wind should be east of Amarillo now, still heading towards Panhandle and Claude, Texas. Still got a couple clusters of severe weather with 2-inch hail, wow, and golf ball sized hail near Oakwood and Butler, Oklahoma. And we got this guy over here near Radon, with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds pushing down to the south and east. Yeah, San Marcos apparently is getting flooding sirens right now. Sirens for flooding. All right, let's check the power outages. I'm sure they've gone up. Not really. They've only gone up to about 35,000. So it's not too bad. Why is it not higher? Scared to go to bed? You're fine in Amarillo. You're fine. There's no tornado threat for you. Just going to be windy. Windy and thundery. That latest scan out here, still a little bit of rotation, but it's pretty darn weak. Heading towards 82 Texas. New severe thunderstorm warning back over here with this storm near Leakey. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds is going to be possible. So watch out. Wait, really? I assumed all the gifted memberships all costed $1. But it's $5 for each gift? Thank you, Cheryl, for the 10 gifted memberships. Wow, I guess that would be $50. What the heck? What's that? Did not capture the magnitude of all those gifted memberships. I thought they were gifting Whimsy memberships. I don't know why it caps it at 5. That doesn't make any sense. Thank you, Cheryl, for their 10 memberships. What the heck? We've had 80 new memberships this stream. Times 5. That's crazy. Y'all just spent like an entire paycheck on memberships. What the heck? Thank you. I still don't understand why it does that. Oh, wow. Yeah. It's like we're getting reports of some baseball-sized hail in this storm. Is that legit? I guess it could be. It's probably over here near Gray Forest and Helotes. Apparently, we got a PDS severe thunderstorm warning over here. That's surprising, though. The DBZs aren't very high on that. It's pretty high cloud tops, though. Geez. I guess I believe it. Elevated storm north of a outflow boundary. Definitely is possible. Is it going to hail in San Antonio? It sounds like it, especially over here near northwestern San Antonio. Potentially have baseball-sized hail, which is going to be very destructive hail. That's crazy. That is a lot of money. So huge shout out to Cheryl, Sassy, and Wendy, who will never financially recover from this stream after gifting all of those memberships. They have gifted so many memberships, it would not surprise me if we heard from them tomorrow that they have declared bankruptcy. They have gifted so many memberships, their bank just text messaged them to be like, hey, did somebody steal your credit card? Yeah, we're still getting some side lobe contamination over here, but that is still in the clear air. Still mainly just damaging winds. That's part of the storm there. This over here is not. Did Bob get one? Bob get what? Speaking of flash flooding, I wonder if is that what Storm Under Media is doing right now? Is looking for flooding?
I'm just doing this.
That's what I thought, Carol, because that's how much the lowest tier membership costs.
I would assume so.
Like Stabitha just spent $1 on becoming a Wimdy member.
No, stay open late. Yeah, they're open till 1.
You love a rainy night. I love a rainy night.
Oh, crud. That was my exit. Dude.
I don't understand why it's 5 per gifted. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so you know how like you have the directions.
No, it's not a setting. I can't control any of that.
Or whatever. I go out of directions for 5 seconds to click on it and see what their
Unless it's different, is the gifted memberships cost the same for every stream?
When I have my exits on this, so that's okay. We'll just go on the next. There's an exit right next to it. It will be fine.
Austin and Round Rock's looking.
Maybe it is a
looking
setting.
fine right now. I mean, yes, they're getting the back end of this rain, but other than that, you guys are fine.
Lightning. Cool.
Yes, every stream is $5 for a gifted membership. Okay. I don't know. I do not know. I'll not know how that goes. Yeah, still our strongest winds, I think, are over here south of Calvert. This is still a 70-mile-per-hour wind threat. To head into Calvert and Franklin. Destructive hail over here near San Antonio of up to baseball-sized hail, which is observed. I will look for Houston overnight. Just a little windy. A little wind threat. Nothing too crazy. Going to be a little loud out there near Houston. They have extended our tornado warning here as a severe thunderstorm warning. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Wellman. Come close to Brownfield maybe, but it looks like, it could either go into Wellman or Brownfield. It kind of is taking a little bit more of an easterly trajectory there. .9-inch hail would be crazy. There was 5.9-inch hail yesterday, I think. That was indeed crazy. %8% of the gifted membership. I have no idea how that works. Yes, there was extremely large hail, like gigantic hail yesterday. That it was. I mean, if you're gonna use words like crazy or massive or huge, there you go. There was some absolutely massive hail yesterday. A 5-inch hail plus. One of them was, they were saying it was in between 5 and 6-inch hail. I saw it. The dude was holding the hail like this. It's probably almost as big as my head. Violent hail? I guess so. You could probably call that violent hail. That's pretty violent. That would definitely not... I don't think you could survive that heavy of hail. That would definitely be a lot of force to the head. Bowling ball sized hail would be crazy. I think 5-inch hail is technically DVD sized, but like I think 6-inch hail is coconut sized hail. If you were to have a size for it. And coconuts are known for killing people. So The lightning sunglasses? You mean these? You mean these? Tickles so much. They're cloud sunglasses with little lightning bolts on the bottom. Ah, it itches so much. I would actually wear them for a whole stream if they didn't itch. They just like tickle my nose every time they move. Where did I even find these? I don't know. Somebody posted something on Twitter, and then I got them. I got a bunch of them. I don't know where the other ones went. I only have one pair. I lost them. Yeah, this tornado warning should be expired by now. Expires in 2 minutes. Yeah, it's expired. All right, folks. I think I'm going to head out for the night. It has been a 7-hour stream. I don't know what it is. I don't think my brain is fully like recovered from that last marathon. And we've kind of already had like a new marathon randomly get started. So brain's not handling it probably in the best way, to be honest. But I do appreciate everybody tuning in. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. You know? So, yeah. Huge shout out to everybody that donated all those memberships. I'll go look at the settings and see if there's anything I can change to make that cheaper to gift. That was a cool lightning bolt on Stormrunner Media's feed. Let me see if we could find anybody to raid. I don't know if there is. I can check. I mean, we could raid Stormrunner Media, I guess. But I want to see if there's anybody live with coverage. There's Max. He doesn't need more viewers. We'll send you guys over. We'll send you guys over to Stormrunner Media. You guys give him some love. Thank him for being awesome as usual. Giving us a deal so we can still have Storm Chasers, even when every other Storm Chaser is going bananas with their prices. But yeah, you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I will see y'all later. Peace.